What's going on, everyone? We're live. It is Tuesday. It's been a long weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Hope you guys had some fun this weekend. Did something, hung out with the family, maybe a little barbecue. Who knows what you did? We'd like to hear from you. But we got our homeboy over here, Joe Lanew from Night Court. Everyone knows old Joe Lanew. What's going on, Joe? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kingdom. Good morning, everyone. I tell you what, I am super excited, holiday or not. It was a great holiday weekend, but holiday or not, I'm super excited to hear this Brian Higgins testimony. It's going to be off the chain.
Is it more as I think it's I want to hear the rest of the Brian Higgins testimony.
Let's just see some of the story.
Where did we leave off on Friday on Brian Higgins? And if you don't know what we're talking about, because a lot of people are not up to speed. If you are up to speed, you're fully infatuated with the story. But if you're not, this is the Karen Reed murder trial, and this is in Boston, Massachusetts. Just to give you a quick little synopsis of what's going on, she was charged with murder, second-degree murder. It started off with manslaughter, and it was upgraded to murder, second degree, because her boyfriend was a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. They're saying that she backed into him one night at a party. She backed into him with her car, and that actually knocked him out. And with that impact, he sat there and he lied in the snow, and she left him for dead. And that's what this whole murder trial is about. But since those charges, there's been some other evidence that's come up that said otherwise. It's kind of looking like it's a police cover-up. There's two sides to every story, and then of course there's the truth. I don't know that we'll ever figure out what the truth actually is. But this one definitely, every single day, you're hearing more and more and more evidence that something's fishy here. And what do you got to say about all that one, Lanew? Joe Lanew. So while we're waiting on Lanew, I think his mic is muted here. I'm going to share you a quick little video right here that is going to show you. This right here is a news from Boston 10, and this is going to show you that John O'Keefe, the lead investigator for the Massachusetts State Police, is now under investigation after some of the testimony we've heard in court.
In the meantime, we have a shot.
I think you misspoke. It's not John O'Keefe.
Excuse me, Michael Proctor. You're right.
Proctor.
Jeff Saperson and Melody.
And I'm Colton Bradford. So the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case here is now the subject of an internal investigation by Mass State Police. Our Alicia Palumbo has the details.
Massachusetts State Police confirming the lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder case, Trooper Michael Proctor, is under investigation for a potential violation of department policy. While they're not commenting on what may have sparked this internal investigation, and they say Proctor remains on active duty, we know it came to light just one day after a bombshell hearing in the case against Reed. Reed is charged with second-degree murder in John O'Keefe's death, accused of striking her Boston police officer boyfriend with her SUV in 2022. Thanks in part to information stemming from a federal investigation of this case, Reed's attorney alleged Proctor never fully disclosed his personal relationship with multiple people involved in the case. That includes the Albert family, who lived at the home on the property where O'Keefe's body was found. In fact, just days prior to O'Keefe's death, Proctor had allegedly asked the Alberts to babysit his child.
Michael Proctor is so connected to the Alberts that he was entrusting them, or willing to entrust the Alberts, to be caregivers for his toddler child.
Text messages from 3 days after O'Keefe's death also allegedly show the Alberts offered to send Proctor a thank you gift, quote, when this is all over.
So now we have the lead investigator from Massachusetts State Police literally discussing the exchange of gifts between the Albert family on the one hand and the Proctor family on the other hand as a thank you, their words, for helping the Alberts out of a jam.
Criminal defense attorney Ben Urbella says with Proctor's ethics being called into question, the entire case will face additional scrutiny.
I think that when you have the lead investigator who allegedly found all of these most critical pieces of evidence to be compromised due to his personal relationship with the Albert family whose home it was, there's going to be a lot of problems at trial for the Commonwealth.
In light of the recent developments in this case, we're told there's a large protest planned here outside the Norfolk DA's office for 3 o'clock this afternoon. In Canton, Alicia Palumbo, NBC 10 Boston.
Well, it's no secret that, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, he's like family friends with Brian Albert, who's this murder happened right here in the front yard of, Brian Albert's house. And Michael Proctor is a family friend, and he didn't interview anyone, he didn't bring anything up. And then now that Karen Reed was able to hire this Johnny Cochran of a lawyer for the trial of the century, Alan Jackson is his name. He actually defended Kevin Spacey. He was defending Kevin Spacey over that, over the 18-year-old bartender that he allegedly sexually assaulted. But so she hired the best of the best, Alan Jackson, and Alan Jackson's in the house, and Alan Jackson is just whooping their ass up and down in court, and has brought now everyone's under investigation. The whole thing's blowing up in their face, and it's just hanging on every single minute of them trying to talk themselves out of a lie, and a lie that's compounded on top of another lie. I mean, it's just lie after lie, and it's police officers and ATF agents, and I can't wait for this one. What you got for this one, Linda?
I don't know how to follow that. No, absolutely. I don't think you need Johnny Cochran on this one. You just have to have a little bit of investigative, an investigative budget as a defense attorney to figure out some of this. But the having no a friendship or relationship with people involved in this case, Proctor should have pulled himself out. He should have let somebody know inside of his agency that they were close friends. The text messages or any contact back and forth is memorialized forever. This is an insane case. I've been telling my listeners and my audience that you should tune in. You don't see cases like this in court. Typically, when we go to court, everybody in there, including the defense, knows what's going to be said when whoever it is that's testifying. There's not a whole lot of secrets with discovery and the back and forth that goes prior to trial. Everybody knows what the jury's about to hear. It's really trial is for what the jury to hear. Now, not this one. This is Perry Mason, baby. This is Drake's going to walk in with a note, and then all hell's going to break loose at any second on this case. This is awesome.
One of the defendants, one of the people who are testifying, just of the accounts of that day, could be the actual murderer, and actually multiple people could be the person responsible, or definitely the person who is responsible for covering it up. And Joe and I believe that somewhere around the 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the morning is when they realize that it's gotten out of hand to the point that there is no let's explain that he got his ass whipped and something happened. He got into a fight, but he's going to live through it. He's not going to live through this one. And we got a serious situation on our hands at the Albert's house. We think it's probably about 1:30 to 2, because at 2:27 in the morning, someone who was at the house went home, and then they have him on the Apple iWatch, which is Jennifer McCabe. She's texting, she's Google searching how long to die in the cold. And when you're searching how long to die in the cold, why would you do that unless you knew that someone, you're about to drag him out there and you want to know how long it's going to take him to die in the cold, because he's not dead yet. And then also Brian Albert's in his house at the same time at 2:22, actually, just 5 minutes before. He didn't have to drive home. He was already home. He's also calling suspiciously, and everyone's calling around that same exact time. The ATF agent that's going to be testifying today, during that same exact time, about an hour before that, as soon as probably the sucker punch started and all these things happen, this guy is actually going back to work, doing administrative work on his day off. I mean, Lanu, you're a former law enforcement. If it's a holiday weekend, you have the weekend off. You just went on Friday. It's really a 3-day weekend because on Friday you go to a funeral for another police officer that had passed away that's in New York. So you come home from the funeral. It's been a long 4-hour drive. You're sitting there drinking at the bar, cutting up. Then you go to your buddy's house, an after party. It's like 2 a.m. I'm sure you're exhausted. At what point do you say, man, I just can't wait to go back to work and do some administrative work at 2 a.m? Is that a thing?
Yeah, you might go if there's something needs to be done as a police officer and him in that type of position. You're gonna go do it when he needs to be done. So the hour doesn't concern me. Here's the issue for me is that this cop crowd, which is it's not uncommon, just like if you work in construction or any other field. Most of your friends are in your field, so these guys are all friends. They and family are friends, so they go to one bar and they wind up going to a second bar, and instead of going to a third, they're talking about a snowstorm kicking up. They're like, "Hey, let's go to Albert's house for the after party." Well, they all get there. They're still metering in sometime around 12:30 a.m. Then all of a sudden, at 1:47. Everybody decides to leave. Party's over with in an hour and a half. That's it. Something happened. Something happened between 1:30 and 2 a.m. because that's where you start seeing. That's when Higgins leaves to go to work. He leaves the Albert house, goes directly to the police station where he has a loaned office. It's not his actual office, ATF office, but he has a loaned office by the chief as a courtesy there, which is not uncommon. But one of the things he says is that we need to move cars because of snow plows coming in. You have to keep the parking lot open enough so the snow plows can come in and move. So he goes there to move vehicles and pick up his personal vehicle. He wasn't actually in his personal vehicle, one of his personal vehicles, he said. But then from there, he has there's more text messaging going back and forth, but also Jennifer McCabe. Remember, everybody's at this party. We're excited to get there. We're gonna drive out of our way to go to this person's house prior to going home because the party's not over. It's not like we'll stop by there on the way home. We're gonna go to this person's house because this party's not over. And then all of a sudden, within an hour, now they're saying that Karen Reed and O'Keefe get there sometime around 12:20, 12:30, so half an hour after midnight is when they're supposedly arriving, and everyone else is still arriving. There's still guests that had got there after the time Reed had supposedly dropped off O'Keefe, according to testimony. So you're still getting people are still coming to the house by 1 o'clock. So you're saying,
and they're not coming there to say goodbye. They're coming there to hang out longer because the 2 different bars they went to. They said, I don't want to go home right now. I want to continue hanging out at another party, have some more drinks, have some more fun. So this is like a 12, this is after midnight. This is 12:10, 12:20, somewhere in that neighborhood that, multiple people are getting there around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So there's multiple witnesses of what happened when they got there and they left or they dropped someone off and didn't around that same time. And there's like so many different accounts of what happened around that same exact time. It's crazy.
Well, you're also right. But Jennifer McCabe goes home, but she doesn't go to sleep. She's sending
she didn't go to sleep.
Google searches on how long does it take someone to die in the cold. But
how long to die in cold.
Not only that though, they've got her data from her Apple Watch. She's pacing back and forth. She's not acting like someone after a night of drinking where you're going to go lay your drunken head on a pillow. But the same thing with Higgins. Higgins goes home and doesn't necessarily sleep. Everybody's awake till somebody's looking for John O'Keefe early morning, and then Jennifer McCabe is more than happy because she's dressed, she's ready to go. She hadn't been to sleep. So you're not waking her up. She'll jump in the car and go ride around looking for O'Keefe. The whole thing is dirty. I didn't think about this. I've only been watching this for about a week and a half. And Jennifer McCabe was the testimony that got me thinking that something's really not right with this. But Brian Higgins takes the case. This guy's an ATF agent. He takes the case with his testimony on his text messaging back and forth with her. One thing, cop on cop dating is not a good idea. It's discouraged in most agencies, and every cop knows it.
Well,
But,
it's a hoe ass move when someone who's also in law enforcement and you're trying to go behind his back and steal his girl. That's a hoe ass move, dude.
No, 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
that's
not.
like
It's
bro
frowned upon
code,
in law enforcement.
police code. That just says you have no credibility and you're just a piece of shit. Trying to screw around with a fellow officer, just someone in law enforcement that you're actually hanging around with actively. You're at his house playing video games and being friends of him, and then trying to screw his old lady behind the scenes. That's a whole nother level of fucking dirt bag, when you're talking about someone who is, I mean, we're all humans. We all do stuff, we all have our, I'm not perfect moments, but that one is not a highlight, I would say.
No, it's not. But the logic, a little expression that I heard when I was in law enforcement, when they talk about one officer who's like cheating on with someone else's wife, right? Infidelity. And the term is that if he'll fuck their wife, he'll fuck yours too. Can't be trusted.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. So I have while we're waiting, I promise you we won't miss anything from the Karen Reed trial. If there's anything going on, we'll always have the video going and audio if there is audio. But while we're waiting, I was looking at something yesterday. This is actually a previous day testimony from Brian Albert. And Brian Albert, he's in the hot seat. Let's take a look at him right here. And we're going to go down through a few. Oh, we have some comments. Yeah. Oh, those are all new. All right. So we have some comments here. But anyway, so this is Brian Albert. He's sitting in the hot seat and we're talking about his phone records. Let's see if we can. And I'm going to put this on a little bit faster playback so we can get through it faster.
Yes. That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct.
Yeah. Just read it as we ask.
Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if these exact records are
Yeah,
not.
these are the phone records that make you look guilty as shit. These are the ones.
These are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
So we got the butt dial. I mean, Joe, if they got the phone records that clearly say that you done called this man at the most incriminating time, you know what I mean? Like, this is the time that all the timelines are saying this is the time when everyone's like, oh shit, this guy he's dead. He's in my house. Oh fuck. So how do you get out of this? What do you say right here? I mean, obviously when they hand you a piece of paper that says this is your phone record, you're like, oh shit, what is this? I don't know what this is. I mean, what do you say here? Ask for a recess, call the law enforcement and tell them to have some sirens go by the courthouse for a distraction, buy some time, grab some water, let's get a break. I mean, what do you do here?
Man, I don't know. You should have been wise enough, if you're Big Daddy Police, as he claimed to be, to know that this was coming.
I mean, I think they thought that it was just going to be settled and she would probably maybe take a plea deal or something, man. But let's see what he says here.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, There's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
Yeah, you know how long 22
What's that?
seconds
You
is.
know how long 22
You know.
seconds lasts?
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
See, like you're arguing with forensic science and the phone records. I mean, clearly the phone records is saying that you answered the fucking call, dude. But you know, these guys, when they had their federal grand jury, they're trying to say things. They're trying to say things like, you know, laying these breadcrumb trails. So that way is somewhere down the line, if forensic science does show that this happened, you have to have left a little bit of a breadcrumb. So 22 seconds. That's a good Friday. That's a good point. What's up, Rage Minded Podcast? But
Range is out of control.
yeah,
This
I
morning.
know. But you
We
have
love
to have
Range.
some kind of something. That's why Brian Higgins was like, just in case they know that John O'Keefe came into the house, you know, you have to say something along the lines of, there was someone who was a white male with dark hair that went into the house. I didn't get a good look, but I'm pretty sure I seen someone. That way, if it's proven that he was in the house, you can say, well, I did say that I seen someone. I just didn't know it was him. You know, it's like bullshit, dude. You're just trying to cover your ass just in case they nail you to the wall, which they got you fucking in the sights right now. We're still waiting on court TV to come back, but this is more of this one right here.
17
Where
seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there.
he's
with
still
the phone,
killing them at
did you answer that call?
20104
I
here.
did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped. This is
Oh,
correct.
to answer the phone.
I think you can.
Facial
you can hit-
recognition.
I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call
I
from
d-
Brian
I
Higgins?
don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish.
Yeah.
Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No.
This is not the way I rehearsed it
Just
with
myself
my
and my wife.
attorney.
And Chloe,
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so was myself and my wife.
by process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No.
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
No.
So the
So
dog
who
didn't answer the
actually
phone. We
answered
got
the
that
call,
far.
sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay, let's move on from this.
So in the federal grand jury,
Okay, when was there a federal grand jury on this state case?
there was a
Am I
federal
missing something?
grand jury. I don't have the exact date, but it was before when they were trying to find out whether they should do the conviction. It was like a year later after the. So it was about a year ago and a year after the actual murder when they murdered him in his house.
So there was two grand juries. There was a state grand jury and then a federal grand jury. I need to look that up. I didn't know.
There was you know, the news is all saying the federal grand jury, and Alan Jackson refers to it as when you testified in the federal grand jury. Also, when Brian Higgins testified, they said, you know, you weren't lying because it was a federal grand jury. He testified that him and his wife were having sex, and that's why he must have hit both their phones were in the bed. They were having sex at 2 a.m. That's why it swiped. In my opinion, I think he has some kind of Apple iWatch or has something that tests his heart rate. I think there's someone murdered. He was involved. His heart is racing. Oh shit. I just fucking killed his mother. Oh shit. And so he's like calling at the same time his heart rate is like, you know, completely out of control. And the only way to explain that is maybe he was having sex or something. And maybe that's why his heart rate was going so fast. And this is what's going on, that he called Brian Higgins in the middle of a passionate, intimate moment. And then Brian calls them back and they speak for 22 seconds of, oh shit, get your fucking ass back here and help me move this body. I'm at the police station. All right, great. Sounds good. Get your ass over here now. Click. Something like that, I think. And because I think Brian Higgins was definitely involved, because if you said, hey, I murdered someone, come on back here. I mean, we might joke around. Joe Lanu will say, oh, yeah, I'll hide a dead body for you. But you're not doing it. If you're really hiding a dead body, you don't joke around and say things like that. That's for innocent people who are joking around. He actually went over there to help him hide the body because he was involved. That's my opinion. Do you have an opinion on that one, Lanu?
I want to make a public statement recorded for all and to memorialize today. I will not, Joe Lanu, I repeat, will not help you conceal, hide, cover up any crime, including murder.
So even if we have you on tape that you kind of joked around, that's not true.
All was in jest. Take this as the statement that I will stand by. I will not be involved. Joe Lanu will not sit on the witness stand going, I don't remember. I didn't answer the call. That's not Joe. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I think honestly, and this is all conjecture. It's straight out of imagination and just from what little we've learned from this crime, from this incident, is that I think something happened around 1:30. I think it killed the party. I think everybody there knew it. Therefore, everybody's wrapped up in a conspiracy at this point if they can prove that fact. But I think something happened at 1:30. I think that Higgins went to the police department to, get his other vehicle to drop off his snowplow Jeep, because that was a big story. The fact that he was in this snowplow Jeep and that he did some plowing around the driveway to make it very clear and evident that I'm in a snowplow Jeep. I'm not sure why that was, but I think he went there to further the cover up. I think the cover up was on. I think the plan was on before anybody left. I think there was a huddle there. This is what we're going to do. Karen McCabe, you go home and act like nothing happens. Please don't make any searches on how long it takes somebody to die in the cold, and don't pace your house. They didn't give her those exact instructions, and that's exactly what she did when she left. But I think everybody was to go home, act normal. This is no big deal. It'll be discovered, and he never got here. Higgins, I think, was also in part of the actual cover-up of getting the body out to the curb. Yes. You bring up a good point that you say last night. There's no footprints from the house where everyone says he was brought out the back and walked to the front and put down. But there's no footprints in the snow. That's very difficult to cover up. So you have a good theory about them bringing back the second vehicle to back up to the garage, remove the body through the vehicle, pull down to the curb. The vehicle provides some cover from sight to be able to remove the body and place it where it was at. So, I mean, you have some good theories there.
Well, I don't know. I was listening to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's testimony last night, and I apologize for coming up with conclusions and what I think happened when I haven't heard every single piece of testimony. It's not my full-time job, even though it kind of seems like it these days in the last 4 or 5 days. But the basement, if you're looking at the house, I have a picture of the house somewhere, but if you're looking at the house, the basement is actually to the left side of the house, the door that comes out of the basement. So if you were to have taken the body out of the basement, it would have been looking at the front of the house, to the left of the house, coming through that double gate, and then walking along the fence line. But then that would have left like tracks in the snow. So
why could there was only an
inch that had, what's that?
Why can't you just bring him through the house? He goes in the front door and comes out.
You mean the door that goes? You can bring the body in the house because everyone already knows that it happened in the house. But you can bring the body in the house. You have to bring it up through the basement, and then you have to bring it through that side door on the right that kind of goes into where the driveway is. And I believe that would be more likely what you would do because everyone knows not to bring fucking snow. You know, you could just follow the footprints in the snow all the way to the basement and see, oh shit, the body came from the basement.
Why not just back up to the garage and open the garage and put him in there and then drive away?
Yeah, no. I that's what I think happened. But Alan Jackson was making a point that if you had something heavy that was in the basement and you were trying to get out of it, like, I don't know, a dead body, how would you get it out of the basement? And, finally, 20 minutes later, he finally got him to say, there's a door that goes to out of the basement. So it's on the same side where John O'Keefe's body was found, on that left side there. Yeah. Here's this is Brian Albert where are we at? What mark are we at right here? This is Brian Albert where he finally got him to say he answered the call.
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Yeah, because John was dead at this point. He couldn't have answered either.
This is who answered his phone when he was in the bed. Who answered your phone? Was it the dog on the floor?
Yes.
Were those any calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls?
Absolutely not. Yeah, right. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would never do that. But here's like so finally when Alan Jackson, I'm just going to give you the cliff notes because we're still watching the fans spin here. Are we still watching the fans spin here? No.
I'm not looking at the feed. Give me a second. I'll take a look.
Still watching the fans spin. I don't see anything right now in the case. If we've seen something, we would definitely pipe it in here. That's the only reason that I'm playing this. Yeah, I'm not watching anything on the live feed. I promise you. I would have something.
Yeah, we're still
On a freeze frame of the
a freeze frame. We can't even see this fan spin.
Yeah, it's a capturing a moment in time. But moving right along, the prosecution gets the witness back after he's just been bludgeoned by Alan Jackson on the stand for like 2 hours, and he finally gets him back. They have a lunch reset, so they go to lunch, and he goes, "Look, dude, Jesus, here's how you're fucking supposed to answer. You didn't listen to none of the prep I told you. This is how you're supposed to answer these questions." So here they go. And this is at 2:24 and 12 seconds. 2:24 and 12 seconds. And here's what they come up with.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
Close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
Oh, watch this right here.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Oh, he's like, that would include John O'Keefe. He had self-defense training with the police department, right? And then you're like, oh, shit, that didn't sound good. Listen to it. You hear the air just leave him.
Now,
you're like,
about with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
I don't see any significance in that question.
well, he lied about it earlier and said that they weren't trained to fight in the police department at all. Watch this one.
We used to live 34 Fairview Road. What, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to?
He went to lunch and they just said that there's no phone service in the house. That's
oftentimes, using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was and it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
Is that
Look at him looking at the jury. He's like, yeah, so the phone doesn't actually work in my house. So my house is really considered to be a dead zone. I mean, fuck, dead zone. That shit didn't sound very good. That he's looking over at the jury like, fuck,
Well,
dude.
evidently not just for phones.
I know. It's like, you go to lunch and basically you come up with two things. Remember, you lied on the stand and you said that, yeah, you're in a fighting stance, and yeah, you learned how to fight in the police academy, right? They teach you how to fight. No, they don't teach you how to fight. Well, they teach you how to do self-defense. They teach you hand-to-hand combat. No. So now he's coming back after lunch and going, now they do teach self-defense in the police academy, but then he goes, and they taught John O'Keefe self-defense, and he's like, yeah. And then you see him just sitting there going, like, fuck, that didn't sound good. And then they lead up with and your cell phone doesn't work in your house. So even if they called you, let's make up this story. Your cell phone really doesn't work in your house. So you couldn't have really had a conversation. Oh yeah, my house is a dead zone. You're like, fuck.
I think Range from Range Minded Podcast says it best. His face says, F this, I'm tired of lying.
Look at him. Look at him looking at the jury. Look. Look at him looking at the jury. He's like,
And prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife.
the intimate moment you shared with your wife.
Recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time. Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened
So
sometimes and then it was closed.
since you got me lying like a motherfucker on the screen, in the testimony after lunch, he goes, well, we were having sex and I think I already had the phone unlocked. So that sounds a lot better of how I answered the phone and then somehow hung up after 22 seconds.
Closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you.
All right, we've got some movement on the fan.
It may
We
not
got a
have been.
Karen Reed live frame.
Okay, let's go here. Let's go here to Karen Reed, 100%. Dog, I don't have no movement on the fan. Which one are we at here?
I'm on the NBC 10 Boston. And audio. It's live. You still got it? No?
Give me 1 second. I got it right here.
Good morning, Joe. Before
You are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here.
Jackson's not there. What?
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case?
And it took him a long weekend.
Everyone said yes or nodded
Dude,
affirmatively.
you would think you'd want to
You
be there
also
for this
able
one.
to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Unetti's a 32-year veteran lawyer. Used to be a prosecutor. So he's a big dog, but he's not no Alan Jackson by any means.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
You would ask him how his weekend is, but you already know it was shitty.
So you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is Brian
Prior to
Higgins,
that
the
June 1st
ATF agent.
testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's going to hit him with something right here. I know it.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Give him a second to think about what the hell he's going to say here. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's probably better than the last guy for sure. Remember to breathe. Remember to breathe. They got you red-handed. Just don't worry. If you just stick to our story, you'll get out of this. You might not have a job at the ATF, but you'll go get out of this without going to prison.
If I may approach.
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right. So your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Permission to treat the witness.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would
asking
have,
you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well,
No, absolutely. That can't be the reason that
we
the
already
incriminating
talked
text
about the
messages.
fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used the passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
And then
trash.
you
That
also
wasn't
took
so
your
hard to
phone,
say.
Now, without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I
Did you
testified
drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base,
Did
yes.
you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
Believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
You had some incriminating shit on your phone, dog, right?
Important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kelvin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further. They're over there smiling. He just handed his ass.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance, again, was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road the fall later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Absolute bullshit. There's no evidence that he had that. He was driving something else.
Text communications between yourself and Miss Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means you do have motive to want John O'Keefe gone, right?
Ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday. There were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to the back there. specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
You weren't John's friend. You covered up his murder. What are you talking about?
The defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe. Would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
You found it hard to believe she ghosted you, so you have motive to want him
Reference
dead, right?
Going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It starts counting once you accept the
Seconds are
call.
ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so,
And
yes.
if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the form.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to the correction.
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Wall.
You didn't
Did
answer
you
the
ever speak
phone.
with
Let's
Brian Albert
figure how
between
to say
10
that.
in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Because that would look guilty as shit, like drinking all day and all night and then going to the police station to move around cars.
Brian Albert around that time.
No, I do not.
What car did you drive back to the crime scene in at the
Asked,
police station?
Some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. So when Karen Reed's car was brought into the Sallyport and your key card is swiping the Sallyport to go out there and get some broken taillight, you're saying that maybe you were just having a fucking conversation with somebody and that's why the Sallyport opened? Dude, this is complete bullshit. He had all weekend to come up with this bullshit story.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lord.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records. Objection. Formal question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day.
Who's investigating the murder that you did?
Entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
The day
It would
before.
have been, it was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and this only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Yeah. But you got a new phone the day before. You just disposed of it a month after.
Do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts. It's holding phone information itself.
Because I called the FBI crime
As far as photos or
lab.
videos or what, if anything, like that did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar,
Incriminating
food,
text.
something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Yeah.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
No, only the military bases where I throw away shit.
Sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a good story. There was no memories on the phone, just 2 years of videos and pictures. Nothing important. I just threw it in the trash. Just where Karen Reed thought I was hot. That's the only ones I wanted to show you.
Pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road. You didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
I would have drug him out of the house and put him next to the flagpole like he had an honorable funeral.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
This whole thing's complete bullshit, man. His parents have to know that he's involved. He gets rid of his phone. I mean, check this out. The court order says you need to preserve any kind of evidence or anything that you have. Preserve all of this, so nothing's destroyed. The day before, he gets a new phone with a whole new phone number. Then a month later, after talking to the FBI crime lab, his friend there, he just extracts a few things from it, and then he breaks it and tears it apart and puts one in one dumpster in the military base, and then he puts the SIM card, then he puts the phone in another dumpster in the military base, and he's trying to come up with this story of how this shit is normal. I normally just throw my trash at the military base. It's like, what? I mean, I don't understand that one. You don't have trash service at your house? No, absolutely not. Every time I had trash, I put it in my car and I brought it there. Another thing I think is cool, interesting, is he's talking about driving this Jeep with the snowplow that no one's seen. I think the reason why they're making up this story is because the snowplow driver drove by there and seen that there was a Ford Edge right next to the flagpole, and there was no body yet at 2:00 in the morning. And then he comes back there later and helps move the body. They don't want to talk to the snowplow driver. That's why he's saying that he had a plow.
That a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on?
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now,
Here we go.
With regard
Go ahead.
to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago.
might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
But you told the chief of
However,
police.
you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Because he was
Do you
proud of that
deny
one.
telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that. No.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
And you
All right.
testified that you did.
And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
If this federal agent is going to sit on the witness stand and say he does not know what a preservation letter is, that in itself is unbelievable. Feds cannot conduct an investigation in the modern times without a telephone. If you had a case that somebody was off the grid, they would be like cavemen. They wouldn't know what to do, just bump into walls. Preservation letters are sent out all the time.
That you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah. Yes. I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah. You look super
The
guilty.
Echo Pro Attachment Series. Gas-powered, battery-powered. 16 attachments for hedging, edging, trimming, tilling, cutting, blowing, paddling. Yeah, that too.
There's so much about this testimony that I don't even know where to begin. As a federal agent, as an investigator, preservation letters is one place we can start, I guess. It's very common for these to be sent out. Whether you're going to use them or not, you do it immediately because carriers and internet service providers aren't required to maintain records for a long period of time. They will roll that data back over because data storage is a big deal for them. But when you send a preservation letter, they will remove whatever's indicated in the preservation letter they will preserve it and wait on a subpoena. They won't necessarily give it to you, but they will preserve it. It's an order to preserve, and it can be issued by district attorneys. You don't need a judge to issue a preservation letter. It's done super frequently. In fact, it's not uncommon on an investigation for officers or investigators to send out preservation letters to everyone involves internet service provider, their phone provider, and any phone number they've got, whether they ever go back later and get a subpoena to actually gather that data. They send a preservation letter. For him as an ATF agent to say that he didn't know what a preservation letter was is unbelievable. Either he is a completely incompetent federal agent or he's bold-faced lying.
Well, Brian Albert testified that they both had a conversation about deleting their phone, which we'll show later. And then they both got rid of their phone the day before. Both of them got rid of their phone and deleted their phone the day before the order. It's like, how incriminating does that look? It's super incriminating.
No, yeah, and they knew the order was coming. All it takes somebody in the prosecutor's office to say that's about to happen.
100, dude.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. And by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they're about to go dark
so
on
10
us.
o'clock or so, we'll come back out.
All rise. So, goodbye. Well, I guess what we have here is we have a juvenile that's going to be testifying that doesn't want to be shown on camera because this is getting national news. And even if it didn't, you don't want a juvenile, up there getting this kind of harassment.
No, they have legal protections, whether this was national news or not.
So what do we think so far? Because you thought that Brian Higgins might go for a couple more days, and I told you about the cliffhanger about throwing the SIM cards in the dumpster. I mean, Range Minded Podcast brought out a pretty interesting topic. Like, he's allowed to go into the military base, or what's going on with this? I mean, any other news that we can enlighten here?
Since he's a federal agent, it's probably not. It's not uncommon they would have access to a federal installation. There's things like they can get fuel at locations like that. Other things, assets that are federal assets, they can go there to gather as they need. Now, putting your trash, here's another thing. If you take your trash and you put it into someone else's dumpster, that's illegal dumping. Somebody else is paying to get rid of your refuge versus you paying to get rid of it yourself through your water bill from your home. So that in itself is kind of dirty as well.
It's complete bald-faced lie. Like, you don't have trash service at your apartment, or now that you're living with a family member because you're not sure what's going to happen, that you never had trash service. You always took your trash to somewhere else. That's bullshit, dude. I don't know who's
it's also illegal. I can't go take my trash and go put it at the grocery store's dumpster. They're paying to get rid of it, so I'm putting mine. They pay by the pound, so I'm putting my trash in there. It's actually an offense.
Yeah, 100%. And then here's another thing that we haven't really touched on. If you're not familiar with the story, he's at the funeral the day before. He's up all night. He's at the funeral. They drive to the funeral. They come back from the funeral. He's talking to Brian Albert. They're in the bar. They're sitting here fighting and grab assing and doing fighting moves in the bar. They had him on video. And then they go from the bar to another bar. Then they go to Brian Albert's after party. And then as soon as he leaves the after party after drinking, he testified, and everyone testified they had about 10 drinks. So then he drives to the police station drunk, of course, and he's sitting there, moving cars around, and then he's up. He doesn't sleep at all. Like, when people say, how the hell do you sleep at night? He didn't. I mean, after witnessing that murder, would it be normal to go home and just go to sleep? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've never had that experience, but I would imagine that that would make sleep more difficult.
Yeah. I mean, we all have a story of something tragic that happened in our life where it was like, oh my God, I know that you have. I know your personal story. I know that you've had a moment where it was like, you cannot sleep after this traumatic experience. I think pretty much everyone's been through something. But he doesn't sleep. He just goes back and works on his day off at the police station. And every time they have this key card that hit the Sally port or whatever, it follows up and aligns with his phone records where he calls Brian Albert. He goes into the chief of police office with his key card, talks with him for a second. 2 seconds later, he's calling Brian Albert. They put it together in Friday's testimony where they have him red-handed, and the best defense they can come up with is what you just seen right there, where he said, all this bullshit. Oh, you don't have trash service. That's why you did it. None of that shit makes sense. He's clearly lying.
None of it makes sense. Getting rid of the phone doesn't make sense. And go back to, he goes to the kiosk and he pulls off the text message between him and Karen Reed. You got to remember, he knew that there's no way to hide that because the person who has that is probably kept those text messages, which is Karen Reed. So he gave them what they knew they were going to find, and he got rid of the phone of anything that wasn't known by law enforcement. So, are there any text messages between him and Brian Albert?
So when you delete the phone and smash the SIM card, you can see that there was a call, but you don't see the text message because all that's been destroyed.
Correct. You'll have the metadata that a correspondence through a text message took place, but the content of that message is not available if you get rid of the phone, and the preservation letter didn't hold that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's interesting, like, if you were innocent, I can see that there might be some stuff you're not proud of and some searches that you've done on the internet that you don't really want people to know. I think anyone can identify with that. You have your deepest, darkest, things that are brought to light. You don't want that. But to talk to an FBI crime lab to figure out how to successfully get and extract things off your phone and delete your phone so no one knows, just like a couple days later, a week later, dude, that's it's kind of hard to explain your way around that one.
Yeah, he's got a lot of problems on explaining a lot of stuff here. You know what? I'm surprised the defense didn't keep him there longer. I wonder if they plan on calling him back, or if they've gotten everything that they want out of him.
Or I wonder is because Alan Jackson's not there today that they said just ask him a couple questions and then move on to the kid, and then I'll be back tomorrow.
Well, they've released him as a witness on the prosecution. It'd take the prosecution to call him back. Now, the defense could call him back as a defense witness.
But I think as far as the prosecution calling their witnesses, I think the defense has done a great job with each and every person of doing a clear, reasonable doubt that she did not back into him. Everyone looks terrible. The defense has done a great job so far.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. And you and I have had this conversation offline, is that's all the defense is trying to accomplish here is reasonable doubt. They're not trying to solve the crime like we see in Perry Mason, where the defense attorney will prosecute the bad guy on the witness stand in someone else's trial. That just doesn't happen. But I think the state, I mean, if the defense hasn't gotten there yet, I think they're right on the verge of the jury having a very difficult time finding her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, 100%. So this Michael Proctor, that this is the family friend that's actually doing the investigation. He is currently being investigated by the FBI, or the feds are now investigating him. And they last week they did have a vote to do a complete audit of the Canton Police Department, Massachusetts, to do a complete audit based on the testimony we've already heard here. So that might uncover some things too, because this whole thing is fishy. How could they not do an investigation after hearing all this?
Well, and the truth be told, on the Canton Police Department, between the time of this incident and now, everyone, including the police chief, has resigned, with the exception, I say everyone except for literally one officer, has resigned, to the point where the county had to come in and pick up calls for service. I think they've since the last article I read, I think they've hired 2 or 3 new officers that are Canton police officers, going to try to run calls for service in the city, but it's decimated the police department.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It goes back into beyond this case. They found evidence of missing narcotics or controlled substances out of the evidence room, guns out of the evidence room. There's a whole lot of indicators to show that this police department was, at minimum, poor management, at worst, corrupt.
From the very beginning to the very end, the whole thing's bad. But the part that's the most incriminating, that really gives you a timeline, is when Jennifer McCabe did the Google search, where it has the Apple iWatch metadata that she dropped off to 2 people. She goes in her house. She goes up the stairs to her bedroom, and she does a Google search, Haas long to die in cold, at 2:27 a.m. That's probably the key that really broke everything open. It's like, why the hell would she do a Google search, Haas long, well, she misspelled it, but it's like, how long to die in cold? And then these guys, they have their phone records where they're also calling right at the same time and talking with each other. The body's found at 6 o'clock. And then Jennifer McCabe does another Google search trying to do Haas long to die in cold, but she misspelled it the wrong way. And then she did another one, Haas long to die in cold. She misspelled it the right way. And then as soon as they find the body, and like 5 minutes after that, she does another Google search, how long does it take for food to digest, which is the information that they needed to determine the actual time of death. And when they found him, he was still alive. And this is at 6 o'clock in the morning. he was still alive, and the time of death was actually in 7, but he was still coughing up blood and had throw up and stuff all over him. So that part was super fishy. But the part I think was the most fishy is they didn't find any broken tail light. They didn't find any of that kind of stuff when there's only 2 inches of snow on the ground. Later on, 2 hours later, the state police picked it up and Michael Proctor picked it up. But 12 hours later, you see that they found the broken tail light. This is when there's a foot of snow. They find the broken tail light on top. Dude, the broken tail light on top of the snow. And they drug the body out, but they forgot the shoe. They forgot the shoe. So they said, oh shit, take the shoe out there. So they got the shoe, the hat he was wearing, and the broken taillight. So Michael Proctor found, when there was a foot of snow on the foot of snow, the shoe, the hat that he was wearing, and the broken taillight 12 hours later. This is after a crime scene happens, and they search the whole entire crime scene. They don't find none of this shit. And then 12 hours later, they find the shit. It's like, can you believe this? It's like, no way, dude. You definitely had something to do with it. This is, I cannot believe it. And have you done it on this occasion? What do you do here, Lanu? Do you go back at this point and you question anything and everything they've ever touched and ever done?
Are you talking about Canton police?
I'm talking about anyone who's involved in this case that is clearly
100%.
I mean, the ATF agent, Michael Proctor, Alberts, anybody that's clearly lying. 1, do you think they should still have a job in law enforcement? And 2, do you have to go back and look at pretty much anything they've done? Because even the chief of police was lying. Obviously, they got him lying too. If I was sitting in jail or something on some stuff I thought was kind of questionable bullshit, I would definitely be reopening a case for sure.
No, absolutely. I think some motions would be filed on it. Investigation has to be taken on anybody that's in a public office that involved in this case. It's just too many weird things. Let's go back to Jim McCabe's Google search. Okay. This is your fanboy, or you're a fanboy of
Turtle Boy.
Turtle Boy. Let's listen to what he's got to say on this.
What's that time?
2:27. What's up with that?
So like 2:27 a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
The next morning,
dirty girl,
after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27.
Yes, you did.
Correct?
Again, absolutely
Look at
not.
that. She's like looking at the jury. You guys believe this shit. Bitch, they don't believe you.
Nervous, and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23
Nobody, Jen.
was Huss Long to die in CIPD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search?
Yeah, well, I
Right
see
there.
it. I see it.
Correct.
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
You see this first search that says Huss Long to die in cold?
Uh-oh.
So essentially, she said, "Oh yeah, I see that, but I reject your reality and replace it with my own."
Yeah, the forensic science, that shit's not very accurate.
I expect the defense to come back and beat that little piece right there to death with their own forensic experts showing. It's very difficult to say that your phone records. I mean, you got to remember, and it's not just for legal purposes, but there was a time when you had to pay per text messages. Our internet service providers and our cell phone providers, they're very good at detailing when you have action in activity on your device. They know it all, and it's recorded. There's not somebody there that's recording it just for yours. They're recording everyone's. It's for billing purposes and data purposes. So to say that 2:27 search didn't occur at 2:27, that their time is off, it wouldn't be just be okay. Let's say their time was off at whatever facility they recorded it, but you would see it being off on every other thing all the way through until the time was fixed. It'd be like not adjusting your clock for daylight savings time. Like in my car, depending on what time of the year you get into it, is whether the clock is right or not. Because I never change it. But that's what it would be like. It would always be off. It wouldn't be just this one text message or this one search there was a glitch in the matrix that made that time look like the search occurred 4 hours earlier than it actually did.
So basically,
no way.
When she was doing her Google searches at 6:20, when someone found out that they had done this, and Karen Reed went over there, she's doing CPR in the body, and then she's searching at 6:20 when this happened. That was the right time. So if that was the right time, then 2:27 is also the right time. Is that what you're saying? Right. Lenu. No, I feel what you're saying, bro. Yeah, the whole thing's a lie. And then also, there's something that, maybe we should take another look at is if you have a watch on your hand like this one, this is a Google Pixel watch, but if you have a Google Pixel watch or an Apple Watch or something that's for your health reasons, this Apple Watch is more accurate than GPS, or this type of Fitbit type of situation is more accurate than GPS. And not only does it know where you are, it knows if you went up flights of steps, down flights of steps. It controls your heart rate, where your positioning is inside of a house. So it gives a lot more information than just you were on or about this area right here. So when Jennifer McCabe, the story you're referring to, when she goes to her house, it shows that she goes up to her bedroom and does this search. And then you're thinking after a night of drinking, you're probably going to get some shut eye. No, she's sitting here walking all around, pacing back and forth all around the house all night until Karen Reed calls and says, "Where the hell is John?" She's like, oh shit, I'll help you look for him. So she jumps in the car with Karen Reed and someone else, and they're sitting here riding around the neighborhood looking for him before they finally ride down the street of where she dropped him off, and then there the body is. But they're asking, well, before I send her by there, you're going to take her outside. Well, how long does it take to die in the cold? Will he be dead? How long do we need to wait? And then I think if you do the Google search, Wikipedia says it's 30 minutes. But when they showed up, he still wasn't dead. So they put him out there. They didn't put him out there until 3 or 4 o'clock, or I don't know. He wasn't dead yet when it came out there at 6 a.m. So they put him out there pretty late.
Well, what do you think about what was their reasoning? And I missed this on the testimony. Maybe you've caught it. What was their reasoning not going back to the Albert house to begin the search? Why was that where the search was ended, looking for O'Keefe? I've heard that they thought maybe he was at someone else's house or something like that. Did you hear the testimony on that?
So basically, the house on Meadows Avenue is only 2 miles away from Albert's house, Brian Albert's house, and O'Keefe's house. O'Keefe's house is only 2 miles away. So just kind of weaving back and forth a couple streets on the way there. So basically, if he was like, you know what, she dropped me off, we're having an argument, I'm just going to go ahead and walk home. It's 2 miles away. I mean, it's not that far-fetched that he probably could have walked 2 miles. I mean, so I think that was well, maybe he walked home. Let's go see. I think that was the original thing. Or maybe he walked to someone else's house. Maybe he was on the street somewhere. Maybe he walked home and got hit. Basically what the truth is they were just trying to buy time. They were just trying to buy time. I mean, at some point, you're going to call and figure out where the hell your loved one is, because O'Keefe had his niece and his nephew that he adopted from his sister that had passed away. So he was taking care of them. And anyone who has children know that the kids need you in the morning because they got school the next day. They're going to wake up and want breakfast. And Karen Reed is not the babysitter. That's her boyfriend that has kids and stuff. And it's pretty documented that, she didn't sign up for that. So the fact that O'Keefe would not return home at 6 a.m. to help take care of the kids when they're waking up, that's weird. That's like, whoa, that's super weird. So that's when it's like, we need to go find him. And she sure enough did find him.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be weird if he killed him. I mean, it goes a lot of different scenarios. Hey, let's look at this is News Nation, but they're talking about Turtle Boy in this case. Give our folks that have been keeping up with the case, let's give them some of these milestone details in here.
Let's do it.
And the murder trial for a woman accused of killing her police officer boyfriend is underway in Boston. Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in a fellow police officer's yard in the snow 2 years ago. Police say Karen Reed ran him over and left him there to die. Reed's defense says she's being framed in a cover-up meant to protect a group of well-connected people. More witnesses set to take the stand today. Joining me now, a blogger and independent journalist who has been covering the story from the beginning, Aidan Kearney, also known as Turtle Boy. Aidan, you have published more than 300 articles on Reed's case. Your YouTube channel gets millions of views. This is one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you. You've been invested in this story from the beginning. Tell us how you did you first learned of Reed's story and why you chose to get so involved.
I first learned of the Reed story when I heard about a woman doing a Google search, a woman named Jennifer McCabe doing a Google search at 227 for how long to die in cold when she believed that John O'Keefe was allegedly back at home sleeping. I then did a deep dive and read all the court filings, particularly Alan Jackson's 92-page affidavit filed in April of 2023, and couldn't believe what I was reading. Normally, I'm pretty skeptical of conspiracies and cover-ups and whatnot, but the evidence in this was undeniable. I've never seen anything like it. It was a huge story. I honestly thought it would be one story and done, that the charges would be dropped against Karen Reed because the evidence is overwhelming that she's being framed. But the district attorney's office just kind of put their foot on the gas pedal and doubled down. And ever since then, we've uncovered more and more corruption and cover-up in this case.
And as you continued to dig, you ended up facing charges yourself, including witness intimidation. And you've even gone to jail to keep your sources and confidence secret. What's the deal behind that?
Yeah, that's correct. So in Massachusetts, they've attempted to call old school journalism witness intimidation now. I've gone up to several of the quote unquote witnesses in this case who the evidence shows should be suspects in this case because they were involved in the murder of John O'Keefe. And I've asked them questions. For instance, I went up to Jennifer McCabe and I asked her, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning? I called Michael Proctor and I left a voicemail for him. And I asked him why he didn't disclose that he is good friends with the homeowners whose lawn John O'Keefe's body was found on. And they called that witness intimidation. You're apparently not allowed to ask questions to witnesses in a murder case, even when evidence shows that they are clearly involved in a cover-up. So they've basically, I mean, the First Amendment is under attack here in Massachusetts with this witness intimidation statute. I was charged with, I don't even know, 16 felonies. I've lost count. There's a whole lot of felonies they've charged me with for journalism. And they revoked my bail on December 26th, and I went to jail for 60 days. I've never been convicted of a crime, and I did 60 days in jail. And you're right, I could have gotten out whenever I wanted in jail by taking a plea, but I refused to because the First Amendment matters, and Karen Reed is 100% factually innocent, and this is something I'm willing to not give up on.
I'll give the man some credit standing on his convictions.
Two things that really pop out at me immediately. What has been the response from her family, who I assume also believe in her innocence? And what are the three takeaways you want people at home to know as they continue to follow the story along with you?
Well, Karen Reed's family has been supportive of her. And, I've had contact with them here and there. They seem like a really nice family. Three takeaways that you can take away from this is that number one, Karen Reed is 100% innocent. Number two, the FBI is investigating the investigators. The Michael Proctor is under internal affairs investigation. That never happens, where the FBI investigates the state police in a murder investigation. And so we're probably going to see indictments down the line. And number three, the First Amendment is under attack in the state of Massachusetts because of this unconstitutional witness intimidation statute, which is being weaponized by those who hold power in order to silence an award-winning journalist for simply asking questions.
Aidan Kearney, Turtle Boy, I want to tell you that we here definitely believe that truth in journalism is the best disinfectant. Continued success with your investigation there, and let us know how it turns out.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, the Turtle Boy's on it. And I tell you what, as any kind of journalist or podcaster, whether it's We the People Live or Kingdom Radio Live or it's Night Court with Joe LaNue, the accomplishments that you would like to achieve at some point in your career is to have press credentials. You know, to go somewhere and be able to say, hey, my name is Joe Lanou with Night Court, and they give you press credentials to go places that only press can go. That is definitely a milestone that Turtle Boy has achieved. And his journalism on this case, I don't know that they would even have a case as strong as they do without his investigation, that the prosecution or the Massachusetts State Police didn't think it was a good idea to investigate anything other than Karen Reed backing into this person with her car. So,
well, back on Turtle Boy, you hear this a lot where they talked about it with Tucker. Well, Tucker's not a journalist. I mean, what credentials does one have to enjoy freedom of the press? We actually had a show on Night Court about this. Is what credentials, air quotes, does one have to be considered the press in accordance to U.S. law and the U.S. Constitution?
True. Well,
Nothing. There is no credentials. You speak your mind.
I've tried to get press credentials to the Houston Rodeo and stuff like that, where I can go in there and cover different events or, you know, whatever. And they're like, denied. No, you have to have, you know, these 5 links. You have to, there was a criteria that they recognize an actual, and I don't know if it's amount of viewers, subscribers. I don't know if it's the amount of exposure that you get for news or a history.
But it's not the government. The government is not going to recognize. There's
No.
no recognition from the government that you are press. You may go in. You're not press. You can't go in. And back to what he said, he asked witnesses, you know, Jennifer McCabe, hey, why'd you make this search? And he left a voicemail for someone else. Hey, why did you do this? If that is unlawful in the state of Massachusetts, then every reporter gaggle when Karen Reed's walking in and they're putting the microphone in their face, we've all seen them do it. Every one of those are guilty. Every one of those reporters are guilty.
True.
If they're going to try to convict Turtle Boy. And I'm not saying the man is 100% correct or he's 100% wrong. I do think the government has got a heavy hand there. They are definitely trying to sway this in one direction with their legal warfare. We've heard it before, but again, legal warfare is what they're throwing down on these folks. I was looking for, give me a second, let me try to find it. There is a video for folks that haven't been covering this. The broken tail light is a hinge pin in this case for the state. If you could find broken tail light lens near the body, then it's not hard to say that if you find the vehicle the broken tail light lens came from, then that vehicle was involved somehow or another in the man's demise on the front lawn. And that's what the state claims, is that some of her tail light lens is found near his body. In fact, some of it was found even after a large snowstorm, and somebody just driving by was able to just spot that at 40 miles an hour and slam on the brakes and find it. So it's pretty interesting. But there is some video of her leaving her house that morning to go look for him that is very interesting. Do you have that handy, or
I get it for you. Just give me 1 second. I'll get it for you. But yeah, the whole thing is whether the taillight was broken or not. If you look at the injuries on John O'Keefe, he has 2 black eyes. He has a laceration in the back of his head. If you were hit by a car with the taillight that's about your waist level, you think your legs or middle torso would have damage, but it doesn't. It's only his head, the back of his head. He would have had to, because he fell in the snow 12 feet away, he would have had to like bend over and get hit in the head by the taillight or something. I mean, and then even the Lexus dealership, when they interviewed the Lexus dealership, they said the polycarbon with the taillight is made, there's no way that you can run into a man that weighs less than 200 pounds or you can, there's no way to hit him at 6 miles an hour and break and crack the taillight the way that they're showing the taillight busted out. There's just no possible way that could have happened. But I will show you. Let's go into Turtle Boy has a great thing that you can watch right here, and I'll put it on just 1 second as soon as I find out which one it is. I thought I'd sent you one, but let me figure out where it's at. I think it's called Framed.
I'm looking at his channel now. I see some that are like 20 minutes. There's a 20-minute long one, 3 shocking developments.
I got it right here.
Hot boyfriend.
I got it right here. Let me get past the intro because I've gotten copyrighted like 8 times on Facebook over this.
Here's what I believe happened, and why I believe Karen Reed was framed.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do.
I know you do.
I have.
You think that you could outsmart Karen Reed? Did you? It's how can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you Googled that 227? On the morning of January 29, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside of the Canton home of Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert on 34 Fairview Road. O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, was charged with manslaughter after reportedly backing over O'Keefe with her car after she got into a fight with him and dropped him off at Albert's house after a night of drinking. She was castigated widely as a cop-killing villain, set to face decades in prison. But as it would turn out, at least a dozen people were in the house when John O'Keefe was being violently beaten to death before hatching an elaborate plot to frame Karen Reed for killing him. The cover-up was aided and abetted by members of the state police, the Canton Police Department, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. This is the story of one woman alone, facing down some of the most powerful, well-protected people in the state who sought to destroy her life and exonerate herself. This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Karen is an intelligent, successful accountant and college professor with not even a hint of a criminal record. She'd been dating John O'Keefe for several years and loved his niece and nephew, who he adopted after both of their parents, including his sister, passed away. She owned a house in Mansfield that was rented out, but lived with O'Keefe and his niece and nephew at his home on One Meadows Ave in Canton. O'Keefe was a well-liked veteran, 16 years on the force of the Boston Police Department. On February 2nd, Reed was charged with killing John O'Keefe, only with manslaughter though, and she may have actually believed she was responsible. 4 months later, in June, the charges were upgraded to murder, despite no real evidence coming out that added to the story. State Trooper Michael Proctor wrote the criminal complaint for her arrest, noting his 10 years of experience on the State Police Detective Unit at the Norfolk County DA's office. The charging documents state that Canton officers Seraph and Mulaney were dispatched at 6:04 a.m. on January 29th to 34 Fairview Road, where they found three females, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts, next to the body of John O'Keefe. Karen Reed was performing CPR. Jennifer McCabe is pictured in this photo on the right, next to her sister Nicole Albert, who is the wife of well-connected Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert. Brian is on the fugitive apprehension team. He is a trained MMA fighter, and he was featured on the cop show Boston's Finest. At 11:30 a.m. on January 29th, Trooper Proctor interviewed Jennifer McCabe and her husband Matthew McCabe, along with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, comfortably at the home of Jennifer McCabe. They told him that they were out at the Waterfall Bar in Canton, where Jennifer McCabe met up with her friend John O'Keefe and his girlfriend Karen Reed, who she did not know very well. The connection between them was that John O'Keefe's niece was good friends with Jennifer McCabe's daughter. Trooper Proctor was allegedly told by Jennifer that she saw Reed enter the bar carrying a vodka soda drink in a glass, which most bars would not allow, and indicated that perhaps she was drunk. The three grown adults in their 40s left shortly after midnight to go to an after party at Brian Albert's house. According to Jennifer, she got there first. At 12:30, she says that she witnessed Karen Reed drive up in her black Lexus SUV. Since O'Keefe only knew McCabe at this house, he texted her to make sure that she was there. Jennifer claimed that John O'Keefe never entered the house, so she texted him hello at 12:45 before witnessing Karen drive away in her black SUV. We would later find out that most of that was a lie. She told Proctor that she assumed that he and Reed decided to go home. Jennifer received a phone call from a distraught Karen at 4:53 a.m. looking for O'Keefe. Jennifer, who for some reason was still up at 4:53 a.m. after a night of drinking, told Trooper Proctor that she offered to help Karen look for John O'Keefe along with O'Keefe's friend Kerry Roberts, who was not at the house that night. Karen was hysterical and could not drive in her condition, so Kerry drove both of them. Jennifer claims that during the ride, Karen said, quote, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" She also told the state police that Karen's SUV had a cracked taillight. The two of them then jumped in Kerry Roberts' car and they drove back to 34 Fairview Road. When they got there, Karen immediately noticed O'Keefe's body outside, but the other two did not. This was part of the reason that Karen was charged. Trooper Proctor believed that Karen knew exactly where the body would be because she knew that she ran him over and left him to die during the middle of the snowstorm. We later recreated this scene at 34 Fairview Road. John O'Keefe was 6'2" 217 pounds. His body was found exactly 12 feet from the curb. There are no obstructions blocking anyone from seeing him. It would have been physically impossible for Kerry Roberts and Jennifer McCabe not to have seen his body because they were sitting in the front. They were also specifically looking for a body at that time. And somehow they claim that they did not see him, but Karen Reed did, and this ended up implicating her. O'Keefe's arm had 6 bloodied lacerations, and his eyes were swollen shut in black and blue. His eyelid had a cut on it, and his clothes were covered in blood and vomit. A medical examiner said that he had 2 swollen black eyes, a cut on the left side of his nose, a 2-inch laceration in the back of his head, and multiple skull fractures. There is no possible way that he could have these kinds of injuries from being backed into by his girlfriend's car, especially since the snow and grass would have comforted his fall. Kerry Roberts told Trooper Proctor that Karen Reed was drunk and hysterical when she saw her at 5 a.m. and stated that she was so drunk she didn't even remember going there. Kerry repeated the same story as Jennifer, that Karen made statements suggesting that she may have accidentally hit him or that he had gotten hit by a plow. At 4:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor claimed that he went to the home of Karen Reed's parents in Dighton and claimed to have observed her SUV parked in the driveway with a shattered taillight. We would later find out that this was untrue. Call logs from the Dighton Police Department show that Trooper Proctor actually called for a tow truck at 3:02 p.m. before he had ever allegedly even seen the broken taillight and thus would have no reason to tow the car. We also have footage from Karen Reed's parents' house showing the car being towed at 4:12 p.m. ADA Adam Lally would later blame that on daylight savings, even though Alarm.com automatically resets for daylight savings. This proves that Trooper Proctor was lying about what time he took the car, leaving him alone with the vehicle unaccounted for at least 1 hour and 18 minutes. Proctor interviewed her, and Karen denied bringing a drink into the Waterfall bar. She said that she dropped O'Keefe off at the party at 12:15, but since she didn't know anyone there very well, she was feeling sick, and she was a grown-ass woman in her 40s who doesn't go to after parties and play beer pong, so she elected not to stay. She lived with O'Keefe less than 3 miles away, so getting home wouldn't be a problem for him. Proctor claimed that Karen told him that she never saw O'Keefe go inside the house and had no idea how she had a broken taillight. Both of these statements made her look guilty. When she found O'Keefe's body later, his eyes were swollen and he was still bleeding from the nose and mouth. Karen attempted to call and text John O'Keefe multiple times after dropping him off. He would never not come home, knowing his niece and nephew needed him in the morning. Trooper Proctor asked her leading questions designed to incriminate her about whether or not she had ever been in an argument with O'Keefe, and there isn't a couple on earth that hasn't been in a fight before. So Karen felt it was normal to tell Proctor that they had an argument over breakfast. This is why you should never talk to police without a lawyer if you're a suspect in a crime. They are not there to be your friend. They are there to get you to say something that will lead you to being charged criminally. A Canton firefighter, who we later found out was good friends with Caitlin Albert, the grown daughter of Brian Albert, who was inside 34 Fairview Road the night that John O'Keefe was killed, was one of the first responders to the scene. She told Trooper Proctor that Karen said to her friend, "I hit him," quote unquote, several times, further incriminating herself. Proctor's report also states that 2 red pieces of taillight were next to O'Keefe's body, which was the final piece of evidence needed to charge her with manslaughter. Except in the original report from the Canton Police Department, it never mentions anything about any taillight, and only 2 inches of snow had fallen at that time. As a matter of fact, the only thing that they found were droplets of blood, which they kept in red Solo cups, and some shattered cocktail glass, which apparently Karen Reed hit him with before backing into him with her car and killing him. Sure. But Trooper Proctor never once mentioned that he was a close personal friend with the McCabe and Albert families, which were prominent names in Canton. Here's a picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing Trooper Proctor with Jennifer McCabe's children. ADA Adam Lally would later contend
The child that's depicted in that particular photograph is not one of the McCabe's children.
Oh, really?
McCabe's have 4 daughters. That's not one of them. It's a relative.
Indeed, he does have his arm around his niece. However, there are 2 girls in towels and bathing suits directly behind him who are, in fact, Jennifer McCabe's children. Here's another picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing her at a family party with Chris Albert, the brother of Brian Albert, directly behind her. Chris Albert was at the bar with O'Keefe the night he was killed, and he owns a local pizza shop in town called D&E Pizza. It's unknown if he was inside his brother's house that night because Trooper Proctor has deliberately prevented Google from sharing geofence data that could provide that information. Chris Albert lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton, 3 doors away from John O'Keefe, who lived at 1 Meadows Ave. Chris's son, Colin Albert, was an 18-year-old senior at Canton High School at the time of the incident and is confirmed to have been inside the house at 34 Fairview Road that night. Colin was a star football player at Canton High School and a notorious hothead. There are multiple videos that we have posted of Colin in which he's threatening rivals in town and even ends it with bang, bang, which apparently is supposed to scare you into believing that this man will kill you. 2 days after John O'Keefe died, the Canton High School Twitter account announced that Colin would be playing football at Bridgewater State next year. Colin is an out-of-control meathead who frequently was confrontational towards his much older adult neighbor, John O'Keefe. He constantly trespassed on his property, threw beer cans on his lawn. He is the prototypical jock who thinks that Shakespeare was a huge loser and infamously poses for pictures sticking either his middle finger up or his fist in the air while pounding down Dylan Mulvaney lights. Colin has anger issues and gets off on knowing that he comes from a well-connected family in town. His uncle Brian, of course, is a Boston police sergeant. His uncle Kevin is a Canton police officer. His father, Chris, was recently elected to the Board of Selectmen. Here he is on the left, pictured with his father and his uncle Brian on the far right. The man in the middle is his other uncle, Tim Albert, the family moron who takes pride in being from a well-connected family despite providing nothing of value to contribute to the family's brand name. Trooper Proctor's family knew Colin since he was a little boy. Here he is pictured with his Michael Proctor's sister once again. Here's another picture of Proctor's sister. She posted on Facebook from her 2012 wedding, showing Trooper Proctor on the far left and Colin on the right as a 7-year-old boy. They were both in the wedding party together. Not once did it ever occur to Proctor to mention that he was a close friend to a well-connected Canton family of cops and politicians and was investigating the death of a Boston police officer at one of their homes. He was in possession of all evidence to this crime and decided who would, and more importantly, who would not be investigated.
There is no conflict. Proctor is not conflicted in this case. I indicated that.
Colin Albert likes to get in fights and boast about it. A picture he posted on Visco shortly after the death of John O'Keefe shows his right knuckles covered in abrasions, indicating that he had punched someone or something recently. None of this has been made public, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office hasn't sent a mountain of exculpatory evidence to Karen Reed's defense attorneys until recently. This evidence that they've withheld includes DNA evidence from John's body that could prove whether or not a dog had bitten him, for instance, as well as a 2-minute video clip from the Canton Library, which would have shown whether or not Karen Reed's taillight was broken after dropping John O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road, because if it wasn't broken, that means that she didn't hit him with her car. This evidence proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that she had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, but suggests that Colin Albert, Brian Albert's German Shepherd Chloe, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and every other person in that house either witnessed or knew about the murder of John O'Keefe and conspired to frame Karen Reed after the fact. Unfortunately for them, Karen Reed is an extremely intelligent and well-resourced woman who can afford world-class representations. She initially had an attorney by the name of David Yannetti, a well-respected Boston lawyer with more than 30 years of experience, who used to be a prosecutor. However, Yannetti can only do so much, and Karen Reed quickly realized after time that she was up against some powerful forces and she would need more representation, particularly when it came to cell phone expertise, which a lot of this case hinges on. So she did some searching and she found a guy by the name of Alan Jackson from Los Angeles who had previously represented a man by the name of Kevin Spacey in Nantucket. Kevin Spacey was accused of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old bartender, but later we found out through the use of forensic technology that the quote-unquote victim and his mother had deleted a number of incriminating messages that showed that the boy was not actually a victim at all. Her attorneys filed a motion demanding a forensic audit of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's cell phones and for all communications before and after O'Keefe's death. However, to this day, they have not gotten Albert's cell phone. Jennifer McCabe, on the other hand, voluntarily handed over her phone, thinking that if she deleted enough information, no one would find it. And indeed, that initially worked. State Police Detective Nicholas Guarino claimed to do a full extraction of her phone, and nothing really incriminating came back. But it didn't smell right to Alan Jackson. So they did another search of her phone, and they hired a man by the name of Richard Green, an expert in his field. And Richard Green did a much more thorough and expensive search into Jennifer McCabe's phone. What they discovered in April was shocking. They found that the Norfolk County DA's office intentionally hid evidence showing that Jennifer McCabe had searched, quote, how long to die in cold, except she spelled it H-O-S, Hoss long to die in cold, at 2:27 a.m. on the night that John O'Keefe died. Well, how could she do that if she thought, why would she do that? More importantly, if she believed, as she told Trooper Proctor, that John O'Keefe had gone home and gone to bed, why would he possibly be dying in the cold? Unless, of course, the plan was to put his body in the cold so that he died from hypothermia.
How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you Googled that at 2:27? Any comment, Mr. McCabe?
Brian Albert was never questioned at his house, only at the McCabe's house, which was interesting because a dead body was found in his yard. Canton Deputy Police Chief Tom Keller happens to live across the street from Brian Albert on Fairview Road. He has a ring camera that would have picked up video of O'Keefe's body being hit that night.
That's the view it would have gotten.
That's the exact view. Wow. However, he told police that conveniently he did not capture anything of value on his ring camera. It was never subpoenaed. Jennifer McCabe not only searched for how long to die in cold, she also deleted all communications on her phone between herself, Brian Albert, and her sister, Nicole Albert. If Jennifer McCabe didn't think it was unusual for John O'Keefe to leave, then why did she stay up until 5 a.m. awaiting Karen Reed's phone call about John O'Keefe being missing? If Jennifer McCabe had nothing to hide, then why was she destroying critical evidence around the time that John O'Keefe's body was discovered? Why was Jennifer McCabe more committed to protecting Brian Albert and her sister Nicole, who was married to Brian? After O'Keefe got to Albert's home, he began texting McCabe to make sure she was there, since she was the only person he knew well, or at all. When he entered, he was surprised to see 18-year-old Colin Albert was there, who likely confronted him at some point and hit him, according to the theory proposed by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti in their court filings. Our sources believe that Brian Albert joined in on the beating, alarming his loyal German Shepherd, which immediately began to tear into John O'Keefe's arm. Despite being their family dog, Brian Albert got rid of Chloe and never explained where the dog went. The defense team has since filed motions to try to get animal control records about the dog, which for some reason the ADA's office objected to. Unfortunately for him, the defense won their motion and the records were impounded. And as I speak right now, they are still trying to get those unimpounded. A motion has been filed on June 7th for that. Definitely in that house that night were Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, friends of Albert Jr. named Julie Nagel, Emily Fabiano, and Sarah Levinson, and an ATF agent named Brian Higgins, who has an office inside the Canton Police Department. O'Keefe would make 12 at a minimum. We have one picture of Higgins with O'Keefe, who was with Brian Albert earlier in the day in New York, and they had driven back after a police officer's funeral there, and they've been very chummy since then. This means that all of these people either witnessed the murder or somehow had no idea that a murder took place in a house they were in, and they've said nothing. Not one of them claims to have seen a 6'2", 217-pound body lying on the front lawn after leaving. One witness named Ryan Nagel went to the home to pick up his sister Julie, who ended up staying there. He was the only witness who had no familial ties to the Albert, and thus no reason to frame Karen Reed. He said that he witnessed Reed outside of the house. They arrived on Fairview Road at basically the same time, coming from different directions. He yielded to her. He allowed her to turn right onto the street. Now, keep in mind, it was snowing and visibility was difficult. So Karen Reed pulled up in front of the driveway, and she claims that John O'Keefe got out and ran into the house. She then pulled up a little further along the left-hand side of the property and said that she was beginning to text him because he was supposed to text her back to let her know everything's all set, you can go home now. Ryan Nagel has all but confirmed that this is exactly what happened because according to his own testimony, he said that he didn't see any damage to her vehicle, never heard any screams, never witnessed her operating the vehicle erratically, and when he drove by her, most importantly, she was alone in the vehicle and her interior lights were on. Her hands were at 10 and 2, yet John O'Keefe's body was not on the ground, so where could he be if not inside the house? Additionally, O'Keefe's phone tracked him walking up and down the stairs, ascending and descending inside the Albert home from 12:21 rather to 12:24. Obviously, it would not show this sort of up and down motion if he was inside Karen Reed's car or lying on the ground outside the home. And remember, the cell phone says he's in there between 12:21 and 12:24. Jennifer McCabe said he did not arrive there until 12:30. State police in the DA's office deliberately kept all of this information from the defense, including Jennifer McCabe's incriminating Google search. Jennifer McCabe's cell phone analysis shows that she left the Albert house at 1:47 a.m. with Matthew McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson. Alan Jackson asserted in his filings that she gave the other two a ride home because they lived near Meadows Ave and she wanted to drive by John O'Keefe's house to see if Karen Reed was up to understand whether or not they had time to get rid of his body or whether or not she was up wondering where he was. So she dropped them both off at 2:27. Her Apple Watch recorded her going to her bedroom and Googling how long to die in cold, despite previously telling police that she assumed that John O'Keefe had gone home with Karen Reed. Why would she Google that if she thought he was home sleeping? A normal person after a night of drinking would be sleeping at 2:30 a.m. McCabe, instead of going to bed, elected to pace around her house nervously. That's what the Apple Health data shows, waiting for Karen Reed to contact her and ask where O'Keefe was. Somehow she anticipated this happening despite allegedly having no idea that John O'Keefe was missing. McCabe waited up for Reed because, number one, she needed to be with her when Reed discovered the body so that she could control the narrative with the police. And number two, she needed to put the idea in Reed's head that she might have accidentally hit and killed John O'Keefe while driving drunk and had no recollection of it. Reed truly believed that she might have done this and was distraught. His body was staged at the exact place where she was seen dropping him off before leaving. Although it is interesting that they claim that she did a 3-point turn, but only Michael Proctor claims that. He claims that Reed told him that she did a 3-point turn, except that makes no sense. That, of course, would be the only way that she could have backed into John O'Keefe is if she did a 3-point turn. If she just kept going straight south on Fairview Road, then she couldn't have backed into him. Both Jennifer and Matt McCabe claim that that is the exact direction that she went in, was south, that there was no 3-point turn. Despite barely knowing Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe gleefully jumped in the car with her and Kerry Roberts. It is believed or asserted by the defense that this intentional delay guaranteed that O'Keefe would be dead by the time anyone found him. Remember, how long to die in cold, and that he would be unable to tell the real story about what happened. It is important to point out that when John O'Keefe was put outside to die, he was still alive. They did this so that the medical examiner could say that one of the causes of his death was hypothermia. Remember also that Jennifer McCabe initially told investigators that Karen Reed brought in a drink from another bar to the Waterfall bar, which only a drunken, low-class individual would do. But Karen Reed had a good job and made good money. Why would she do such a thing? Nevertheless, McCabe successfully planted the seed in Reed's brain that she may have accidentally killed O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe also deleted phone calls to her sister Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08. Those are now gone. They were 7 and 9 seconds long, and someone answered that phone. Now, ADA Lally has since claimed that that's evidence that the calls went to voicemail, except only unanswered calls go to voicemail, and that makes no sense. This proved that McCabe had made them aware that there was a dead body outside of their house. There was not enough time for her to explain, oh my God, there's a dead body out here. I don't know what's going on, but there was plenty of time in 7 to 9 seconds to say, Karen Reed is here, don't come outside. This proved that McCabe made them aware that there was a dead body outside the house. Yet Brian Albert, a veteran Boston police officer and trained first responder, did not even come outside, despite the fact that there were a plethora of emergency vehicles, a lot of people making noises, blue and red lights flashing everywhere, and radios going off, and oh yeah, a screaming hysterical woman on his front lawn named Karen Reed. A broken cocktail glass was found next to O'Keefe's body, which Canton police initially said was the murder weapon. O'Keefe's body was clearly visible as not much snow had accumulated, yet McCabe and Roberts didn't see it. Only Karen Reed did. After notifying the Alberts about the dead cop on their property, Jennifer McCabe Googled, quote, how long does it take to digest food? 10 minutes after finding a body. The presence of food particles in a dead person's stomach helped pathologists determine time of death. At this point, Jen McCabe was panicking because she knew how suspicious suspicious. The how long to die in cold Google search was at 2:27 a.m. She decided to search for that same thing again after discovering O'Keefe's body, hoping that it would make it look less suspicious. And as this might be something a person might Google after finding a body outside. In doing so, she hoped that it would make the first search disappear. Unfortunately, she spelled the words wrong the first time she searched it, not even close to the original Hoss Long to Die in Cold. The second time, she spelt it the exact same way. Hoss Long to Die in Cold. Not how. This was intentional. She later told law enforcement that it was Karen Reed who told her to Google that. Luckily for McCabe, Brian Albert's brother is a Canton cop. His other brother is a selectman. His neighbor is the deputy chief, and the trooper in charge of the investigation was a close family friend who helped cover up the murder. It was going to be covered up regardless. When you thought that Jennifer McCabe couldn't get any lower, she also has been sharing fundraisers for John O'Keefe despite helping to cover up for his murder. Jennifer McCabe goes to every single court date. She comforts the family of John O'Keefe. She has John O'Keefe's badge number decaled on the back of her car. She has blue lights in front of her house and constantly wears thin blue line stuff everywhere. She is utterly shameless. Obviously, Jennifer McCabe did not kill John O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that, but Brian Albert, Colin Albert,
She's like the queen of badge bunnies in that town.
Colin Albert had the motive. McCabe was just the quarterback of the cover-up and seemed to want to protect Brian Albert more than even his own wife did. Take from that what you will. Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement, despite the fact that it was one of her own, their own rather, who was killed. According to Reed's defense attorneys, the original Canton Police Department report had been altered. In the altered report, it never stated the CERT team found the taillight at 6 p.m. after Trooper Proctor had taken possession of Reed's vehicle. The altered report also had a different cell phone number that McCabe called after finding the body, indicating that police were taking steps to make sure that Brian Albert was not in any way a suspect. New evidence has also shown that Albert rehomed the dog that attacked O'Keefe. He claims to know where that dog is, yet they won't tell the court where it is. In September of 2022, Reed's lawyers publicly accused the Albert family in open court of being implicated in John O'Keefe's murder, and they ordered them, through the judge, not to delete anything from their phones. 2 weeks later, Tim Albert, the Fredo of the family, posted a meme on Facebook stating, quote, "You don't fuck with my family," and that he won't hesitate to make you miserable if you do. Just a couple days after these filings were made in court, Tim Albert decided that it would be a good time in October to fill in his pool. Nothing shady about that. Tim is the loser of the family who seeks approval by virtue signaling about how loyal he is so that he can enjoy the fruits of the success while contributing nothing himself. This post was clearly a direct attempt to intimidate Karen Reed, her attorneys, and reporters like me who expose people like him for being dirtbags. After being accused in September by Reed's attorneys, Brian Albert immediately decided that it would be a good time to sell his childhood home, which had been in the family for almost 50 years. It sold rather quickly for $50,000 less than they were asking for it, and as a result was never searched by police, despite the fact that a Boston cop was probably murdered inside of it and was found dead on that property. The person most responsible for the cover-up is certainly Trooper Proctor, who failed to speak to key witnesses, protected his close friends, and never applied for geofence data that would show the identities of every person in that house that night. We later found out that he lied about what time that he arrived at Karen Reed's parents' house in order to have the car by himself for 1 hour and 18 minutes. We also found out that in his reports, he intentionally misspelled the names of at least 4 witnesses, including Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert, a woman by the name of Emily Fabiano, and Catherine Duty, whose father, Charles Duty, happens to be the town moderator and was the chief of the Canton Police Department at the time that John O'Keefe died. However, Brian Albert didn't mention until April of 2022 in front of a grand jury that his dog was aggressive and not great with strangers. Despite being at an after party, everyone at 34 Fairview Road fled the home within an hour after O'Keefe had arrived. Cool party. Remember, they allegedly had no idea he was dead, so why would they all leave the scene of the crime? They're there to party. Canton police used red Solo cups to store blood evidence at the scene of the crime, but did not discover any pieces of a broken taillight in there for a search. Remember, only 2 inches of snow had fallen by 6 a.m. when the Canton Police Department arrived. 2 hours later, the state police took over the investigation, and 12 hours later is when over a foot of snow had fallen, and boom, Trooper Proctor magically found not only pieces of taillight fragment everywhere, but John's other missing shoe, which was not there at the time of the first search by the Canton Police Police Department. So then how did Karen Reed break her taillight? Well, Ring surveillance video from Reed's home shows her backing into O'Keefe's car and slightly hitting it on the way to search for him. On the way out, you can see that the taillight is slightly cracked, although certainly not shattered. It is believed that during that hour and 18 minutes, Trooper Proctor had the car unaccounted for. He may have smashed it up a little bit more. So how did they find all these pieces of taillight if the Canton police did not find any? Well, that would be Trooper Proctor, who, as I stated, was able to have the car unaccounted for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Luckily, they found it the second time. They just decided to search the scene of the crime on a hunch. And even more remarkably, Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz also decided to go to the scene of the crime on a hunch on February 4th and noticed more pieces of the taillight from his moving vehicle. Berkowitz had been called by ATF agent Brian Higgins, who was in the house when O'Keefe was murdered immediately after the killing. Brian Higgins turned out to be a good friend of Ken Berkowitz and helped organize his retirement party several months later, which Brian Albert also attended along with District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Trooper Proctor also went out of his way to make sure that Google didn't send him all the geofence data that the defense had requested. Karen Reed appears to be a completely innocent woman.
Tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Wrongly charged by corrupt cops who would see her rot in prison in order to cover up a murder of a fellow police officer. If she didn't have the resources, then none of this would have come out. Trooper Proctor and the district attorney's office went out of their way to make sure that evidence that they knew would exonerate her would never be given to the defense team. As a result of O'Keefe's niece and nephew, whom she loved as her own, now believe that she killed their adopted father. Trooper Proctor, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins all deserve to spend time in jail, and two of them at least should be charged with murder. The Canton police chief and deputy chief should both be fired, but as I said, Ken Berkowitz decided it would be a good time to resign after this. We hope that Karen Reed sues all of these people after she's exonerated and that the bad guys go to jail. Every single person in that house should be charged with obstruction of justice as they witnessed a crime and never reported it. They all lied. There is no possible way that they could not have seen a body on the way out. There's no possible way. So either the body was not there, in which case Karen Reed did not strike him, or they are all lying to the police. You pick which one they're doing.
So yeah, that's a scathing report against the state for sure. But I think Turtle Boy has not been a fan of the prosecution, the state, or the city of Canton thus far.
Yeah. You know, I thought something interesting was when they're talking about the dog. You know, the dog, it was like a month later. I have the testimony and I have the timestamps. I can show you that one in just a second. And once again, if Court TV does come back, we will go back to the live on Court TV, but they're interviewing a minor and there's nothing being showed or heard. But the dog actually a month later attacked another dog out front, killed the dog, and then there was two ladies with the dog. He attacked both of these ladies and sent both of them to the hospital, and that's when they decided to get rid of the dog Chloe. It's German Shepherd mixed with something else, but very aggressive dog, especially to strangers. What's up, John? We have John from 2A Talking Tactical here to share some insight, former police officer, so he has a little bit of insight about how investigations go and how police work goes. What do you think so far about this police work that we're seeing here?
Oh, excuse me, I was muted. Well, from what I've been able to catch up on, I mean, it was kind of shabby police work as far as the evidence collection went and all that bunch of jazz. But after watching Friday's testimony with
Brian Higgins,
with Mr. Higgins, the plot thickens. I'm sorry, but I'm looking at him now.
Well, I think initially I looked at, and this is something we talked about on our Night Court show, where John's a co-host with me. Is it incompetence? Is it just police officers didn't do a good job on the investigation, or is it a criminal conspiracy, a true cover-up? In other words, a willful neglecting of collecting evidence, or a willful pushing the narrative away to protect someone, which is criminal. Incompetence is incompetence, criminal is criminal. But the more I hear on this, especially with Higgins' testimony, he's an ATF agent. I know where he goes in his training as an ATF agent. They are pretty decent investigators when it comes to like doing a crime scene. For him to say that he wasn't sure what a preservation letter is got to be a ball-faced lie. It is something that basic investigation. If you were to walk to your local police department in small town, wherever where there's two cops that work there, and you were to file a complaint for terroristic threat by someone sending you text messages, the first portion of that is to send a preservation letter to the carrier to preserve that evidence so that if the case goes any further, you can get a subpoena and pull that to make your evidence for your case. It is a very basic, super basic tool used by investigators. It would be like him saying that he did not know how to use latex gloves. Well, I didn't know how. They gave me latex gloves, but I've never put them on, so I didn't understand. So I didn't know when to use them. Bullshit. He knew exactly what a preservation letter. For him to say that on the witness stand is anything else he's got to say in my mind, I can't trust.
No, 100%, dude. I mean, are you trying to say right here? Are you trying to say that the ATF would teach someone about this basic stuff? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that you don't have to be a federal agent to understand a preservation letter. I'm saying it is a basic investigation tool. It is so basic. We used to make jokes. Now I worked narcotics and worked on a DA task force back in 2000, 2004, 2005 to 2012 or so. And we used to make a joke that if you couldn't get phones, in other words, phone data, and you couldn't come up on a wire, then the feds weren't interested in an investigation. If you could not get into electronic surveillance and data capture through a FISA warrant, then it wasn't a federal case. They left it up to the states. We had to do the old-fashioned surveillance, sitting on houses and doing that kind of stuff to gather information. Whereas if it was a federal case, they weren't interested. They understand the cell phone is a super great tool for the feds. There's been legislation that was passed in like 2008, 2009 that required every cell phone in the United States to be sold with GPS data, whether you paid for the service or not. That wasn't for your safety. That was so that when they file these warrants, whether you're paying for the GPS data or not, the federal government can still get your GPS data off your phone. They have the Congress and on the federal level, they have placed so many things attached to cell phones that are able to be sold in the United States purely for investigative purposes. So you can tell me this guy doesn't know what a preservation letter is to be able to go back and get that? Bullshit. There's no way. It's taught.
And I can't help but think, especially with his position at the ATF, and now being on an administrative type duty, that somebody's not. I mean, they're watching this, and for him to say that, what does that say about him as an ATF agent? You don't know what a preservation letter is. You don't need to be in this job.
No, I agree. Now, Lisa Bellinger, she's actually in Massachusetts. She says there's a history of intentional tampering by Canton police, and she's right. I read a article recently. Since this incident happened in January of 2022, there was some uproar about the local police there from the citizens, and they voted for an audit. But also during that time period, you had the entire police force, with the exception of one officer, that quit. They all resigned almost at the same time under some allegations of missing narcotics evidence, drug evidence, and maybe some actual guns being missed or missing out of the property room. There was a mention by the local sheriff there that said they picked up the call for service. In other words, the county come in and picked up call for service. Somebody has an emergency or a call. My bike got stolen. It's the county officers that are taking the calls there in Canton. But they had in the end of the article, it said that where the sheriff made mention that now they've hired two folks that the sheriff's office himself has helped vet up, that they believe these are good, solid officers, and they hope that they will help alleviate the county's need to take calls for service inside of Canton. But Lisa's right. There is it's not just this case. There's a lot of history there on not so great law enforcement service to the people of Canton.
Not so great seems like a compliment.
Really.
Yes. Well, I don't want to be indicted like Turtle Boy if I say something bad against the government. I wouldn't want the government to come in and treat me as they should for me being belligerent towards the omni and benevolent government of Massachusetts.
So here's a little bit of a monkey wrench. And I've actually heard this from one of my retirees this morning. We were briefly talking about it, and that actually worked in CID, Criminal Investigation Division. And he said, what, somebody could make the argument, them getting solo cups and brown paper bags from the neighbors. What about? I mean, do you look at evidence contamination? Because clearly this, the bags may not have been new, or maybe they were, but I mean, you just have no control over that, where that bag and solo cup has been. I mean, who's to say it wasn't used and washed with Dawn dishwashing detergent? And I mean, the point is, do you have evidence contamination?
True.
It's outside of the law enforcement realm.
I think the theory is that they were inside the house playing beer pong. And that's a common game that, younger kids play and stuff. But they're inside the house playing beer pong. And then after they beat the shit out of him and he hits him in the back of the head with maybe like a lifting weight or something, then all of a sudden he's bleeding, and they're taking these red Solo cups and they're collecting the blood. And then they said, oh, no, I got that from, when he was outside. So they were trying to keep it from spilling on the floor, which they ended up replacing the basement floor. And the brother, Tim Albert, the brother actually filled in his pool. I guarantee that concrete basement floor, pieces of that is in the back of that pool. I think their dog is also in that pool. And I think some of this stuff that they didn't want it to see, I bet you is in that pool that they filled in. I bet you if you excavate that pool, you're going to find some hidden treasures for sure.
Well, and I was looking at the photo of the back of his head. You would think if somebody was hit in the back of their head with a vehicle, you would have some bruising to one side or the other of the laceration. I did not see that. So it's almost like the trauma was directly on. It wasn't like a glancing blow, so to speak. So back to your point, was it a barbell,
Well, let's go back to another point on that. There wasn't an extraordinary amount of blood found in the snow where his body was found. Now, a scalp wound, for those of us that have been around one, knows that it's going to bleed profusely. It's going to bleed quite a bit. So there was some blood. There had to be some blood loss with the injuries, more than what they found around the body. But Lisa brings up another one. Question should be posed: did the DA's office investigate anybody else other than Karen Reed? I would say no, not in the manner that they should have aggressively. I don't believe that they looked at any other possibilities outside of Karen Reed striking him with a vehicle, leaving him for dead.
Yeah. And in another autopsy photo, on the side of his right eye, he's got a pretty good amount of blood come from his right eye. That takes a hell of a hit. And I'm sorry, I just don't see that coming from.
Well, now I'll go with this: blood from the nose and blood from the eyes. When you have brain swelling, that it can come from the fact that your brain's swelling, breaking vessels and causing stress in the eyes and breaking vessels to bleed. Same with the capillaries in your nose. So I would say that those injuries could be consistent with a closed head injury, but that wound on the back of his head, that's a serious wound. If you see that in the autopsy photos, that's a serious wound. It's going to bleed while the heart's still pumping.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he had multiple skull fractures, not one, multiple. So you got hit by a car that's doing a 3-point turn in the snow in this little street. So you get backed up. 3-point turn is the only way it could have happened, the police allege. And you hit him so hard that it knocks him 12 feet off into the grass that has snow on it. And you have multiple fractures on your skull. You have the dog bites that are all over his arm. You see that all over his arm. and the prosecution is saying it's from road rash. It's like I don't even see. And both of his eyes are black and blue, like he just got in a fight. And there's a cut on one of them. Both of his hands have bruises on it, like self-defense, and his other hand has a cut and also bruises all over his hands. How the hell do you back into someone and you have bruises like that? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't think the injuries are consistent with the state's narrative. And Lisa, again, and folks, I keep reading Lisa's comments because, like I said, she is actually in the area and she has even a little more insight on just Massachusetts justice system, which we've done some shows on Night Court about that, where there's some things that make you go, what's going on in the state where the Liberty Tree grows? It's actually quite concerning. But she says she thinks the DA's office needs to be audited. I think that the people in Canton need to vote every one of these folks out and try again, is what I think.
You know, whenever you have let's say, there's a police officer that's been killed. We'll use the phrase cop killer. There's a cop killer. To have the whole entire community come out and support the person that's allegedly a cop killer, that's weird. That the whole entire community, well, not the whole entire, but mobs of people, a big group of people is going to support the alleged cop killer. Something's up. Something's up there, man.
I honestly, I'm less concerned about the cop killer portion of that. How many crimes or how many people in Canton under the administration of this DA and the multiple police agencies, they've had several chiefs, so it's not been one regime that's had these issues. How many people are either wrongly convicted or the perpetrator of their crime is never found for one, either incompetence or just a purely corrupt agency? This is the one that's drawn our attention, but it's not the only one. If they're doing it on this case, they've done it on others.
Oh yeah. Now, John, if you have somebody that clearly for a fact they're guilty, but you have some evidence, but you probably could use a little bit more. Are you thinking about maybe if I just plant this one little thing that can kind of put a bow on this? I mean, is that something that runs through your mind or no?
I see where you're going, but no. I mean,
100% no. 100% no.
100% no.
Here's the problem as a cop. Now, let's take away the moral portion of that, or the pride that you're a law enforcement officer and you seek the truth to be an investigator if you're an investigator. Take all that out. Just the mechanics of it. It is a very, very poor decision, because once you commit that, if you're wrong, it's there forever. It's there for examination forever. It's there for others to poke around forever. And if it's there's no way you can ever remove yourself from it once you put yourself into it. And that's a part of what investigators learn in some of their classes and detectives, if you will. Some agencies call them detectives. In my agency, we would call them investigators. But one who does these, there's very specific on what traffic you have on your phones. Let's take this case. I pull up there and I know Albert. He's somebody that's a police. It's police community, so I know him. I'm a cop. He's a cop. We know each other. It's not uncommon. But that is something that I would make abundantly clear up at the beginning, that I do know him. That would go up the chain of command for somebody to make a decision on whether or not we should be investigating this or not. But I would have to keep it. Not that they're the appearance of wrongdoing is just as solid as actual wrongdoing in a situation like this. I guess what I'm saying, the appearance, the agency should have insulated this and done this differently. There's even been cases where agencies from out of state in certain situations have come in and conducted these investigations just to show that it's an unbiased investigation. And it wasn't absolutely, didn't even attempt to be done on this. It's horrible.
Yeah, veteran LT3 has a little something to say. If they find the investigation was either fouled up or corrupted, could that lead to others that have been convicted by this DA to appeal their own cases? I would say 1,000% on that.
I would say if I was sitting in jail, whether I was guilty or not, I would already filed some appeals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, you can ask us, Lisa, but from what I understand, they've already agreed and had a vote to audit the Canton Police Department. That's already been done. And there's a federal investigation that has already begun as this trial started. And as the testimony's coming out about Michael Proctor, there's already a federal investigation into Michael Proctor. Which
Okay, let's be clear on that. There is not a federal investigation against Trooper Proctor. There is an internal Massachusetts State Police investigation against Proctor. There is a federal investigation into, I believe, Higgins' participation in this, but I don't know of any other federal investigation that's been attracted to this case. But it's early after this case, especially she's found not guilty, which I believe she will be. But let's say she's not. But let's say if she is, this is going to stimulate an entire probe into that. The magnifying glass and the searchlight on Albert, Proctor, Higgins, and even McCabe's is going to intensify, in my opinion.
Let's take a look, if you don't mind. It's just a short little clip from the news that they were saying just what I just said about Proctor's under federal investigation. Let's listen to this together.
Quit.
Case against Karen Reed, which is the initial case we're talking about here. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Saperson in from Melody.
And I'm Colton Bradford. So the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case here is now the subject of an internal investigation by Mass State Police. Our Alicia Palumbo has the details.
Massachusetts State Police confirming the lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder case, Trooper Michael Proctor, is under investigation for a potential violation of department policy. While they're not commenting on what may have sparked this internal investigation, and they say Proctor remains on active duty, we know it came to light just one day after a bombshell hearing in the case against Reed. Reed is charged with second-degree murder in John O'Keefe's death, accused of striking her Boston police officer boyfriend with her SUV in 2022. Thanks in part to information stemming from a federal investigation of this case, Reed's attorney alleged Proctor never fully disclosed his personal relationship with multiple people involved in the case. That includes the Albert family, who lived at the home on the property where O'Keefe's body was found. In fact, just days prior to O'Keefe's death, Proctor had allegedly asked the Alberts to babysit his child.
Michael Proctor is so connected to the Alberts that he was entrusting them, or willing to entrust the Alberts to be caregivers for his toddler child.
Text messages from 3 days after O'Keefe's death also allegedly showed the Alberts offered to send Proctor a thank you gift, quote, when this is all over.
So now we have the lead investigator from Massachusetts State Police literally discussing the exchange of gifts between the Albert family on the one hand and the Proctor family on the other hand as a thank you, their words, for helping the Alberts out of a jam.
Criminal defense attorney Ben Urbella says with Proctor's ethics being called into question, the entire case will face additional scrutiny.
I think that when you have the lead investigator who allegedly found all of these most critical pieces of evidence to be compromised due to his personal relationship with the Albert family whose home it was, there's going to be a lot of problems at trial for the Commonwealth.
In light of the recent developments in this case, we're told there's a large protest planned here outside the Norfolk DA's office for 3 o'clock this afternoon. In Canton, Alicia Palumbo, NBC 10 Ball.
So I don't know if
tell me again where they said that Proctor was under federal investigation.
So I think they said that the feds are investigating it. I don't know that they said that the feds are investigating Michael Proctor specifically, but he's the one that found everything, and he's the heart of the case and the case corruption as far as where he's the one that filed the charges and everything like that, and he's the one that found the evidence. So if the feds are investigating this case, they're definitely investigating the tampering and the misconduct of Michael Proctor. But I don't know that it said they're investigating him specifically, but the Massachusetts State Police is investigating the case too, and Michael Proctor's involvement.
What I've read on the Fed's involvement this far is their ATF agents' involvement in it. Now, all this, like I say, once and you may see there's some be reluctance on agencies, both at the state and federal level, to initiate any hardcore investigations while this trial is going. But after this trial is over with, where their investigation wouldn't influence the outcome of it, I see it. In fact, if it doesn't go full steam ahead, a full investigation, not only state police, but the Canton Police Department and maybe even Boston Police Department with the officers involved here, then I say that's a miscarriage of justice. And once again, our government not doing things to protect the citizens, but they'll go to the nines to protect the government.
Now, this is a major court case that is like national news, and it's becoming more and more national news by the day. I hate to compare it to the O.J. Simpson trial. That was just
let's not then.
But I hate to compare it to that one. But when O.J. Simpson was innocent or not guilty, when he was not guilty, you weren't looking for the real murderer. You weren't like, oh, let's find out who really did it since he was innocent. You knew he did it, but he got off for whatever reason. This one's different. This one, you know clearly that Karen Reed didn't do it, but you got to get justice for John O'Keefe. You can't just say, oh, well, we tried to get her and that didn't work, so let's just give up. She can sue the county and whatever, but it's over. She was the one, but she was innocent. Let's just move on. I don't think this case is like that.
I agree. I agree with you. By the way, O.J. Simpson did continue the search until his death. He looked for the real killers.
So get out of here, dude.
Yeah, I've seen interviews where he said he was actively looking. He would find it, but unfortunately, cancer got him.
In the mirror, you mean he was looking in the mirror? Like, I was looking in the mirror for the person who killed.
Cancer got him before he'd own in on the one-armed man.
He was close. He told me so. He told me himself he was close.
And I think on this one, quite sadly, it's been so long. There's been so much, and these are cops. They know how to cover up. They know what evidence to get rid of and make things shady. I don't think you will find any justice for O'Keefe. I don't think that they can go back in time and reconstruct this to be able to put together and tell a real cohesive story. It's one thing to say, well, he probably went in and he probably, like Turtle Boy does, he was probably encountered by this guy first who'd been throwing beer cans in his yard, and there were some words exchanged, and then this fight ensues. It's one thing to be able to say that type of conjecture and put it out in the public sphere. But it's a lot different when you go into court. None of that. It would all be hearsay. You don't know. There's no foundation. There's no evidence to support that, because the physical evidence that you would need, the blood that come out of that scalp wound, the physical evidence that you would need inside the house is probably no longer there.
Well, I think the one thing that you do have is you have the DNA that's on the body. If Colin Albert, you're referring to the kid, if Colin Albert was hitting this dude, he's going to have his DNA on this body. So if you do the autopsy report and you have the body and you have some of these things and you're doing the DNA evidence, you're going to find something that's saying someone else is involved. It wasn't from a car. So you have that. And also Michael Proctor, one of the things that he was avoiding is the Google Geo data that would show anybody who's actually in the house. They completely objected to that and they refused to go get that, but that is available, that someone can get that. And that would also open up a lot more about, hey guys, I know that you all been testifying that he never came in the house, and there's 10 people that stick into that same story, but I got proof besides the Apple Watch that says he went up 3 flights of stairs and he was in there. Besides that, I now have more proof that he was in the house. So can you please stop telling this bullshit lie and start telling the truth? He was in the house. What happened? But that will come out later. It might even come out in the defense. But to block the Google Geo data about who was in the house, I mean, the whole thing, that's all fishy. You know he was in the house. How do you get the dog bites? You know he was in the house. Yeah. Come on.
Well, now you got to remember, medical examiners saying those are not dog bites.
I know.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. So I would be curious to see what her first autopsy or medical examiner report was, because she said that she had to go back and redo it. So what did the first one say?
Well, now remember too, that's not uncommon for a medical examiner to go back, and it's an open investigation. An ME is considered an investigator. A medical examiner is considered an investigator, and their autopsy report is an investigation. So it's not uncommon to go back and more evidence come to light, or I've decided this after more consideration.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying I would like to know what it said first.
Yeah, the cause of death. I've seen the death report. Is that right? The death report,
autopsy report,
death certificate. Excuse me, the death certificate. It did say the cause of death was from blunt force trauma and hypothermia. So the fact, because he wasn't dead yet when they put him out there. So hypothermia was one of the causes of death, which is the only cause of death that really kind of tie into the story. But the thing that was interesting, I don't know that this is a major confliction, but it sounds like it. They told her the narrative before she started on the autopsy. This person was hit by a car.
Yeah.
And, instead of her coming up with her own conclusion and see if that matches with their narrative.
But that's not uncommon with an Emmy. They will do or do an interview with law enforcement typically when they do on intake. So that's,
Well, and I've known them to do it before intake, and I'll just stop there.
This is called Fox watching the hen house.
Well, Lisa also says that prior to being the DA, Morrissey was a state rep in Norfolk County from 1977 to 1993 and a state senator in Norfolk County from 1993 to 2011, which he became DA in 2011. I'm not sure, that may be some local politics stuff. I'm not sure how that actually plays into it, but I think the DA is the elected official, the elected district attorney, the actual district attorney in Canton.
Sounds good. I don't know. Sounds good. I have some testimony from Michael Proctor if you want to hear a little bit about this dog, and this was earlier in the case.
And I've got something from Court TV that lays out who's who in the Karen Murder Reed case. Some of you may have seen it. It's kind of a chart that shows who's married to who's friends of who, and how everybody plays into the party goers there. If we want to show that for anybody that hasn't been keeping up with it.
Let's do it.
Let's try that.
House are Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. They are married. Now, Brian Albert has a brother named Chris who's married to Julie. They have a son named Colin. So Colin is an important name in all of this. Chris, Julie, again, brother of Brian Albert. Brian Albert and Nicole, they have children, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., and then there's a friend of theirs, Julie Nagel. Then you look at Nicole Albert, her sister, another important name in all of this, Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe, who's married to Matt McCabe. So this is the house. So the night that John O'Keefe got out of the car in front of the house and either went to the party or was murdered or run over by Karen Reed, who was in the house? Take a look. This is what's alleged here. Brian Albert's there. Nicole is there. Chris and Julie are not there, but their son, Colin, is there, which is Brian's nephew. Their kids are there. Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin, and their friend Julie. Also there, very significant, is Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. All of this, trying to understand the names, the relationships, and does it all lead to some conspiracy, bias, framing, planning evidence? Let's bring in our guests. Joining us in New York City, attorney, podcaster Melanie Little is with us.
So that gives a rundown on who's who inside the house. Like we talk about Colin Albert. Colin Albert is not the homeowner's son. It's the homeowner's nephew. And
Yeah.
Colin is the gentleman with the busted up knuckles. But interestingly enough, his parents do live next door to O'Keefe. That's where the beer cans and stuff go back and forth. And the neighbor dispute, a few doors down, the neighbor dispute with Colin.
Yeah.
So,
he has the motive. They've had documented that the kid is a hothead. He was a quarterback on the football team in high school. I'm not saying that means that you're anything, but he is documented as a hothead. They do have videos of him getting in fights. I seen Turtle Boy showed one where he was fighting this one kid. They have the videos of him like, I'm going to mess you up and all this, and I'm going to kick your ass and blah, blah, blah. They got that, but that doesn't mean anything. People talk shit. But they have a video of him fighting, and then Turtle Boy on his Sunday episode 2 days ago showed where he's fighting this other guy in the locker room, where the guy got behind him and was kind of dry humping him in a, I don't know, it's like a homosexual kind of way. But when you get behind him, like, yeah, what you gonna do about this? And then the two kids got into a fist fight with each other. But this is all based on the testimony. They're saying he's never been in a fight before in his life, because that would look guilty when he's already had all this history of confrontation with O'Keefe. And then all of a sudden, O'Keefe goes to this party and here's this fucking kid, Colin Albert, that has a reason to confront him. The other person who has motive is Brian Higgins, who clearly was doing this little love triangle trying to court his girl, and then going from bar to bar to bar, like, hey, maybe we're going to rekindle this relationship, even though she's ghosted me for 2 weeks. And then we're going to go to an after party. Maybe that could be my opportunity to make a move. But unfortunately, she doesn't go in there. It's just him. And if you look at those text messages from Friday, clearly she's telling him, hey, I think John knows about it. He was watching the video camera from our house, at John O'Keefe's house, where Higgins was going over there and he smashed a video game, and they're talking about, oh, I was drinking Hennessy and I'm all drunk and it's all Karen's fault, but she let it get out of hand, but we're all drunk and everything. But he's sitting here watching the video camera of her walking him out, suspicious, and asking, is there anything going on between you two? As he's watching it over and over, she's texting him this. That came out in court on Friday. He clearly has motive to want to get in her pants. But does that mean that he would murder her? Or would John O'Keefe say, hey, dog, now that she's not around, there's something I need to talk to you about. I heard, it seems like you're trying to hit up on my girl. What's up with that? So there's two people in the house that clearly could start a confrontation and maybe get a sucker punch. And there's a dog that has a history of not being very nice to strangers. That's been testified with Brian Albert. So the combination of these things definitely says that pretty quickly something might have happened in the house. And his Apple Eye watch says he went up and down the stairs, but there's only like 5 or 6 minutes of him moving and then no more moving until he was out in the snow. So something happened fairly quickly, but they thought it was just he got his ass whipped and he can come out. But something happened later on, probably about 1 o'clock, that it was the point of no return. He's clearly not going to come out here and tell a story. Something's up. But yeah, like Lisa just said, there was McCabe was a big player in this Caribbean vacation drama that they're saying that John O'Keefe, he's hot, right? He's a police officer. All these chicks want to be with him. And, he's just, this cop that all these chicks are trying to bang. And when they're on this Caribbean vacation, Karen Reed's a little jealous that all these chicks are coming up to him and trying to, do these things. And then so as she's saying, hey, man, what the hell? Why are you doing this with my boyfriend? They're like, oh, no, we're like brothers. Yeah, like brothers, like you're trying to bang brothers. I mean, that no. So she's a little upset with him. And this was more than likely the everyone's kind of alluding to. This is the reason why she was kind of validate her value of, hey, I'm hot. People want me too. And that's why she was going after that piece of shit, John Higgins, like, hey, not Brian Higgins, excuse me. Hey, you think I'm hot, right? You would want to be with me too, right? Just as like a retaliation. But then once he kind of found out that, she pretty much ghosted him for 2 weeks before this night where obviously something happened inside that house. It wasn't backed into a taillight. But there's the motive and there's a backstory. I just wanted to kind of share that.
And go back to once this trial ends and an investigation begins, all the things that you talk about that transpired inside that house, I think it's going to be very difficult for this state to find evidence to back any of that up to go into a courtroom and present it to a jury. But you know what? I want to go back to Jennifer McCabe. If you look at the way she lays out in this group, her only connection to the house and the family, anybody else there, is her sister. That's the only connection. It's her and her husband that are on a set aside. It seems to me, but she's also a key player. If we go conspiracy, she's also a key player in this. That she was the handler of the target. Jennifer, Karen Reed would be the target. She was the handler. She took control of her when she began the search. Make sure she's there with the body. She did the Google searches on how long it takes for food to digest inside one's body. How long does it take one to die in the cold? So she takes up if you go conspiracy, she takes up a key role. Why do you think that she would put herself in so much jeopardy to try to preserve all these other people when her really only connection to that family is her sister, who most likely wouldn't have been involved in this even if it all went south for the family.
Well, not only that is when they did the interview, I mean, she went over there and they were all inside the house getting their story straight. And then when the police did their official interview with Jennifer McCabe, it was her and her husband, but also, what's his name? Brian Albert and his wife. They all went over to Jennifer McCabe's house so they could all do the interview together, so they can just be careful. What the hell is she going to say? Let me be present on this interview as they're interviewing Jennifer, so we could all be present and hear what she had to say. And I can correct her if she says something wrong. So that was.
We lost you there for a minute, Kingdom.
Yeah, well, that was the other fishy thing, is they're all over Jennifer McCabe's house, and even Brian Albert, even Brian Albert and his wife and or his sister, they were present with the interview. I thought that was kind of interesting as well.
I think it's improper. You do your interviews alone and isolated so that you can't compare stories. You might have an attorney present. That's about it.
Shoddy police work.
What is a veteran talking about? Maybe someone more involved used her phone to search, so it wasn't on their phone in the chaos. That might be true, veteran. At the 6 o'clock mark when they found the body, because she definitely did testify. Karen was yelling and screaming. It was shocking horror. It was horror. But she was telling me to search for that. But then they were like, okay, yeah, I can buy that shit. But what about it? 2:27 when you were at your house by yourself? What about when you searched for a house long to die in cold at 2:27? Was Karen there asking you to search how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m.? That's when it was like, but I just don't agree with forensic science. It's got to be lying, because that makes me look super fucking guilty.
Here's a pro crook tip. Don't have passwords on your phone. Make it where anybody could pick it up and use the phone, and then it's going to be very difficult for police to say it was you that ever did anything on that phone.
Yeah,
add in your face, add in your fingerprint, add in your passcode. Pretty much, we know who did it.
Yeah, I mean, who says she was by herself? It just proves that Karen Reed didn't do it. I mean, maybe someone did it on her phone, even though her watch was showing her moving around the house and how many paces and stuff like that. Or her phone was showing how many paces. She was pacing back and forth all night on her phone. But it's not really the fact that did Jennifer McCabe Google it the wrong way, and then she Googled it the wrong way again at 6 a.m. thinking it would go away. It's not really that, as much as it definitely wasn't Jennifer McCabe who finally found out about it at 6 a.m, 6:30 in the morning.
You know what? I want to go back to veteran LT3. Folks, he's one of my co-hosts on the Night Court Show. Follow him on X, veteran LT3, along with our good friend John Cox here with 2A Talk and Text, 2A Talk and Tact. But what veteran is doing is he's not falling into the trap and sucking down the Kool-Aid. He's saying, okay, well, maybe there's a logical reason for this. Maybe it's not her. So I'm going to give him some props and credit, because that's actually what law enforcement should be doing. But they didn't in this case. And Lisa says, rhetorical question: why is the prosecution overtly protecting Jennifer McCabe instead of investigating after indisputable sus Google searches? Well, we can't answer that one, Lisa. I think you're right. That is a rhetorical question. Hands in the air. Don't know why.
Well, let's talk about just normal police work. Okay. You go to a house, and the story is this person dropped John off at a house, and then you come back 5 hours later, and then the person's laying dead outside the house where you dropped him off. At what point don't you say, hey, let's go talk to the person who's in the house and maybe look inside the house and see if there's any clues to what may have happened? They're saying he didn't come in. She's saying that he did go in there. Let me just take a little look, take some picture. I mean, None of that, not ever. No one goes into the house until a family friend that's also a police officer, which you'll hear that Brian Albert said, yeah, my officer or something came in the house. Don't you think that that's fishy?
That's what I said the other day. Why did they not go in the house, while they had the crime scene? I'm sorry.
And why didn't you block off the crime scene that says this crime scene is where a dead body was found? Let me rope this off so no one can go to it. 2 hours after the state police took it over, there was no caution tape. There was nothing blocking the crime scene, allowing anybody to just go over there and put the taillight in there, because there was no secured crime scene with caution tape or anything like. There was nothing like that. That was weird.
But wasn't there an officer sitting in a patrol at that location?
No.
So this crime scene was abandoned after 2 hours?
Yeah, because they showed the crime scene later that day with just people just walking down the street, and there was no caution tape or anything. It's like, look at this person just walking down the street the same day. A few hours later, there's no caution tape. There's no nothing. Anyone could have just threw something over there.
Yeah, that's what they were asking Higgins the other day. I forget the time, but it was later on in the morning. And yeah, there was nobody there. He said there might have been a cruiser in the roadway, but the crime scene, quote unquote, it was clear. They could come and go.
Once you leave the crime scene, that crime scene is turned over. It's no longer under control. And the problem is that your chain of custody on any evidence that you pull from there is severely damaged.
Yep.
And I go back to the solo cups, not having evidence collection paraphernalia like bags and plastic bags, gloves, maybe even a fingerprint kit in every trunk of every patrol car. I think is an indication of there's big problems in your police department. Now go back to, if I was going to try to cover up a crime, I absolutely would have that crime scene cordoned off. I would have everything up. I would make that investigation look as appropriate as it should if I was going to try to cover it up. I don't want to draw attention to my investigative procedures. I don't want to draw attention to my chain of custody, because under scrutinization, your cover up could come undone, which probably is happening here. But so I go back again. I don't know if it's just incompetence with this police department, or if it's actually was a true cover up all the way through. Could be a mixture of both. Who knows?
Well, they're saying Brian Higgins. I have the testimony and the timestamps if you want to hear it, and we can play it if this the juvenile goes much longer. But they're saying, like, look, man. So you went to bed probably what time? And they're talking about like he's in bed like at 2:30, and that's where he's talking about he had it, or 2 o'clock. He said he had his phones and they were having sex maybe, and that's the reason why he called someone at 2:20, completely denying it. But they're saying your bed is positioned in the upper left-hand corner of the house. That's where your bedroom window is. You're sitting in your bed. You're obviously awake. He said he was awake. You're sitting in your bed. You got your dog that's just doesn't like strangers. Your dog is sitting in this dog like bed thing at the foot of your bed, right next to the window. He's like, no, it's about 5 feet. Okay, 5 feet from the window, whatever. A woman screaming outside. You have a woman screaming outside. You got police cars. You have ambulance. You got lights everywhere. And you're saying the dog didn't wake you up? There's a reason why you didn't go outside. It's probably because you didn't want someone to see that you have blood on you, that your knuckles were busted, or why didn't you want to go outside? The whole thing that you've been drinking and stuff like that, when you're out of the house 30 minutes later, you're awake. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit.
I concur.
You didn't want to go outside for a reason. You didn't want anyone to go inside that house. 100%.
Well, let me say this about that. If that were my house, I'm the Albert guy. I think it's Brian Albert. If I'm that guy, I don't know that if I knew that he was dead, or the law enforcement's out there and medical personnel are out there, I don't know that I would have went out and interjected myself into the crime scene, for the reason I wouldn't want it to appear that I'm interfering. But I would be sitting at the door waiting for the law enforcement to come to my door and begin their investigation and my interview and my questioning at that point, which never happened in this case.
No. I mean, the only people who went in the house is Brian Higgins came back, Jennifer McCabe and her husband came back, and they all came inside the house, and they sat in the kitchen table. This is per their testimony. They sat at the kitchen table for like an hour, and Jennifer was talking about, they started talking about a timeline, and they went up with a timeline, and they all tried to get their timeline. At that time, they didn't know that she had Google searched how long to die in the cold. And I'm sure Brian Albert was like, "You did what? All you had to do is just keep your mouth shut. I had this thing figured out. Why the hell are you texting this dumb shit?" I mean, how are we going to explain that? But they didn't find that one out until, because when she turned her phone over and deleted it all, they actually had someone in the Massachusetts State Police that said there was nothing incriminating. It wasn't until Alan Jackson got another person to find the how long to die in cold at 227 that it was like, oh my God, she turned over. I cannot believe she searched for that. That is the most incriminating thing that opened up the whole entire case, that something else happened and they knew about it for sure. Swinger party gone wrong. I think the reason, Rage Minded podcast, I think the reason why the kids were over there is because Brian Albert Jr., wasn't his birthday or something? And the police officers, the reason why they were all together earlier that day is there was another fellow police officer's funeral. So that was the two different parties of the reason why the two different groups were together. Brian Albert Jr. and all of his friends and stuff were down in the basement. But it's weird that you can tell when Brian Albert's doing his testimony, he's like, no one ever went to the basement. The basement was locked. There was a lock on the door. No one was ever in the basement, which was complete bullshit, dude. They're clearly lying.
Yeah, why would you even say that? I mean, it's I don't know, and that's what I was saying the other day. Why did they not go in the house? I mean, and to your point, I'm sorry, law enforcement or not, if I see a bunch of police out my front yard, and correct me if I'm wrong, he may or may not have seen it, but I see a body out there. I mean, even if there's not a body out there, I see a bunch of police walking around in my front yard. I'm gonna go out there and find out what's going on. Is it somebody I know? Is it involving somebody I know? My law enforcement is out of my head. I'm concerned for my neighbors or my friends or whatever the case may be. I'm gonna go out there.
You have zero knowledge that there's a body out in the front yard. Zero knowledge. You just wake up and see police officers and the dogs barking like crazy and there's stuff going on. You're like, what the hell is going on? You're going outside like, what the hell's, because especially you are a police officer. You're not scared of the police. You are the police.
Yeah.
There's stuff going on. You're going to go out there. You're not going to say, oh, I already know that there's a body out there, so I don't want to go out there and implicate myself. That's knowing that you already have the knowledge that there's a body out there.
Right. And that's what I was getting ready to say. Yeah, there's a body out there. I'm not going out there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. So Range Minded Podcast said he would still inject himself into there. I mean, there's police out inside the house. Most people, like, they want to find out what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of people they're like ambulance chasers. They like to listen to stuff going on like CB radio back in the day. But yeah, there's something going on inside of my house. I want to know what's going on because there's not supposed to be crime around the assistant chief of police lives next door and I'm a sergeant of the police and stuff like that. If there's something going on in this street, I want to know what the hell's going on for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And veterans too. Veterans said he'd be outside. He'd want to know what the hell's going on too.
Smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's probably a duck.
Yeah. So, but they did. I thought they did a decent job of trying to cover it up. But the forensic evidence, like if there was no such thing as forensic evidence, then I think we wouldn't be talking about this. But the forensic evidence, like back when they, like fingerprint and stuff. But as soon as DNA was introduced and some of this forensic evidence and, taking people's phone records and reconstructing stuff, that has opened up a whole nother level of law enforcement that they were thinking that, it would be some kind of Bo and Luke Duke Beverly Hillbilly kind of, just based on me saying it. So therefore it must be true. But the forensic evidence is definitely showing they're all lying.
Yeah.
That's the point. And when do you ever see a court case like this? Where it's like they're clearly lying. You're just like watching, like, I wonder what he's going to say now. Man, this is interesting.
Yeah, and it's not a big deal. I'm just curious as the hair that they did find in the cracked tail light. What type of hair was it? And I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, they could tell if it's a head hair, an arm hair, or a leg hair, a pubic hair, or whatever. I'm curious to know, what type of hair did they say it was?
Sure. Well, it'd have to be a head hair. They already had the body and they already had the car. So they already had the car and they already had the body because they didn't find the hair or the tail light until 12 hours later after a foot of snow had fell, and they found it on top of the snow. Why would it be on top of the snow? Not under the snow when it was only 2 inches when the body was found, less than 2 inches. So you find the tail light and the hair in the tail light 12 hours later on a hunch? That doesn't sound right, man.
Yeah, and where they were grilling Higgins the other day about walking through the Sally Port, I think that attorney did a good job in putting him in the Sally Port for an amount of time that is not just walking through. He even testified it was like, well, maybe 12 foot. I'm sorry, you can cover 12 foot in what, 5 seconds, 10 seconds at the most. But he was in the Sally Port for a little bit.
And it's not just you're in the Sally Port. Who gives a shit that you're in the Sally Port? When Karen Reed's car was delivered to the Canton Police Department in the Sally Port, I have you running your badge to get into the Sally Port, and that 10 minutes of video from the police officer that would show what's going on in the Sally Port has been deleted.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, that part had been deleted.
Well,
yeah, that part had been deleted, only that part. Another thing that had been deleted is when Karen Reed was leaving the house, only a 3-point turn would have said that she could have backed into him, because if she would have just pulled off straight, which she did, and everyone testified except for Michael Proctor saying she did a 3-point turn, there's no way she could have backed into him because she pulled off and went straight. And then she goes by this library, and the library that night has a video that's showing in front of the library where Karen Reed went by. But suspiciously, the 2 minutes where Karen Reed went by showing that her taillight was intact because she didn't crack it until 6 o'clock in the morning when she was backing out of her driveway to go look for him. That 2 minutes was also deleted from the library footage that they had subpoenaed, got, and then deleted the 2 minutes that showed Karen Reed driving by the library.
And
all that's suspicious.
So,
isn't her vehicle a Lexus?
Yeah, it's a Lexus.
So it's got all kinds of damn sensors and stuff on that has been recorded in the computer. I wonder what all that shows.
I'm sure the defense would bring that up more than the state. But yeah, when the defense makes their case, they haven't even started, and it already looks like, she should be innocent at this point. But when the defense makes their case, I would suspect that. But from what I heard, that they did go to the Lexus dealership, they looked at how far that the back tail light protrudes off, and it's like 3 inches. And what type of material is the tail light made out of, which is like this polycarbon. That's you would have to hit something that is more than 2,000 pounds at least 10 miles an hour for it to crack this tail light or to bust it completely out, as they're saying. There's no possible way that you could back a car into a 200-pound person and hit him at 7 miles an hour and crack the taillight. It's absolutely impossible based on the material that the taillight's made out of. And this is from the Lexus dealership that they did the interview. So that one over there is like, there's just like a mountain of evidence that says Karen Reed is innocent. Now we're just trying to figure out, well, if she's innocent, which obviously all the evidence is saying she's innocent, how did this actually happen? And can we hold the person accountable who is? I think that's where we are right now. I think saying that Karen Reed is innocent, I think we're past that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I wish the defense would start their case today. I am anxiously awaiting the defense to start calling witnesses and put on their case. Right now, everything they've done so far, which has been damning to the state, it's just been on the state's own witnesses. It's amazing that the defense has been able to make inroads on the state's defense. You don't see that typically in cases.
Yeah. And like I said earlier, if you're 5'11", 2 inches away from 6 foot tall, and someone backs into you in your car, it's a proven fact on this particular model of the Lexus that the bumper would be the one that would hit your knee or somewhere in the lower torso. The tail light is going to be somewhere around your waist or abdomen. That's what would have hit him. He literally would have had to lean down and turned his head to the back so he could be hit as she's doing a 3-point turn in the snow. He would have to, and then she would have to go up to him with this broken cocktail glass and just start striking his arm and trying to simulate this dog bite. And then like he can't defend himself from her. Come on, dude. How the hell is that? That is not even a theory that even makes sense at all, man. If the light don't fit, you must have quit.
Yeah, way to go, Range. That's solid right there. If the light don't fit, you must have quit. But hey, let's go to this scenario. Okay, let's say that Kingdom's theory is right on point. They beat this guy to an inch of his life. He's shallow breathing inside the house. They're going to put him outside. They're going to contrive this to make it look like someone else committed this atrocity or this crime against the police officer who's dying in their yard. They don't know that her tail light's not broken. This is something they would have discovered later, because if way the video shows, it looked like she cracked that taillight backing out to go look for him that morning after this had all occurred in the timeline of conspiracy. So this taillight in this story that they contrived about her striking him was contrived after the body was found. They would have had to. They didn't know the taillight was broken.
Jennifer McCabe is what got this story, because as she volunteered to go with Karen Reed for the search of John, of where he must be, she was trying to go in the car with them. And at that time, she says, "Hey, I think I cracked my taillight. Do you think I could have ran into him? Do you think I could have did it?" She said that just because she's hysterical, thinking, did I do something? Is it my fault? Could I have hit him? And I did have a cracked taillight because she backed into a car on her way. She backed into John O'Keefe's vehicle when she backed out of the driveway to go look for him, and she did crack the taillight. But she was sharing this information with Jennifer McCabe, who then went into the house, shared this story, and when they concocted this plan, she did act like maybe she was at fault. She did say, "Did I do this?" So, and then when the police had went in and investigated, Michael Proctor actually did investigate, and they said that once Jennifer McCabe was talking about that, you heard Brian Higgins say, "Let's call the investigator back and say that instead of what you just said, let's say she said, I did it. I hit him. I hit him. And then they called the police investigator back after the group of people were sitting at the table to change the testimony to, I hit him, instead of, did I do that? Could I have done that?
Right. And this was a meeting. It wasn't at the Albert House. This was a meeting of almost all the party goers at another location. Is that right?
Well, the initial meeting was that morning inside Albert's house, that all of them were inside the house. And then they said that Michael Proctor did come over the house later that day, that Brian Albert testified, said Michael Proctor came over the house that day and grabbed their testimony or what happened, but it wasn't an actual official investigation is what he said. It was just they were talking about it.
Of course not. It wasn't official. They were just contriving and getting their story straight, witnesses to a crime.
And they were coming up with a timeline. Jennifer said.
Dirty.
Dirty. Interesting fact. So on a Lexus, and I'm sure it does it on other vehicles, but on a Lexus, when the door is open or closed, the vehicle module control center logs the door open and closed. Hence, it won't let you put the vehicle in anything but park unless the door is closed. So it does log if the door is open or closed. So it'd be interesting to know if the door was open at the time or shortly after they arrived at the house.
Yeah, this might be. Let me share this
I'm
with
digging
you.
deep, I know, but I'm
No,
curious.
no. You're saying all the stuff. You're showing another piece of evidence after the 5,000 we already heard that's saying the same thing. That
But
this didn't
honestly,
happen like that.
but the door opening, that would fit with either the state's narrative or the defense's narrative. There's the state doesn't deny that he got out of the vehicle where he was struck by the vehicle is what the state alleges. The defense alleges that he got out of the vehicle and went inside. So the door opening and shut, I would expect to see that under either scenario.
But what's the likelihood of him walking to the back of the vehicle if he's going inside the house, now seeing what the layout of the house and the driveway is? I mean, that just.
I think there's some even question as to where he was dropped off. Why would you drop him off that far away from and have him walk across the yard or walk back down the street?
She dropped him off at the mailbox. No one's disputing this. She dropped him off at the mailbox, but the other guy was behind her. So she dropped him off at the mailbox and she pulled up near the flagpole because he was supposed to text her when she got inside. She did text him, "Hey, where are you at? You know, is everything okay?" And he never texted her back to say that he was okay, but she took off anyway and went home with sleep. And when the guy that was behind her and seen him walk into the house, what was this? Ryan Nagel, when he passed her, he said the cabin light was on inside. Her hands were at 10 and 2, and there was no one else in the vehicle. So obviously he was inside the house. That was Ryan Nagel who testified to that.
Because Ryan Nagel says he didn't see him anywhere between the car and the house, and he wasn't in the car. So one would have to assume that he'd already made it inside the house at that point.
Right. And let me show you this. Let me show you this one right here. This is which one are we at here? We're at the minute and some mark. Let's watch this one together.
On January 29th.
Yes.
Michael Proctor. Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay.
6 days later.
Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or 2nd.
Right.
Damn, that sounds bad.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Watch. He can't admit to this. He cannot admit that the first 48 hours is most
In
important.
that context, I don't.
Next question. I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
God, my.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
I wish they had.
Yeah, me too.
Objection.
Yeah, you can say that now.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Now watch
In
why
addition to
how
your
he
own
says the
training on
police
subject,
did not
did you also
teach
receive
him how to
additional training
fight.
from the police
Watch.
department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No,
So that's not part of the academy?
not hand-to-hand combat. No.
No,
Fighting techniques, use of baton.
They don't call it
defensive
hand-to-hand
tactics.
combat.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, right?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could. Yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
It's just interesting to hear him just like completely deny stuff that's so obvious. Like, yeah, they did kind of give this training, but what's your point? Nothing happened in the house.
Well, now there's a distinct difference in air quotes hand-to-hand combat training versus pain compliance and self-defense tactics. That
Hold on, we have a break in the case. We're back live. Give me 1 second, and we're about to go there.
Let's do it.
In October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Who is this guy?
How many degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a bachelor's of science in chemistry.
Maybe doctor at the hospital that received him, or ME. I'm not sure.
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is this the medical examiner?
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in.
It sounds like the ER doctor that received the body.
Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital.
William Hospital. I was born there.
For 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And it's where you've given like didactic or individual cases. Assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes. Yeah.
And is there a particular shift, or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It was either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your thing.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that? Do you recognize that to be?
Is a transcription or a copy of dictated, and on the front page is also a called like a code sheet, which I've signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thanks. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the
Yes.
and Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute is the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
I'm going to switch feeds. That other one kept banging up.
So I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your thing.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thanks. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the court's testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute is the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
What are they trying to get him to say? That they tried to do what they can do and he died in the hospital?
Well, they've got to lay the foundation on anybody that had contact with that body. So he has to testify, or the state needs to put that in there. What they're trying to get admitted into evidence or allow him to hold is the report, the code report, as they call it, when someone comes into an ER and they die, what resuscitation efforts and what treatment they received. But evidently, the defense has some issue with it because they're on the sidebar. They're on a sidebar with the judge. This is the kind of stuff you normally see in trials where it's not a surprise. They just lay the foundation for the jury because the jury can only consider things that are given to them in court. They can't consider any other evidence or story or any assumptions. They can only use what's given to them in court to make their decisions. So the state has to lay down things that we all knew happened. Range was asking on our X feed when we thought the defense would start. I think the defense is going to put on their case either the end of this week or beginning of next. I think the state's just about out of witnesses. What do you think, Kingdom?
Here you go, doctor. This is
Thanks. I think the defense is going to ask him about those bruises he had.
okay. Thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold.
Yeah, I
on
think
to
that the defense will come
what's
up
been
with their
marked as
case probably
for
next week, but
identification.
I want to hear what they think his opinion is of what the hell his injuries were when he got there. If he has any statement about that.
For sure, the defense is going to go over a bit of that.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr.
See how much the judge lets in.
About what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
Sure. If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have
Dead.
been,
He was
was
dead when he got there.
unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon indirectly is you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart for Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
We need Alan Jackson
Now,
here,
as
dude.
far as the
'Cause
resuscitative
I can't
efforts
believe he's not
concerned,
here
is
to
there
cross-examine
any
him
sort
at the end here.
standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone?
The DA is not doing a great job on
Yes.
direct examination with this guy.
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned. And
Maybe his plan is like just to
frequently
bore the jury
the
to
algorithm can be
death.
adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the.
Most store-bought seafood sits out, thawed and degrading in quality. It's time to reconnect you.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
They wouldn't call him up here if he had
Explain
something
to the jury
incriminating to
your
say, right?
understanding As far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So,
They have to establish his
as it
treatment
pertains
after
to
being
this
found.
case,
But no, I don't think you'll find anything incriminating.
there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature my current temperature I'm guessing is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will.
I believe Lisa agrees with you, though. This is purposeful
The core
combobulation by
temperature
the
will decrease over time.
DA to
the specifics of
muddy
that
the
I
water.
couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but that's the. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
And then
so
some.
As far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the
I
body
agree.
temperature is
He was
concerned,
cold.
what if-
Case closed.
What, if any, relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr.
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment.
Sounds like a half an hour after he got there.
I wonder if he's gonna. Go ahead.
I was going to say Lisa brings up a good point. By the way, for those who don't know,
according
Lisa
to my note, it looks
is
like the time of death was
a legal background in Massachusetts.
death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Massachusetts.
50.
But she brings up a good point that the AD most likely has blundered that there's an opening for the defense to focus on a cardiac arrest versus hypothermia. Remember, hypothermia was a contributing cause of death by the ME.
Well, that was
Yes.
the best one, that she hit him with the car, but he died of hypothermia, but she hit him with the car and left him there. That's their narrative.
Mm-hmm.
On a cause of death, though, ME can have multiple contributing factors. A good example is if somebody shoots me in the chest, but my actual cause of death is blood loss. I bled to death. There would be a gunshot wound. An ultimate cause of death was blood loss because of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe?
Just as a breaking news update, the closing argument
Sure.
being
So,
delivered right now in the trial.
this would've been
We'll
would've
cover
been
that
my-
after this.
The physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions,
Superficial
explain
abrasions.
what you understand the term abrasions to mean.
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, what is, like, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive. The lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. Madam, may I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
I cannot believe Alan Jackson is missing the opportunity to tear this guy apart.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're going to say that Karen Reed was drinking. Wonder what he's going to say about Karen Reed treating her. Must be something that's worth bringing up if he's bringing it up.
Well, if she was treated, they're going to want to bring that up.
Sir, I'm showing you another
I think they'd want to prove that she's been drinking to help say that maybe she was drinking and driving 8 hours earlier.
Alcohol process is essentially an ounce consumed per hour after you stop. So I don't know that they would get enough. He would be able to say anything on her intoxication level that would be pertinent.
Plus, she could have went home and been drinking after she dropped him off. You know, so that I don't see how that plays weight.
Recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subject to the redactions.
She was probably having a mental breakdown. Just found her boyfriend dead in the front yard where she dropped him off.
Yeah, I like what Range Minded Podcast said. I bet this doc is just a blast at parties. He's
You know about what
the
time
party
was it
animal
that,
of the
Ms.
group.
Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
What was John's number? If the lowest number was 3, what was he at 2?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that her, at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note. So
I would think that she rode the ambulance with John to the hospital, and they said, "Let's check you out while you're here." That'd be my guess.
Yes.
Yeah, she might have lost her composure when they pronounced him dead.
Come in regard to that. What kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
sure. So Section 12, I would define as an involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis.
Oh, that's why they have them up there to say that.
Members
Makes
of the
sense.
public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients, vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And what when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what are they? What is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's like sort of you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a section 12 as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility within Good Samaritan was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So to answer your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just.
So they're trying to prove right here that she was drunk, and this whole, what was it, chapter 12 or something, section 12, that she was detained for mental illness, that she was detained like the police suggested she should be detained involuntarily.
Sure.
Is there any truth to that? That sounds like bullshit to me.
The units that 93 pertains
You can. It's a 72-hour
So
mental
yes, it
hold.
looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
But if you were trying to cover it up because they were all at the table while she's at the hospital, that'd be a great way to just to get her off of your lawn, right?
I think more likely her mental condition probably wasn't great there
I
at
have
the
no further
hospital.
questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Little?
Especially if she's screaming, thank you, sweetheart. She's screaming in the front yard. I'm sure you're like, hey, let's take her, make sure she's okay.
On January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
would refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th.
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you.
I hope she doesn't fumble the ball. I hope she has a convincing argument, because she's like the third stringer that you're interviewing this doctor. You have the third stringer doing it. It's like, come on, man.
You don't know that she could be a crack in medical records, and maybe that's the whole reason she's there today.
I hope so, man. I hope so. I really do. She's like the medical.
Although
professional.
Lisa thinks the defense is dropping the ball on some objections on some of that testimony there about Karen Reed.
Yeah, and she just said they messed up with the doc not knowing the percentage of alcohol.
Yep. Okay.
I'm surprised they're able to bring in a medical test for blood alcohol.
Is your recollection refreshed?
It's not a
Do you
forensic
recall
test.
treating this
Normally
man on
can't be
January
used in
29th?
court.
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted onto the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. I did not do that.
Okay.
That's beneath him. I agree. I think the doc thinks this is a normal case where the defense is just trying to ask some dumb questions, but I don't think that's what's going on here. But the doc is getting defensive. That's a great assessment, Lisa.
Treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on
It's always a tell when they get defensive
Yes.
with the defense.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
I agree with Lisa. The doctor does seem to have a stake in the outcome of this. That's really weird.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Karen Reed sure finds this humorous.
I just got a notification where the prosecution in the Trump trial asked for another gag order and was turned down by the judge.
Oh, after the closing arguments, now that it's over, they still want to gag him about it?
Yeah, I guess they want to gag him forever. The judge denied that motion. Interestingly enough, the range finds it interesting. I wonder if there's a relationship with someone in the prosecution side from the doctor. I guess other folks are seeing this strange change from the defense to the prosecution, or prosecution to the defense.
But everyone knows the Range Minded
All right,
podcast.
so,
He's always about conspiracy
Is
theory.
your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
That was a joke, by the way.
So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
Let me look on the back page. Maybe it's mentioned back there, but no, I don't see it.
Let me
That's
look at
correct.
the prosecutor and see if he's going to give me a nod saying I should say yes here.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of
Wow.
your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes,
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye,
hmm
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct,
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
correct,
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
correct,
No injury to his hips, right?
correct,
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct,
No injuries to his shins, correct?
correct,
No injuries to his ankles, right?
correct,
And no injuries to his feet.
correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions. Okay, Mr. Lally?
No further
Dr. Rice, with
questions.
reference
What?
to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted, or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team.
I agree with Lisa. This is weird.
Physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of
Wouldn't it be easier to just say I'm
someone's heartbeat, their
concentrating on
life,
ABCs, airway breathing,
there's
and
less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort, or or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort. If that answers excuse me, if that answers your question.
Based on your
That's
expertise,
doing X-rays or
is it possible that a car could have backed into him based on these injuries?
No, we're
Why are
not
we
doing a full
asking that
skeletal survey. No.
And you could get that in
more
court. He
concerned
could
with the
make
fact
that
his body
determination.
temperature is 80. His heart isn't pumping blood.
It'd be an
and
opinion, though.
pulses, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
The defense is doing a shitty ass job right here. This is like a court appointed attorney. Defense. No further questions.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Unless there's something they're concerned with this guy.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of
Yeah, this dude could have mailed in his testimony. We just had somebody read his
Sure, right.
report.
So
That's
I
all
wrote,
he's doing.
clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
Yeah, I think he's a professional. I think that he's in charge of the ER. I don't think he's the one that's interacting with the patients. He's just reading reports, and if they need me, I'll help out. But he doesn't really know what the hell's going on here.
Thanks.
But the fact
he's an ER doc. I mean, he's going to have nurses that bring him in. They'll do a lot of it. He gives the orders. But there's just not a lot they can.
But why did you not ask him something that could have helped you out?
So we can get as much of the testimony in as possible. So it's 10 minutes of 1. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30?
Can we go until 4:30 today?
I'm good with it, Judge. I'll stick in there till 4:30 today for you.
All right, what do we got, John? John's muted. Let's unmute John.
We've got John on mute for sure.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear what John has to say. Here you go. You're unmuted, dog. What you got?
Yeah, thank you. On what subject?
We just watched 2 hours. Pick one.
How about the doctor's testimony? What was your impression of that?
That sucked. I mean, you can tell he's picking and choosing his words carefully. It was almost like he wasn't even in the ER when O'Keefe was brought in. He's going on what somebody else may have told him, and he just documented it. I would hope that's not the case, but that's what it almost seems like to me.
Don't talk about John like that.
And then on the other hand, I mean, it's almost like he too is covering up for something. I think this goes deeper than just law enforcement.
You think he got paid?
I'm not going to say that.
What was beneficial to the state? Honestly, I think he was a neutral witness that didn't have. I don't think he pushed the scale one way or the other. I don't think that he's an ER doctor. I don't know how many patients they'll see on one night, but the ER doctor that's in the ER is dishing out orders, taking the traumas, and doing all that business. I just don't think he had anything to really bring to the table other than John O'Keefe did arrive at that hospital and he coded him and pronounced him dead 30 minutes after his arrival. I think is the only thing you can really get out of that.
Well, I think something interesting was when they were saying that she had a mental state, that she had an involuntary to be brought in for that. What was it? The section 12 or whatever the hell it was, that they could take her in because she's acting crazy, and he's talking about stuff. He doesn't even have like a blood toxicology report, but he's just generally saying that she probably was psychotic or schizophrenic or delusional and stuff like that. So those things don't help. And I know that the defense never ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. And I'm not 100% sure that, he would have said anything to help you out. That's probably why they didn't ask any questions to him.
I mean, even on her mental state, he was giving general terms as if someone's brought in for this 72-hour hold, what they could be brought in for. He said, a citizen can bring them in, law enforcement can bring them in, and at that point, it's an involuntary hold. We'll hold them there at the hospital for a 72-hour evaluation for treatment. But he didn't give any specifics as to why she was held. He even made he made a very clear point that he wasn't involved in her treatment. He was just aware of it. That he wasn't the prescribing doctor that took her in on this evaluation or this mental hold.
And he says he doesn't know what temperature hypothermia is technically setting in. And I'm not an ER doctor or a doctor for that matter, but anything below 95 is calling for immediate medical attention. I mean, this dude was 15 degrees below that, but him saying, I can't tell you what the temperature is.
This guy has a job.
I don't buy that.
And his job is he works at the hospital. And I'm sure not just this case, I'm sure over and over and over, people die, things happen, and they're like, it might be the hospital's fault. You might have mistreated me. You might have done this, so they can sue the hospital. I'm sure that happens all the freaking time. And you could scare him. If you say the wrong thing, then I'm going to come after you and I'm going to sue the hospital. I'm sure that's a daily thing for him, and he's going to court and testifying. So he doesn't really want to give any information, especially when the prosecution is like, I'm going to prosecute you on some other shit. If you say anything other than the questions I'm going to ask you, this better be your statement. Let's plan and rehearse this. And you better not say anything other than that. And I'm going to stop the judge from the defense asking any questions about your opinion of what could have happened. And because he seemed really defensive, the whole shit sounded shady AF to me, in my opinion. But did anyone else get that same opinion of the doc?
Here's my opinion of the doctor. He's an ER doctor. He's there to save lives and treat folks that come into the emergency department, emergency room for treatment. He's not a forensic doctor. He's not an investigator. He's not an ME. An ME is an actual investigator. They are investigating the cause of death and events surrounding a death. An ER doctor's not. You're right. They're keeping records there. There's when they have a code come in, there's someone assigned on the trauma team that's actually taking notes. And he didn't know John O'Keefe's name. He didn't know John. He didn't know anything about him other than what was written in those notes of what a nurse in the ER scribed. And that's why he went back to those notes. I would say you don't expect to get a lot out of the ER doctor other than he came in, he was unable to be resuscitated, and maybe some ancillary information on obvious injuries. But he's not going to see if the guy's got athlete's feet to check his blood sugar when he comes in, he's not breathing. So I think we're beating on the guy maybe more than we should. I wouldn't expect much more than that out of the ER doctor on a case like this, in my opinion. But hey,
ladies and gentlemen, look who we got.
Lisa. Welcome, Lisa.
Well, I'm here to beat on that horse. Oh my God. I'm sitting here dying. I just, that defense team did, that was terrible. That was terrible. Okay. I mean, just alone in the fact of not objecting to that prejudicial questioning. I mean, he had no basis to make any of those inferences. I mean, they're tainting the jury's perception of her. I mean, hopefully, the jury's smart enough, and common sense to know that it's just a bunch of nonsense. But the fact that the defense, just let it go, I don't know. And the fact that if you notice the very last part where it says where it said cold to exposure, notice it did not say hypothermia. Okay, that's huge. And the fact that they didn't go there, I don't know. They could have really chewed on that bone right there and hit him over the head. I don't know. That guy he was really weird. Very, very weird. And defense counsel should have said, just let him read the notes into the record. Because seriously, I mean, you go through that whole thing, he had no knowledge of anything. And they allowed him to make statements as if he did know. I don't know. I'm lit.
No,
I agree with you that there should have been. I think there should have been some objections by the defense on how he was able, especially when he talks about, well, it was in the EMS notes that he was struck by a vehicle, because he made mention of that, but there is no mention of that in the notes. So I do think there's some objections should be done, but I just don't know how much we expect to get out of an ER doctor who treats somebody who comes in on trauma and they do a code performance on them trying to resuscitate their life, and then he pronounces them dead. I think it's about all we can really expect out of an ER doctor in a testimony like this. They're not an officer of the court. They're not an investigator. They're not even running anything forensic. They're doing it for saving someone's life.
But I think he could have negated the significance of the hypothermia narrative. Because that's everything they hinge on. That's the entire, really, the prosecution's case is basically that he died of hypothermia. And of course, I know the blunt force, but mostly the hypothermia because he was left there all that time. And I think that from the competence of an ER doctor, he would have probably been able to show that quote hypothermia wasn't necessarily a true diagnosis. I mean, they would have put on that thing hypothermia, not exposure to cold. That is such a minimal statement. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just think that was such a huge opportunity to be able to negate that hypothermia aspect.
Yeah, Lisa, I agree. Like, what questions would you ask? Because real quick before you say, I was thinking, like, let me show you a picture of his arm. When you're calling these scratches, you said scratches. Those aren't fucking scratches, but you said scratches. Is it possible that these wounds could have came from a dog? I mean, I would have asked them a bunch of different questions.
What foundation does this ER doctor have that he could be an expert to make a determination of what caused a wound? That falls back on a medical examiner. That's what I want to hear from a medical examiner. I don't want to hear that from an ER doctor. It's going to be just as much conjecture as I think he might have been hit with a vehicle.
No, but I'll tell you where that comes into play. In fact, I put that in the chat there saying for the defense counsel to show those pictures to the doc because the way he described them as being like minimal, like you skin your freaking knee. Do those look like minor abrasions? I mean, he doesn't have to necessarily say what the actual cost was, but you could show that it was significant.
Yeah, I'm sure he's seen a bunch of dog bites in his time as an ER doctor.
Well, you establish that he's a professional, that he's a doctor. He knows what the hell he's doing. He's been doing it for a long time, and he's the head guy. Then you say, just based on your experience, is this possible that this could be this? Why the hell wouldn't you at least get him to say yes, even though it could be anything, whatever? But why not let him say, yeah, it could be that too? Why not ask him those questions? That didn't make any sense.
I want to know, why was he so confident about the fact that the guy was struck by a motor vehicle? How did he get that into his brain? Is that a Mandela moment? I don't know.
Well, we don't know because he couldn't establish it in the written report where he claimed that it came from in the EMS report. And in fact, I'll give the defense that. I think that was a win on them on the cross examination, pending. It's not mentioned.
Yeah, but I don't think. No, they see that the jury that one thing is huge, but it's not going to. They needed to pound on that for the jury to get it. Okay, you got to remember the jury. Okay, that they need to be pounded. That needs to go like you got to make that really come out to the jury. You got to make that pop. And I would have said, how many times did you meet with the district attorney's office about your testimony? And how about this? They should have known what the doctor was going to testify to, because it seems to me, why didn't the defense attorney question him beforehand? That would have been a witness that I definitely would have sought out to depose him or, interview him before trial. Come on.
Absolutely. I know. I agree with you on that.
Do the injuries to his arm, do you think that's consistent with road rash in the grass?
Look, guys, how many times do you see an ER doc out on a scene investigating how an injury was sustained? They see injuries come in and what they know it was caused by whatever people tell them it was caused by. They don't have the forensic investigation experience nor the training to be able to come into court and tell a jury that's a dog bite, that is a knife wound, this is a gunshot wound. They can say it's consistent with maybe, but I just don't think that I would expect that if I was on either side, the prosecution or the defense on this. I don't know that I would rely on this ER doctor to make that type of assertment into the case. I just don't. I don't think the ER doc is the guy. Yes, he's a doctor. Yes, he's trained. Yes, he probably has more knowledge on how wounds are portrayed or seen, or what they're consistent with the average person, but that doesn't make them an expert to be able to sit on the stand and say that's not a dog bite, or yes, that is a dog bite, or this is consistent with a vehicle being someone being run over. I'll even go back to hypothermia. Hypothermia is a spectrum. It begins at 95, but you don't die at 95. You start beginning where your body lacks the ability to recover from hypothermia below the body temperature of 95. But you're not dead at 95. Some people have been literally frozen and brought back to life with hypothermia. So I don't know that again that our ER doctor is the guy that said, well, he came in suffering from hypothermia, when that's generally just a temperature range. Exposure to cold, I think, is safer for. Go back to what you said earlier, Kingdom. Hospital liability. They are probably prohibited from making those type of claims in those reports.
Joe, that would have been a great question by the defense counsel. What you just did, that would have gone great.
Let me throw this out at you, Joe. How many child abuse cases have you been to court on where you don't have a death, so therefore you're not going to have a medical examiner's testimony, but you are going to have an ER doctor's testimony to say, well, this child was brought in, with a broken arm and some broken ribs, and they said that, the kid was he fell down some steps, but based on my experience, the injuries are not consistent with those kind of falls. They are, however, consistent with being abused.
Well, once again, if you have that testimony on the stand, if the state's going to have to back that up with taking those medical records, going to an expert that can essentially articulate or forensically evaluate the medical records to be the testimony there, that doctor's testimony is just not that strong. It's just not. In fact, I wouldn't want that doctor's testimony to be that strong. His experience with those injuries are inside of an ER. He's not even on the ambulance. He's not there on the scene to see how things are put together and how things happened, and to say something, well, that's consistent with abuse. What is abuse? There's so many legal issues there that you drill down to. I've not seen a medical doctor come in and provide any more testimony other than treatment received or treatment given and the way patients have presented themselves upon getting to the ER or brought in by an ambulance. It's always got to be somebody that's got a more forensic. Even when you talk about child abuse cases, even there's a forensic interview. There's also some things that a doctor may do, and special nurses that have special training on sexual assault. When someone presents themselves at the ER, says claims of sexual assault, they go into a certain protocol just so that the forensic chain of custody and the forensic evidence that's going to be obtained from that examination can be used in court. Blood alcohol. If somebody goes into the hospital and after they've had an accident and the hospital does their blood alcohol concentration, you can't use that for a DWI because that lab is not a forensic lab that's making that determination. That's why there's a special kit that's comes down that we're going to draw that blood and send it to a forensic lab. So that's what's going to be the official, whatever that forensic lab comes back and says your blood alcohol concentration was at the time it was taken, 100% that's what it is, and that's what will be said in court. If you try to come in with me with, I'm a defense attorney, you're going to try to come in at my client with some hospital blood alcohol. I'm going to tear your lab apart. I'm going to show you certification. I'm going to show you're not. How do you know that the blood tested was a blood that was drawn? Where's your chain of custody? They don't have any of that. So none of that stuff. It's cursory information. It sounds good. but in the end of the day, it's not real evidence that I think that should be stood up in court from an ER doctor.
Two words. Reasonable doubt.
I'm all with you. I'm all with you, Lisa, on some reasonable doubt. I'm with you, but I'm saying when it comes down to real evidence, I don't think that ER doctor can present it. I don't know that it meets the standard for what factual scientific evidence or forensic evidence would be.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm listening to you say all this stuff and, yeah, I guess normal this and normal that. But at the end of the day, you had a great opportunity for someone that the prosecution put up there as an expert. And you don't talk about the wounds on his hand. You don't talk about the black and blue eyes. You don't talk more about the abrasion on the back of his head. I know you never seen it. I know that blah, 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 blah. But the fact is he had that. I don't know why they didn't show him pictures of this and got him to really talk more into this, because there's no way that came from the car. Why didn't you just have him talk more? Whether it's not the jury's listening to this, why would you not at least make a good reasonable doubt case with this guy? You just didn't ask him any questions. There had to been something that happened behind the scenes, said you can only ask him a question about hypothermia and nothing else. I will strike it and remove the witness. I mean, there's a reason why Alan Jackson ain't there today. There's a reason why he's not there. And that lady didn't ask any questions. That the whole thing was weird on the defense. They had to have their hands tied or something. That shit was weird. Because I would have said, look at these wounds on his hand, sir. And I look at the contusion on his head. What do you think? I mean, I would have asked him some kind of questions, even though he's not an expert. I would have asked him something.
The state would have objected all over that, and the judge would have admonished the defense and say, "What do you think caused these wounds?"
No, what?
He has no basis in.
I'm going with Kingdom. I'm going to tell you something. You can call this sexist or whatever you want, but I'm going to tell you they specifically used that woman, that female attorney, to blow it. I'm telling you right now. I can smell it. They used her to take the fall for such a shitty, such a poor cross-examination.
And I agree. It was a poor cross-examination. I'm not cutting for the defense on this. I'm just saying that there's only so far you're going to be able to go with you can't. An expert witness has to have some foundation to be an expert, and I think we about run the gamut on what an ER doctor can do. But you know what? Range Minded podcast has a good question. He says, "What would the repercussions be? What would be the repercussions if the defense finds out the ER doctor was compromised by the prosecution?" So I don't know what level of compromise, but if there was some collusion between the prosecutor and the doctor to fabricate or direct his testimony more than
embellish.
Lisa, what do you think the remedy for that could be?
Oh, the remedy? There never seems to ever be a remedy for the corruption that happens around here. And I don't know if I would use the word corruption, but that is business as usual in this Commonwealth. But where it is most important is getting that acquittal. Okay, that's the biggest thing.
Well, from what you've seen this far, Lisa, where do you think the defense stands if they ask for a summary judgment or it went to jury tomorrow? What does your gut tell you the jury would come back at?
Oh man. That's a tough one because you never know with a jury. I don't think the judge would do a take it, because I'm telling you, she's protecting the prosecutor. I mean, I'm sitting here. There is not one objection that she ever asked the basis for. I've never seen anything like it. What courtroom is this that the prosecutor never has to say why they're objecting? Like, it's almost like telepathic. To me, it seems to me the judge is bending over backwards to be more favorable to the prosecution.
And that's pretty normal, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. As far as the jury goes, I would have to say that there's a good chance if we have just regular, everyday people in there that they would go with not guilty. But what really keeps on drawing my attention is the significant support, thankfully, that that Karen Reed has been getting from the public. Can you imagine if, we, the non-celebs, ever had that kind of support for our cases? I mean, that plays a huge part.
Yeah. Here's another thing I think is interesting, and not to bring this up on a conspiracy, but if you have the sergeant and the police chief and the judge, apparently everyone's like, oh my gosh, I think she's in on it and blah, blah, blah. What is the chances of connecting the dots that they have someone that's in that jury that has been threatened, or they feel like they have to give, what do they own somebody on that jury? What's the chances? I think it's halfway decent.
What were the chances that they were going to go so incredibly after Turtle Boy there? I mean, to go after him with indictments of that magnitude, something is happening from the very top. Okay, I'm telling you, that was huge. The way that they're going after him.
Yeah, he said he had multiple felonies for witness intimidation because he was going out there. Why did you cover it up? Why did you text, house long to die in cold at 2:27? Why, And you're like, oh, I'm going to call and get this guy arrested and remove him. It's like at some point you're going to face the music, and that time is now. But yeah, the defense and having that, I was sitting there saying, oh, why did you put the third stringer on this and not get him to say something like Alan Jackson every single time? When's the last time you talked to someone about this case? Did you not talk to the prosecution in the preparation? Where did that take place? Blah, 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 blah. Not one thing that Alan Jackson has asked every single witness. Not one of those questions was asked to this guy. Seems it's kind of fishy, like they were told not to ask him anything. Right, Lisa?
I think anything that would be brought up would have foundation issues, whether this guy could actually testify to forensic evidence, is my opinion. But
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. What was the question?
Well, it's really talking about the credibility of the doctor, and did he have, like you had mentioned earlier, did he have a conversation with the prosecution in preparation for his testimony? Did he tell you what questions he was going to ask? Oh, yeah. Well, what questions did he say he was going to ask you? Did he tell you what answers he wanted you to give? That's what Alan Jackson asked every single witness. I
Absolutely.
thought he would ask some of that.
Well, only because of why I think that stands out is particularly because he didn't, there were so many answers that he knew that he didn't know, which isn't, out of the ordinary because, so many people, whatever. So that's not strange. But what's strange is that the one important thing is he was struck by a motor vehicle. He knew that for sure, though. Everything else is, I don't know. I don't recall. Damn straight that, and I definitely said it, that he should have been asked, how many, have you been interviewed by the ADA's office, and how many times? Absolutely. That was Kingdom. You're right on the money.
Yeah. I mean, just some kind of questions, just to ask him, and he'll say, yeah, I did meet with him. And, it just like when you have an objection, did they tell you what to say and tell you to say this? No. Objection. But then the jury still heard that you said it. You still planted
it. Exactly. The jury, that's right. You let them come to their own conclusion.
Even if it's objected, it's like, hey, object that and strike that question off of there. But they still heard what you're thinking, even though it's objected, they heard it.
Ignore that pink elephant in the room.
Exactly. It's like, Did anyone not find this fishy that this guy was just saying the little pieces of evidence? Like, I don't really know about it, but what I do know is, yeah, the accident, hypothermia. I can't really tell you when hypothermia happens, but yeah, hypothermia for sure. No, there was like some scratches on his arm, but it's like you're saying everything that the prosecution would say. Just downplay it and just call them scratches. I know they're contusions, but let's not use that word. Let's just use the word scratches. Okay, can you do that
Use
for
the
me?
word superficial lacerations for the injuries on the arm.
Superficial lacerations, and then he further clarified by saying scratches.
Yes, he said in layman's term, he said maybe that's like medical term for scratches, but superficial has a definition.
But you don't think that that statement was practiced or coerced by the prosecution to just say this? I know it could be something else. Leave that part out of it. Let's just go to the lighter version of what it
Okay,
could
well,
be.
let's not pretend that both the defense and the prosecution witnesses didn't have pre-trial conferences and go over what their testimony is going to be, and they damn sure know what if you're the state's witness, you damn sure know what questions are coming. Same with the defense. You're not going to put your witness on the stand and not prep them prior to putting them on the stand, because you want to know what the answer is going to be so you can formulate the question to evoke the exact answer that you want in court.
Well, like you were saying earlier, like the defense has been just tearing apart every single person on there. They're not putting those people on there because they know they're going to get killed. They're putting them on there because they have to. You have to put that doctor or someone from that hospital on the stand because you have to present that. That's part of the case. You have to. And then you're like, damn, oh my God, he's going to get killed. But this is the first person that I've personally heard that went on the stand that they just gave him a get out of jail free card and gave him a free pass and said, okay, sounds good. Anyway, next, let's just move him out of here. She did a shitty job on defense. The fact that she was doing the talking and not this high paid person, Plebetti or Yannetti, he wasn't doing it. Like when he was asking Higgins, hey, I mean, he was really getting aggressive and asking questions on the doctor. They give the softball and let the chick, she didn't even object or nothing. That shit was totally weird. Totally weird.
Something happened over the weekend. There may be a reason why, I forget the main attorney that wasn't there.
Alan
Jackson. I think there's a reason why he's not there. I expect to see Higgins to come back under the defense case, because even the question on Higgins I thought was non-aggressive. He might have sounded aggressive when he asked a question, but it wasn't aggressive. They didn't really go after Higgins this morning. I was surprised. I figured Higgins would be on the stand all day under cross. I wouldn't have let him get up, but unless they have a plan to bring him back later, I don't think that the ER's doctor is makes or breaks the defense case, in my opinion. But something's going on the defense side with attorneys. They may have taken a break to sit on the bench to wait for the defense case to really start laying in again. That's my opinion. What do you think, Lisa?
I think that they purposely put her in there to sandbag her. I'm sorry, but I do. I think they purposely used her. I'm just, there's nothing specific that I can, point to, but it's more like a gut thing.
What you mean to sandbag the defense?
The defense for some reason what didn't want to go strong on this particular witness, and it's just weird. And it's my opinion that they particularly used, her to make it a weak cross-examination, because not one of those other guys would have been able. It wouldn't have come across as real. They couldn't have been the ones to do that kind of lousy cross-examination. And I'm putting it out there that the cross-examination was purposely weak. I'm just saying.
I agree. I mean, you would think that if you were up there, your reputation as a lawyer is on the line, and you don't want to look like an idiot. So if their hands are tied and they really can't ask any questions, and they've been, the judge already did so many sidebars and said, under no circumstances can you even take a rabbit trail down this way or that way, or else, the consequences will be this or that. That's the reason why Alan Jackson's not there, and that's why they put the chick in there to not say anything. I don't know. That's my opinion, at least. I don't know if it's true, but that's my opinion too.
I think they're gearing up for the defense to take the case and start presenting witnesses. I think that's going to be a Super Bowl for the defense. It's amazing they've been able to make the headrows they've been able to make on prosecution witnesses, but you don't normally see that in trials. Usually prosecution witnesses are good for the state. They're not usually beneficial to the defense, but there's been so many going back to Jennifer McCabe, Albert Sr., Higgins, all these ones, and there's a few others in there that you can throw in that have been quite honestly more beneficial to the defense, in my opinion, than they have for the state once the defense got cross examinations on them.
But that's what's so befuddling, though. Okay, that's what I can't. That's why this is taking me aback a little bit, because this really could have been even more powerful regarding the forensics. Okay,
Well, do you think, Lisa, it could be a tactic where they're going to not pound on them while they're a prosecution or a state's witness and wait to recall them as a defense witness, where they get the direct examination first?
I'm just like, I don't know what it is, but it's weird. I you know what? I don't trust the defense team as much as I don't trust the freaking prosecution team. But I suppose, it's plausible what you say. It could be, but this is just weird to me. This particular witness who that has such, it's a doctor. We're talking about someone who saw this John O'Keefe real time. Unlike the medical examiner who's, having to reconstruct and go based on what they're told from these people. So it's concerning to me that this particular witness would just let go like that when there could have been so many other details that could have been brought out.
Yeah.
I hope I articulated that okay.
Yeah, and I had the same thought that you have. I know Joe's pushing on the other side there, but I had the same. It's like, if you're saying, hey, I'm just going to let everyone go until I await my case, there would be a history of that. There would be some kind of track record of that. But every single person who's every single person, 100% of the time, they have just made a reasonable doubt and made a very good case and articulated some good points that you would say, I don't think she's guilty. But for the very first time with this guy, they don't. They did with every other person. But this one time, they don't make a case with just this one person for the first time. That's what makes it weird.
And the one person who painted a picture of her being like mentally ill or something.
And you don't drive that point home a little bit, at least try to drive it home. There hasn't been a reason behind that. There's no way to let it go.
What if it's
even Joe, you brought out a great point. Being able, the defense attorney could have been saying, and wouldn't it be, reasonable to say that the state that she was in, because she's having been in having subjected to this situation, that her emotions could be because she's just upset, not because she is psychotic.
A psychopath killer.
No, exactly. And if I was the defense, I would have witnesses that are going to come to the stand and articulate that more. But you got to remember now, if it's the state's witness, the defense is restricted to the scope of the questioning that the direct examination brought up. There may be things outside the scope that the defense wants to get into, and the way to get to that is you call them as a witness. That way you establish the scope, and then it also restricts the state as to what scope their questioning can be.
Except that they brought up hypothermia. Right? They brought up hypothermia, which is like one of the the main focal points of the entire case. And that was, I mean, the prosecutor went extensively on that. I mean, they opened up the door.
And the
And,
abrasions
man.
on the head, and there was nothing on his abdomen, right? Oh, no, I'm not saying that, sir. There was no damages, nothing happened to his neck, right? Nothing to his shoulders, nothing to his abdomen, nothing to his waist, his hip, his bone is connected to his knee bone, nothing, none on his shin. There's nothing there. You thought they were going to keep on going, like, okay, and then it's like, okay, we rest. It's like, what? You rest?
Well, let me ask you this, folks. What is the significance of him not detailing injuries on anything below the head and the arm? What's the significance of that?
The significance, in my opinion, is because there was not injuries that are consistent with getting hit by a bumper or in a car and a taillight. That is the only evidence that has her charged with manslaughter that's upgraded to murder. The only reason she's there is because that they say that she hit him with the car and then there's a taillight. But this doctor could clearly say there's no injuries that are consistent with what these charges are. But they didn't even take that rabbit trail at all, because obviously they think that he was going to say something that was going to help the prosecution. So they thought it was better just to not ask him any questions.
Well, see, I disagree. I think they did establish that by saying you noted no other injuries below the head and the right arm. And they can tie this up later in the defense, in the whole strategy of the defense. They can bring that back again and say there were not injuries that were consistent to someone being struck by an automobile and falling to the ground. There wasn't an elbow. There wasn't a knee, things that normally would be scraped, injured when someone takes a fall to the ground. We didn't see that. And this is going to go back to the defense, in my opinion. They're going to be able to paint a picture, even with medical examiner's report and whatever testimony this doctor provided, by saying his injuries were consistent with a fight. His injuries were not consistent with being struck by a vehicle and taking a tumble onto the ground, in my opinion.
You know what? The defense needs their own forensic expert to be able to go over that now.
That'll be later, though, right?
Don't you think we're going to see that?
If we don't, then something really stinks.
We'll be back in here talking some crap about the defense, whether we think is doing a pretty decent job now. We won't think so if they don't bring something to bear on this defense. But I think we're about to go. We got a ceiling fan picture again, don't we?
We do have a ceiling fan right now. We are live with sound. There's nothing going at this moment, and I will tell you that you're not going to miss a moment of the actual court case. But right now, there's just a ceiling fan going, so we can continue commentary. But it's
Okay, one more thought.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I even think that the ADA was kind of surprised that the doctor didn't know what percent of alcohol 93 means. Now, I'm a little concerned that it's now left in the juror's mind that 93 has some kind of meaning, like, oh, yes, she was intoxicated, when in reality, that was entirely left open as to what the 93 means, and leaving it to the imagination of the jury.
And I'm going to give you that on the defense. The defense should have cleaned that up, because they don't. We all know of a blood alcohol concentration being delivered in like a 0.08, being in most states the per se blood alcohol concentration for intoxication. But hospitals do it differently. I go again that a hospital is not a forensic lab. They don't do things to bring to court. They do things to keep themselves from being sued sometimes. But you're right, that 93 is not a typical calculation of blood alcohol concentration. That's, again, why it's not normally
was
used in
that
courts.
like a 0.09? Is that what 93 means? I'm just guessing. I don't know.
I'll have to look it up. They measure it in a different. They measure it differently. The blood alcohol concentration, they measure it differently when they do a medical test and test for that.
But the prosecution did a good job with him, because that was the first time I thought that they won with the person that they brought. That's the first time that they won. They were able to establish She was in a mental state where she had to be taken, and the extreme conditions of taking him is psychotic, and she was out of her mind. Also, the marks on the arm are consistent with the word I just used, summarizing as scratches. So therefore, that takes away the dog out of it. I mean, he did a good job of having this guy have a word track that really reinforced their narrative, and the defense did a bad job of having reasonable doubt of, when you say scratches, isn't that, I mean, with these kind of contusions, is it possible that you could have got these scratches in this manner or this? I mean, they were just like, I don't even want to ask them any questions. Let's just get them off the stand.
Man, I think if you were trying to prosecute Joe Lanouf for putting his trash out on the curb, I think you had the trash man on the stand, and he said for sure there was a can in front of my house. Not how it got there, whether I put it there or anything else. I really don't think that testimony established anything other than John O'Keefe died at the hospital.
Yeah, but it did take away the dog from the arm and said scratches, which the defense, the prosecution,
but your medical examiner's already done that. Your medical examiner's done that, and that's the person who's in charge of making these forensic investigations. So that testimony holds more weight in my mind than this ER doctor saying that there were some scratches. In fact, what he described could be consistent with dog scratches.
Yeah, maybe.
And you know where that Section 12 tie goes to circle back with is Jennifer McCabe's testimony trying to paint Karen Reed as being psychotic. and that intent to want to do John in, right?
Exactly.
Man, I could see that inference.
The whole thing reinforced the prosecution. There was definitely saying, well, based on what he said, it does align very well with the narrative that the prosecution said. She did it. She was mad at him. She was out of her mind. It was a moment of her being mad. They had an argument in the morning, so she purposely backed into him. Everything he said aligned up with that in some way. Do you agree on that, Leno? Yeah. So what do you think, Lisa? You still with us?
Sorry.
Yeah. I'll say the boys are out getting something to eat real quick, waiting for the next one.
Well, I'm about to step away and grab something to eat. I'm going to keep listening. But Lisa, I hope you'll stick with us during this. I don't know who's coming up next. It's not going to be the doctor. Do we know what witness is coming back after lunch?
It'd be awesome if the medical examiner was coming up. But the fact that Alan Jackson is not there tells me it's probably gonna be nobody important. But what's up, John? Where you been, bro?
Had to fix me a chicken salad sandwich.
A chicken salad sandwich.
Hey, in breaking news, so are y'all familiar with a Virginia man that was arrested in Caicos and Turks for having ammo in a bag?
Do tell.
All right, so he was arrested. Apparently, that is what is considered here as a felony. So there was some question as to what they were going to do. Apparently, there's some stuff going on over there. Some travel advisories have been issued for Turks and Caicos, but he has been set free, time served. So he is coming back to the great state of Virginia.
And Virginia is for lovers. For those who don't know, I'm actually from Virginia myself. And this doctor who is in the Good Samaritan Hospital, he started off in Manassas, in between Dumfries and Manassas. They called him dumbasses. He was in the Prince William Hospital, is where he had his residency, and that's where I was born. So in Virginia, but
wait, let's go back to that guy that you said that got time served, whatever, for the ammo thing.
Turks and Caicos.
Yeah. You missed the most freaky part of that whole thing. Is how did that happen? Supposedly, it's reported that it was because of John Fetterman.
I'll be honest with you, Lisa. I did not dive that deep in it. I heard about it. I mean, I know every country's got different laws when it comes to 2A stuff. But I am glad to see that, apparently somebody has some common sense over there.
It was a miracle. That's why it's so freaky. Yeah. So freaky that John Fetterman actually wanted to do the right thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Miracles never cease.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. But I am going to do a little dig. I'm caught up in the Brian Malinowski saga with the ATF and whatnot, but that's a different story.
So where are we at, John? Did you see any of the doctor that had his testimony? Did you see any of that? What's your thoughts on that one as far as what the prosecution and what the defense, the case that they had?
Yeah.
What was your opinion of that?
No, I did. And that's what I was saying a while ago. You know, foundation here. I hate being accused of something I didn't do, so I try not to do it to other people, and I try not to judge people on what they say, how they act, and whatnot. However, this guy, there's something going on. He, as a professional ER doctor, and I don't know. I will assume that he has testified in court before. That being said, if that is in fact true, he hesitated a lot. Like he really gave his answers a lot of thought, as if he either was either trying to hide something or there was something, a conversation or a meeting happened before the trial and said, these are the questions I'm going to ask you. And I can see that happening because I've been on that side of it before. Before I was in law enforcement, I got caught up in a murder trial, and I had to talk to the ADA, and the ADA says these are the questions we're going to ask you. So I know that happens. But he just seemed like he was very cautious in what he said, and knowing, and it's hard for me to say this, but knowing what happened Friday. I mean, I smelled a rat Friday. Now I smell a bigger rat.
It goes deeper than just Higgins.
I'm sorry. I've got my own personal reasons.
All right, here we go. Go ahead.
No, I've got my own personal reasons why I turn an eye at, a medical examiner changing their initial report. I understand that, things happen, things come up. I get that. That's why I said I would like to see it, to see how much different it is.
Are they going to let this
so your
lady
next
say
witness, Mr.
anything
Riley.
else? I would.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Gary Fowler. This must be the actual doctor that was the actual doctor, not the supervisor.
So is that who the other doctor was?
The other doctor was the main doctor in the ER. This guy is a doctor. And when Joe Lanou comes back.
So was he the attending doctor?
I don't know. We'll find out. Hey, if you can also have this live feed preloaded. I got a bad thunderstorm over here in Houston, Texas. So if you can have this live feed preloaded just in case mine comes out.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. Okay. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay. Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with the chief of resident in pathology in my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work from there?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Carnegie?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015. But I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
Now, you've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
So, I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. Also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years, we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years. And there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CIP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be, drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency department, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So you come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomists, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again.
Lisa, do you think they're laying foundation to try to be able to use her blood alcohol concentration test as some sort of evidence in court?
Started working for us,
and then
looks like that.
Thereafter. So the CAP is we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing.
Can you imagine this guy
We
like on
also
a
have
date?
competency
Well,
policies for
sweetheart, I have
pathologists as well.
a policy
So
that
it's
you must
all
give me a kiss if
about
I'm paying for
making
dinner or
sure
something.
the final result is that
You're
comes from
cracking
our
me up.
lab is a good
Honestly, if you're dating a
quality.
pathologist, then you should, you get what you get. You should have expected that.
It's like, sweetheart, while you're talking about your policies, can you please just let me hang on to your wallet so I can go shopping, and then we'll finish later.
Can I check your blood?
I wonder what his Apple Watch would say about his heart rate.
I bet he's a little drove up. He's a little nervous. It's understandable if nobody's ever sat on a witness stand.
And just
Be
in
intimidating.
general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Well, everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies, what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again here?
Okay.
I would bet $1 million that this guy has a prenup. 100%.
Any objection? No objection. All right.
There has to be a policy in place just in case it doesn't work out, right?
I don't think we marked.
I do know from experience, cash makes you more
Did we-
attractive.
Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
I was referring to a prenup.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
He's the lucky guy that gets to go through the stool samples and test them.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Just
Yes.
Sure.
Did I miss them going over the chain of custody policy for this forensic test? Did I miss that?
That's only in normal courtrooms, not this one, dude.
Yeah.
Of those records, do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records in the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab result for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan. So the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is concerned?
Okay, so
before you do that, Doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay.
Because if I turn
So
the fans
at
off,
Good
I'm going to smack your
Samaritan,
bitch ass as hard as I
can go through the
can.
process.
So raise your voice.
The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and we'll also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw, and use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have two forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for
All
alcohol.
right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine and then it drops. And it's
Yeah,
fine and it
you're
drops. So, Paul,
fucking
can we turn
super
the fans
boring.
off,
You're
please?
putting everyone to sleep. Turn the
It's
fans
important that
off.
all
So
the
jury,
jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
if you want to get mad at someone, it's
Okay,
this
so
son of a bitch
yeah,
with these
but
glasses
speak
on that
into the
refuses
microphone.
to raise his voice. Turn the fans
This
off.
should be better with
And hopefully
Let's
you
all
can turn
sweat
it
to
back
death because
on.
this asshole won't
When
talk
I
into
get
the
better
mic.
at this.
Yeah.
So I'm
Matter of
sorry.
fact, give him a beat
It's
down
hot-
when he
I'm
walks
hot
out the
too.
courtroom. Who's laughing?
So one is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, a lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw. So we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green.
I think we should only ask
top
him
tube,
yes or no questions from this
which
point forward.
has lithium pepper and has an anticoagulant.
They're doing their best to be able to
prevent
use this hospital
clotting.
blood alcohol
So
concentration
we'll get
test
that tube, and
against
once it's
her.
entered, we will centrifuge it.
But what they
and
didn't talk about
centrifuge,
is that what
for
ensures
about
that the tube that arrives,
minutes or
the
so,
blood vial
so
that arrives through
we
this vacuum
can
tube on the other side of the
separate
hospital is the
layers
same
of
one that was
blood
drawn by
in
the
blood. When you
phlebotomist.
first see blood, it's
Little
all
problem
red
with that.
and there's no separation.
Well, that and
of
even
the
though it's not a
elements.
DUI, let's
But
say it's a
within
DUI,
blood,
and say you
there
got
are
into an
red blood
accident
cells,
around midnight, and then you
there
went
are,
home, and then you
white
show up
cells
at
or
6 in the
inflammatory
morning to the
cells,
scene of the
and
accident.
there's the
You can't say
liquid
that your
portion
blood
of the blood.
alcohol level right
So
this
for alcohol
moment
testing,
says you're
we,
drunk, that you were drunk at
need
midnight.
to-
She
there's an
could have went home when
anticoagulant in-
when she dropped him off and was drinking.
plasma portion will go to the top.
You know what I mean?
Advertisement for
And
Vega
then we
protein
test for
drink.
blood alcohol.
But you know what I mean, though? She could have went home after she dropped him off and then got hammered. That's why she.
I don't
let
really
him
think
out.
this establishes a lot towards her guilt.
Centrifuge it and
I'm not sure
separate the
why the
components.
prosecution's put
Once
so
that
much
is
effort
done,
into
that
it
takes
because this
about
guy
20
is
minutes or so.
a lot of
maybe
effort.
A little bit longer.
It looks like the
Then
jury's
that
getting
tube will
irritated
be
with
brought
him
over to
that he
our
won't speak
machine,
up, and they're about to turn the
which is
fans
our
off.
Roche Cobas
And you're like,
machine.
dude,
And
just
it will
stop
be put
talking,
onto
and
the
I'll
machine.
ask you some yes or no questions.
And that
Don't
machine
insult the
will
jury
test
because
for the
I
alcohol
won't stop.
or whatever else is ordered on the patient.
But he is definitely fucking boring. I would just say, thank you, sir. Let me ask.
I think I covered everything.
Yeah, you did cover everything. Please
With
stop.
regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge. Can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and
Oh, this is going to be rough.
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood. And the only way to get that plasma portion, or the watery solution of the blood, is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate.
Now I see why Alan
something
Jackson
like
didn't show up today.
3,300 RPMs or so.
Yeah, he said, I ain't got no time
fast.
for this kind of testimony.
And
I'll catch
it
you
will
on
separate
Wednesday.
the blood into
Yeah.
those
My
three
fee is
layers.
$15,000
Also,
a day
in
is
the
what it
tubes
costs
that
me to
we
be in that
use is a
courtroom, if
gel
not
that comes
more.
in the
And
tube.
believe me, you don't
It
need to waste
nicely
your money with
separates
these idiots.
the red blood cell component.
And you know, I haven't
and
seen the female
water or
defense attorney.
aqueous plasma
She may
component,
be an
and
expert
keeps
in
those two
just this type of
portions of the blood
examination.
separate to make it easier
Blood
for
work,
us to test
Lab
on the machine.
certifications, lab procedures, chain of custody stuff. There are attorneys and experts out there that are very particular to this type of stuff.
well, she's not a very good attorney. but
There
not
is a difference.
far.
Whole blood.
Our
is
batting
basically
average is
the
a
whole
little
blood.
bad there.
If
Yeah.
Look. She let a ball go.
as a
Let's see what
test
she does on this
drawn,
one.
and
I'm
if
not
we
throwing
test
her out
something
just
on the
yet.
entire
Lisa,
blood
don't
without
say anything
separating
bad
it,
about
that
the
would be whole
prosecution
blood.
around Joe Lanu.
If
You
we
know how
say we're
he's all
testing
pro
on
prosecution.
plasma or serum, we're actually separating the
I'm
components of the
talking about
blood
the defense.
Oh, the defense.
by the centrifuge process.
I'm a pro fair is what I am.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Bears. I was just gonna say that.
As far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing.
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we
Do you think the
like
defense
serum
is
or
going to ask this
plasma
guy any more
has a
questions, or just
98%
way of no
reportedly
questions, Your Honor,
98%
no questions?
water component.
I think if they at least
Whole
attack
blood,
the fact that it's not a forensic
if you
lab,
look at the whole
there's
blood
no chain of
overall,
custody.
it has a
Aside from that, I don't
lesser
know where they'll go with
percentage.
it, but
So,
I expect to
you know,
see that from the defense.
if you look in the literature, it can be 86% or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as a testing from serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess, the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions.
Isn't it
in the hospital. We're not
0.08?
in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage and or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within.
Come on, get to the point, man. Get to the point. What the hell is the point of this guy?
By which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram.
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is a if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific
Hey, John.
instance of the defendant, Ms. Reed,
Have you
do
fallen
have
asleep or are you
sense
still
from
watching?
the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported? And
What was that? I had you muted. What'd you say?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist, it happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately,
Joe, what's the point here?
It was
That
received in our lab.
They
I
took the
think,
blood and
10
there was
minutes
alcohol
after the
found
order,
in it.
the blood.
Is that
very
what this is?
And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if he's an expert witness, I don't know why they're going all into that.
The judge looks like she's just fed up that she has to sit here and listen to this.
Protocols and everything in the lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Say, I want your lips to be touching this microphone. Do you understand? I want your lips to be kissing this microphone as you're talking.
You testified that hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating VACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're at a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of...
He's breathing pretty heavy on the mic.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids or hemolysis or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
All right, so there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology. And
this is where the defense takes apart their intoxication theory.
I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing.
But even if she was hammered drunk with
any
a
tests that we do in a hospital,
0.23 or
so
something,
3
like where
times
you
a
could
year
damn
we
near
get
be
sent,
dead, you're so drunk.
unknown
It still
levels
doesn't
of
prove that she
alcohol,
ran into him. There's no other proof besides, yeah, she was
5
drunk.
samples,
Okay,
to
and
be,
she has brown hair too. What's the point?
accurate 3 times a year.
Yeah, I agree.
And
It was a mistake for the
we're
prosecution to
able
bring
to
this
look
guy in
at
and try to
not
establish
only
our
our results,
BAC.
make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how
It's going to make
what
the
other
state look
hospitals are doing across the nation.
incompetent, quite
So when
honestly.
I looked
This
last
guy,
looked,
he can
and
tell you what your
it held true
cholesterol is,
for
but he can't
over 10 years,
testify in
maybe
court what your
20
blood
years, is
alcohol is.
that of the,
Who are the
I think,
people
5,000 hospitals
over
that
there
are
on the other side of
testing
the
for
attorneys?
alcohol, 80, over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase.
Lisa, to
and
the answer to your
NADH.
question, the woman
And
who
I
wears a
can't
turtleneck
imagine,
on top of her
if,
blazer is
why,
one that has a boyfriend that just
if
refused
there
to
were any
stop when she
major
said,
issues
"Don't,
with
you're going to
alcohol
leave a
testing
hickey."
using that methodology,
And then
why
she's
would,
wearing a turtleneck here
it
in
wouldn't
court.
be that high of a.
As you
Yep.
testified, the
Yep.
goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening.
You
for the
guys talk about me being pro
presence of alcohol, but you're
prosecution.
not
You
quite
guys
as
are beating
concerned
up on
with
this
the
poor
precise
defense
amount
attorney.
that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, I mean,
She's not the right vendor.
Well,
She's not
we-
wearing the
we-
right
we
clothes. She's not
result in
asking the right
terms
questions.
of-
My
in the
goodness.
serum.
Well, it's true
We
because
know
the judge is like, look, if you
Massachusetts
don't start
laws
speaking
and
up, I have to
laws
turn off this
across
fan, and
the
it's
nation
so
are
hot
based
in
on
here
whole
that if
blood,
this fan turns
but
off, we're gonna
there are,
die.
in the
And then
literature,
she's sitting there wearing a winter coat and she's wearing a
formulas
sweater.
that
The
you
other one
can
has a
use
turtleneck. You're
if,
like,
you know,
do you
it
think
were
the
a
air
medical,
conditioning would be a lot better
legal
today than
case
it was
that
the last
one
week
can
or
use
two?
to convert our
She's
level
conservative.
to a blood
She's
alcohol.
wearing modest clothing.
We don't do it in the
Lisa's
hospital.
just
We
calling
don't
Boston
record a
strikes.
serum
She's just
alcohol,
calling
and then
Boston strikes
we
here.
don't do the conversion. But
Well,
it's
that's
a
true. She
very
is
rare
calling.
event.
My
She's not
response
for
to
the
her is
defense.
that one.
she says,
that
what woman
a
wears a
level will
turtleneck
end up in
on top
court.
of a blazer in hot weather? I just say a hot one.
But there are forensic.
Yeah, that's true. You made a
lab
good
people
point
that
there, Joe.
Can
You got one
that,
point towards getting your credibility
that
back.
formula.
I'll give it to you.
And
I actually called what the defense was going to be beaten up on this. So I take tips. Cash App's in my timeline. Any folks want to go there and leave a few dollars there for a good call by Joe Lanou on this one. It's appreciated. Thank you.
This is what the
Yeah. You know, a few dollars, when you say that, you mean a $20, two and then a zero. $20 bill would be nice. A couple $20 bills wouldn't hurt today.
Just
Amen.
briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would
Amen.
lead to elevated levels from your review of Miss Reed's
Let's
charges
mess
or
around
anything
the
like that
collection
present
plate
there.
here. A Hickey defense was best.
you put that up there
And
because
the
you made the
interferences would
comment.
be accounted
That
for in
The
the
Hickey
I don't
sense
know
of
if
the
defense
machine
was
would sort of
best. Yeah.
vet them out
Hey,
and
Lisa,
not
she's
result
we're
or
on the
not
same
reported in the
wavelength.
chart if
Lisa, we're on
that
the same
were to
wavelength
occur. Is
here.
that correct?
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Here we go. Some objections. There we go.
Dr. Fowler,
He's on it.
with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that a result may not be valid. And
I'm disappointed
sometimes
the
we
defense
will
did not bring up the fact
report
that
a
all of his
result with a
laboratory equipment is
disclaimer,
not certified
or
for forensic
sometimes if those levels
investigations
are so
or
high,
forensic
we won't
analysis.
report it at all.
So everything
But
he's saying there
in
is like,
case
oh
there
yeah,
was a
sounds
flag,
good, but there's no proof that you would get a red flag if you had a high bilirubin count indicating a high or misleading blood alcohol concentration reading.
Poor thing is just no Alan Jackson. If I was sitting there and I was Karen Reed and I looked over just knowing how much she charges per day or for whatever her service is, I'd be wanting to dispute those credit card charges on that one.
I disagree. I don't think she did a bad job. They made this a wasted time for the prosecution, in my opinion. This witness was wasted.
Well, I wasn't here for it, but I did read an article where the judge told the jury that he was not there, but there's nothing to it. I mean, why would you say that if there's nothing to it?
No further questions.
Nothing to what?
Dr. Fowler, thank
Him
you.
not
I'm
being
sorry I
there.
gave you such a bad
Oh,
time
okay,
about
I'm
your voice.
sorry.
Oh, the attorney not being there?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a day. Depending on these witnesses, you didn't need an attorney for this guy. You
Yes, Your
didn't
Honor, the
need.
Commonwealth call Mr. Nicholas
I know,
Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
But Nicholas Roberts, and they brought this bailiff in like he's going to escort him in or someone needs to be out or something. What's the deal? And there's like there's a guy over there looks like he's laughing or something. Why'd the
bailiff always escorts you on and off the stand and through the bar?
Well, he looked like he was pointing somewhere. Maybe he was pointing at the Urkel in the witness stand over there saying, please, sir, grab your pocket protector and get your ass out of here before we have a riot outside. And we already have all TV networks, including Court TV, Kingdom Radio Live, Night Court with Joe Lanou. We've all lost subscriptions ever since your lips started moving. Get the hell out of here. That's what I would have said.
Yeah. So who are those people on the other side of that banister rail there?
That's the family.
Oh, okay.
The bald-headed guy that's right there where you can kind of see his pants, as the best way I'll describe it, next to Karen Reed, that's actually John O'Keefe's brother, and he testified like in day 2 or 3. That's John O'Keefe's brother, and I think the lady on the left might be his mom and the dad. So this is I don't know if you would call that the victims, but that would be like
I got you. Okay.
The family. Yeah. The people who don't need to wait in line outside for position, the ones that get a seat no matter what.
We know who this guy is?
No.
I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
You don't need to tell this guy that. The Urkel, he's off the show. Yeah, this guy's good.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police.
Okay, they're gonna double down on this blood alcohol concentration test out of the hospital.
Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in
there.
applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology.
The problem
from
is, as soon as
Mercer
he said he
University,
works for
that's
the
in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Boston or
Then I also
Massachusetts
have a
State
master's
Police,
degree
or
in
anytime he
forensic
says the word
toxicology,
police,
from the
automatically you
University
can't
of
believe a
Glasgow
fucking
in
word he
Scotland.
says, because
after
it's so much
receiving a
corruption
degree
from
from
the
the
chief of
University of
police
Glasgow
down and everything else. You work for the police, you're
I
not even
returned home to
like
the
a big
British Virgin
person.
Islands,
You can't believe
where
what
I
he
taught
says.
at a community college.
And what did you teach?
Yes,
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Were you threatened to be fired if you didn't say something today,
You're working initially
specifically?
as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work
Oh, he's
as
a scientist,
forensic
forensic
1 versus
scientist.
forensic scientist?
So essentially, as a 2, you're essentially fully trained, and you're able to do all the testing that we do in house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write. Whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
When he's calling himself a scientist, we're talking about forensic science, and since you're a forensic science person, you're a forensic scientist.
Yeah, so we would
It's like Dr.
habitually
Pepper,
receive
Dr. Dre, a doctor.
articles
going
based on
what he is
different
is
discoveries
a
within the forensic field.
a
So different
laboratory
ways they would
scientist
find,
that conduct
certain types
these
of
tests
drugs
for
in different
forensic
bodily
protocol.
fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes
But
to
he's
drugs
not a
being
scientist
discovered
like
as well
a
as being
doctor
manufactured,
or Albert
what's
Einstein.
illicit
Like
on the
he's been
street,
through 4
et
years
cetera,
of
et cetera.
college, and he's referring to
We
himself as a
would,
scientist.
He doesn't have
often
a
get
doctorate,
different
I
articles,
agree, but
just
he is
research papers
considered a
based on
scientist.
what they're doing to
Because he
discover
works in the
these things within
forensic
the
science
matrices that we are
labs,
looking
and
at.
he's on level
In
2,
addition
not
to
level
that, while
1,
you
right?
worked at the lab, what if any sort of
I'm not sure about their levels, but what he's saying is correct. In order for you to testify, you have to reach a certain level to be
So we
considered a
receive both
forensic
in-house
scientist.
and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source, and
They
then
definitely
the
told him,
external
"Hey,
proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our
Nick,
accreditation."
do me a favor and
So it
wear
came in
a
just like
shirt that
regular
says
samples,
scientific on it when you
and
come
we
in
would
here.
test
It
it
makes it more
accordingly
believable.
per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well
Now,
as any
I
kind
wonder,
of
did they
lab in
pull this
particular,
guy
and
in?
the
Does anybody know if
branch
they
that
pulled,
our lab would
did a blood
fall
draw on
under.
Karen Reed and send it off for forensic testing?
We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to.
I'm sure
Mainly
this
it's
guy will
standard
say
known
whatever
as
the
a
hell
ISO
you want, so they don't
17025.
fire his ass
But
and
we have
make up some
additional
story.
accreditation
I think you're
board,
reading way
and
too much
they
into that.
have
It doesn't necessarily
narrower,
work that way. I'm trying to figure out why
requirements
they've got
because of
him
the
up.
type of
Is he
lab
going
that
to
we are.
testify for forensic analysis
It may be
that
pretty
was done at the state
well
lab?
understood, but
Because he
that-
left
that's
there in
part of the
23, so it sounds like he
concern
was
that's
at
done through an external entity,
the
is that
state
correct?
lab
Yes.
when any samples might have been sent to there.
I was talking about his credibility. Obviously, they have him on there to help prove their case against Karen Reed. He's going to say something about she was drunk and he agrees and blah, 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 something like that.
His LinkedIn says field service engineer from November 23 to present.
Within the lab and in your
Thermo Fisher.
By the time that I left,
Yes.
oh, So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
I would definitely ask him a question like, there was some suspect stuff happening with the place that you worked, and damn near half the police force resigned. Is that why you left work? That's what I would ask him.
As it related to your work in the toxicology.
So
Half the
throughout my
police
time
force
there,
left at
we
the
had
state crime lab.
more forensic scientists, ones and twos.
Are you still talking about the Canton Police because you don't know the difference between the
assignment
agencies?
that we would look for the different types of
No,
testing.
I'm just talking about the
On a
chief of
monthly
police and
basis,
how
we
deep
get
the
a different
corruption goes.
of tests that we would perform
I'm
throughout
just
that
talking
month,
about you.
and
I
it
don't
would
think
rotate
there's
to the next
anybody who's
person,
testifying that says that they wear a
as
badge
the
and they're
month-
law
at the end
enforcement or
of the
connected
month.
with law enforcement
So
in
that's
any
when we
way.
did
I don't
the
know that you can bring anyone up there that doesn't have a credibility strike against them.
And I wouldn't disagree just that in the pretenses of this case, but he has no affiliation with the Canton Police Department. He works in the crime
I
lab.
was,
He's
yes.
not even a
At
police
some
officer.
point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a
Does the police department get to choose what lab they use?
if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that
They're usually
process and
contracted.
what is it that you're reviewing? Or
They have to use a
how-
forensic lab,
how
and
is a serum
typically
conversion?
states use
What is
or
it?
agencies
How is
use
it?
their state
Sure.
crime lab.
So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended.
I think what
to,
he's
we
testifying
get the
to is
results,
undisputed. I
and
mean,
usually
it's not
hospital
in
alcohol
dispute.
results.
She was
They
drunk.
use serum.
She
in
had
order
a
to
whatever blood
test
alcohol content. I don't think anyone's
serum is
disputing
essentially
that.
the liquid
So
portion of blood. Let's say, for
it's
instance,
really a
you
non-issue.
fall and you
I
cut
don't think it
yourself.
really
That red
affects the
stuff that
case that
comes
much,
out,
but
that has
the
serum
jury
within
needs to
it.
hear it
What the
apparently.
hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is a serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's like a big cliffhanger right here. What do you think he's going to say?
Just ask you to review that without finished.
I don't believe in the state of Texas that you can take a test result from a hospital and send it to the crime lab and have them convert that to forensics. You still have chain of custody issues. I don't know if that's legal in
Yes.
Texas.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
So are we in agreement that more than likely Karen jumped in the ambulance with John like any loved one would do when they're going to the hospital with this person? And then when she was there, they said, why don't we check you out while you're here? It wasn't, she's acting crazy. Let's just take her in there and take her into involuntary custody under this Section 12 or something, as they're making it sound. Aren't we agreeing that she volunteered to go in the ambulance with him?
As Exhibit 106.
Yeah, I don't know if she went by ambulance or they followed the ambulance, but she did go with John for the mere fact that they're hoping he was still alive.
It'd be weird if she followed him and she was hammered drunk, because she already stated she wasn't able to drive. That's why she had that other chick driving her around.
No, but that's why McCabe is driving. Or McCabe is also with him. The three went to the hospital, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure she was distraught after finding out that he's definitely a DRT dead right there, and probably wasn't in the best emotional state for sure. It's not uncommon for people to be seen by medical professionals when the loss of a loved one like that.
I don't think McCabe went to the hospital because she testified while Karen was in the hospital. You guys were putting together your story at the table. I don't think she was at the hospital.
I'm sorry. Was there also a,
I may be wrong. It seemed like there was some testimony where she was saying, "Is he still alive?" And she was telling her, "Well, they're working on him, so he must
Yes.
be still alive."
and what was that time, sir?
On the way to
It
the
was
hospital.
at 9 in the morning,
Oh, I
9:08.
see. Yeah, they were worried, like, oh shit, is he alive? Is he going to tell the story about what really happened? No, good. I mean, she made so many mistakes and panic. She really kind of waved the red flag herself at this, what was going on with the
Explain what
cover
that
up.
term means, or how, what you did in relation to
What do you mean
that.
specifically?
Let me, that was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science? And can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Because it's concentrated.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come through the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital. Yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
As far as those,
Yeah, that's precise evidence. I want that to hold me either
It's based on some
in
studies.
jail or let me
I
be
don't
free
remember
on
the
a
actual
good wide
names of the
range.
papers that
Appreciate
were
that.
thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they're able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content
more essentially the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or
It just aggravates me. Played a stupid game, and now they're winning stupid prizes. This is Gojo and Golic.
any of this has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages.
And so the different
That should prevent
conversion
us from
factors
having
you're using
commercials.
for the low, the average, and the high. What are those conversions?
What the delay?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis as far as the medical records, what was reported to you, using those 3 conversion factors, what if anything?
I was talking about the feed from CBS News Boston. I threw up.
Oh, they don't.
So
the thing
our
about the
values
CBS
that
Boston,
were
they're
calculated
like
for the
15
low was
seconds
a
ahead.
0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
But I wouldn't be mad if we missed 15 seconds of this.
Sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is 1 carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within the
John, what point are they trying to make here? She was drunk, and they have her red-handed.
I don't know. I think they established that 2 hours ago.
Known as a central nervous system depressant.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as
They're
to what
trying
it
to
does.
establish her blood
The central
alcohol
nervous
content
system
at
is
the morning of the
responsible for
hospital. I
essentially
think
all
to
your
be able to back
movements,
in that
both
she did
involuntary
this
and
and may
voluntary.
believe that
So
she
the way
didn't
you
do
move
it
your
because she
head,
was
the way you
drunk.
blink,
I
the way
believe
you
is what they're
breathe.
trying to
The
establish
central
here.
nervous
But
system is responsible for all
it's
of
a
that.
weak attempt, in my opinion.
With a depressant introduced into the body,
Well, I
it
think it's a
affects
really
that
important
central nervous
factor that
system,
they established
causing
that
things to slow down.
she
So
was
that's
drunk
essentially what depressant
because
means. It's going to
she wouldn't have
slow
run
down
into him and
certain
killed
processes
him
that a
if she
central nervous
wasn't
system
drunk.
would be
That's why she
in
didn't
charge
know
of. So you
or
can have
something. I don't know. But
delayed
they're saying
reaction
that
Well, the state
times.
alleges there's 2
It
scenarios.
can
One
cause
for murder, that
drowsiness.
she did it intentionally and she knew what she did, and
ask
that was the
another
purpose of her
question.
doing it. And the other is that she was drunk, vehicular assault or vehicular manslaughter
I'm going to allow
or
it.
intoxication manslaughter may be the charge. But this
Um,
may be for the
there
underlying
are
charge that if you
many
don't believe she did it
different
on purpose, then believe she was drunk and she didn't
effects
know
that
she
you
did
can
it, but
see,
she did it.
or
oh, you think they're already punting and going for
side
plan B
effects from
here?
having a central nervous
Well, you only have one chance. You have 2
central nervous system
charges, a
depressant in the
higher and a
body.
lower. You only have one opportunity to prove
Lethargy,
both, so you lay
sleepiness,
foundation for both.
drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze, and
They're asking him
they try to
questions
make sure
outside of
you're
his professional
coordinated.
purview. He
It
doesn't
can
know
affect
what
all those things.
signs and symptoms of alcoholism. He can tell you how much alcohol is in specific gravities in blood. It's another weak one.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, look, all the witnesses
So a
said,
retrograde
or the
extrapolation is
one
essentially
said
another
that she wasn't
calculation,
driving
but it
erratically. She dropped
allows
him off at
you
this
to be
police
able to
officer, Brian
calculate what the
Albert's house. She
possible
comes back
blood
and he's
alcohol
dead.
content would have been
She's
at a
panicking.
time
What the
prior
hell does
to
this
when
have
the
to
blood
do with
was drawn.
anything?
Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2. You could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially three different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we are usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which they alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, one drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb.
Today's one of
the
those days
alcohol.
that you definitely tell the jury,
Usually get
thank
like
you for
a
your
steady
service.
line
Thank
that
you for
increases
coming
with
in
time.
here and doing your
So if
duty
you
as a
think of
juror. Because
regular
this ain't
chart
interesting
where
at
you
all,
have,
man.
Well, once
the
again,
level
that's
of
why
alcohol
your
in the
Johnny
body
Cochran wannabe is not
versus
in
time,
court.
which would be on
There's
the
just no
y-axis
reason
or
for him to be there
the
today with his
x-axis
witness
at the
list.
bottom. As time goes along, after your first drink, the
What do
body
you mean,
starts to
my
absorb
Johnny
the
Cochran
alcohol.
wannabe? What's
If
that
that
mean?
was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb, and it plateaus. So essentially, the line goes
Because
straight.
you haven't stopped talking about him since you
After
learned his
that
name.
point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point.
I think he's doing a great job. Alan Jackson's been doing a
your
great job, I
level or your
think.
concentration
Considering
of
all
alcohol within the
what
body
he's up against.
decreases with
No,
time.
I don't dispute that. I'm just saying that's why he's not here. You don't need him here today to run down technical specs on machines and
Yes.
certifications for forensic labs. I think the female attorney that's going to be there is going to do a good job at it. She seems to be keyed in on the
Yes.
forensic portion of
that way
forensic
we can
testing.
get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last
Yannetti,
drink.
all
as
he
well
did was
as,
finished up
the
the
time
interview
that the
with
blood was taken.
Higgins, but that was it. I think he did a pretty good job, but he's not saying anything right now. He's over there as the lady defense attorney is talking. He looks like he's just typing stuff on a keyboard.
I did.
And so, with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report. What, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up and finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m. Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what if any difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours.
So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum
Do we have a
conversion,
witness
is this
list
done with
for
different
when the
factors as far as
medical
the
examiner
low, average,
or
and
Michael
high?
Proctor is going to
So
be
we usually
testifying?
just calculate
Or
a
is there
minimum
anything
and a
like that that's
maximum
available?
for
There is a
the
witness
retrograde,
list. I found it.
and that incorporates some
Can you
conversions
elaborate?
as well.
The medical
As far as the
examiner
minimum,
or Michael
versus the
Proctor?
maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to
As to
those
when they will
mathematical
be on
calculations?
the stand.
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the
Yeah,
2-hour
anything.
period. So we assume
Anything that you have. Where's the
maybe
list?
that 12:45 wasn't the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted
Posted
time
the link in the
interval,
chat,
and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical.
So Lanu, so Trooper Michael Proctor, Massachusetts
Yeah,
State Police.
all of it was part of the training.
I
and they
know
came up with
the
those numbers,
prosecution probably
prior
does
to even
not
when I
want to
was,
call him, but he
hired
has
there.
to, or what do you think
But
about
it is
that?
based on multiple different
Ask me your
studies
question again.
in that, looking at that
Does the
elimination rate.
prosecution have to call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand? He has to, right?
They don't have to, but it's going to leave a hole in the case. Remember, what the prosecution doesn't present, the jury can't consider.
So the
So if
minimum
he's got
amount that was
anything that
calculated would
brings
have
to
been a
bear with this investigation, which I think he
0.135 gram
does,
percent.
they're going to have to bring him forward. Otherwise, the jury couldn't consider it.
Correct.
But take this
So
into
like
account. Even
the
if,
broken
even
tail
if,
light.
hang on, even Proctor in particular in this case, even if the prosecution doesn't put him on,
The
the
result
defense will
was
100%, I believe.
0.292 gram
He's
percent.
on the defense list.
And so that range that you received.
He's also number one on the prosecution witness list.
Yes.
Number one, Trooper Michael Proctor.
I believe he's already had his testimony.
Base those calculations. They're based on
Really?
that conversion.
Yeah, you
that
go
it
back and
did,
watch it, trying to find a
from the
chronological
hospital results
hit
from
on all the
serum,
days of
giving us
testimony. It's
two,
kind of hard to find at the very beginning.
giving us a
Day
good
5
range
on seems to be
of,
pretty good, but
values in the first place.
I believe
But
that
then we
he's already
incorporate
testified.
the retrograde
let's
extrapolation one, which
versus
uses a
Wise.
time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates that causes
When you got
a
to go through this
wider,
much
span
explaining
of
to trying to
values,
figure out
and
whether
it's
somebody was
just so
drunk or
that
not,
it can
you've lost
encompass
at the state.
essentially anybody within the general population,
who
that
is
they would
Elizabeth
be somewhere in
Proctor and Courtney
between
Proctor?
that lower limit and that upper limit.
You're real low, Joe, but I think that is Proctor's wife. She had some sort of little meeting in a car with McCabe and another lady shortly after this incident.
Correct.
And then there's a Courtney Proctor.
Let's see what our turtleneck defense attorney is going to do. I think she's going to beat this guy up. He's going to come out here sniveling.
Can I have one moment, Charles?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Hey, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police,
Damn.
as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it go ahead. You can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And
That is
would
correct.
detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
You guys notice how he talks to the jury on every one of his answers? He looks to the attorney, but then he answers to the jury. That's good witness training.
Yeah. You're like, you believe me, don't you?
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
He's been trained.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You
Yes.
agree with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Action.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
I like him.
Now,
Very
you
good.
discussed a lot
She
about
did a
sort of
good
serum
job.
testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult. Yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I know this is dull, but this can't go on much longer. They're about running out
I'm
of
not
things they can
aware
talk
of any
about.
kind of test that would do that. So, yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You'd agree with that.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out, you notice how this gentleman's testifying, his demeanor with the prosecution is the same as his demeanor with the defense.
1.59%.
And we didn't see that with the ER
I wasn't
doctor.
aware of
Very
those numbers,
surprised,
but
by the way.
yeah,
Usually
it could range. That's why we
you
give a
don't see a
wide
change in
range,
demeanor
and you could
in
lie on the
third-party
outskirts of
uninterested
either side.
people. But
So
this
that
this guy
means
is
that
actually very good on the
the
witness stand. I'm
actual
impressed by him.
blood alcohol content,
True.
once it's goes
Hey,
through
look in the
conversion
private
rate,
chat and look
would
what
be
I just
much,
sent you
much
that link.
lower
Tell me if you
than
think
sort
that's
of the
Michael Proctor.
average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Check.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Spray, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially, that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying
Interesting.
is,
Watch when he
5
does
a.m.
math.
versus
His
3
eyes
a.m.
move
impact
left,
your
right, like real fast, like he's a calculator.
The 1 a.m.,
Kind of
would that
impressive.
significantly impact your calculation?
No.
Nothing.
Okay. You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And to be
Yes.
clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
I think the
All right,
defense did
Mr.
well.
You are all set,
It
sir.
was
Thank
good
you
testimony.
very
Guy
much.
did a good job. He knows his business. He's smart, but none of that means shit to this case.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotta to the stand.
Michael Trotta? Who is Michael Trotta? Anybody know?
Yeah, the Vince calls Michael Trotter to the stage. You're gonna park his car outside, and we're gonna call Michael Trotter.
He'll be here in a minute, Your Honor. He's getting out of his car.
Yeah, he's framing some other schmuck for something else. He'll be right here.
And we know he only had one beer at lunch. Well, he's gonna be fine, Mr. Trotter.
Yeah. What did Higgins say? I went over to the party, but as soon as I noticed that they didn't have any whiskey, I knew I wasn't going to be staying very long.
Yeah, so I'm not drinking no beer.
Yeah, they only had beer. And, I don't really
drink
like
no
beer,
beer.
so I knew it would be an early night.
I can't break no controllers without no whiskey.
Yeah, no shit, dude. I can't take a kid's video game and smash it without liquor.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since
I think he's
82.
the snowplow
What do you
driver.
do for work, sir?
I am the
Oh, those are
superintendent
those
of public
push
works.
broom eyebrows he's
for the town
got.
of
That's the snowplow.
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
Since 2003.
And did you work?
Your Honor, I didn't see nobody
2003?
laying on
No.
the road when I was plowing that night.
With regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Yeah, they're not going to take the plow truck driver because they refused to bring him up. He said that he didn't see the body at 3 a.m.
At some point in early February.
He says, I didn't say I didn't see it. I'm saying it wasn't there.
Yeah, this old fogey, he didn't see shit. He's like, he's in charge of the plumbing system and the utilities.
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
It's Michael Proctor, not Porter, Proctor.
Is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know a John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as As far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything, was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure, and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We
Oh, this
tried
guy
very
is the
hard
snow
to
plow
have
driver, huh?
2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows. So there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
The large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
and as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks. but they're probably pickups, might be a couple of Jeeps, pickups, again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
And an F-350 is not a medium duty truck either.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You think Grandpa is still working, or he's since retired? Now, my money would be only probably retired, but who knows? That's a great point, Range Minded Podcast. The Jeeps he is in control of, just like the one that the ATF agent was driving, a Jeep Wrangler with a big snowplow. Like a Jeep Wrangler and then big snowplow, those two don't go together, in my opinion. But I mean, what are they, a 4-cylinder or something with a big snowplow on it? Like, what are you pushing with a 4-cylinder on a Jeep Wrangler, the smaller version?
Just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
I agree 100%, Range Minded Podcast, but you are admitting that there might be some corruption in the police department, which Joe Lanou has pushed back on heavily.
So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W&S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec, and they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
And sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest, number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a Town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump.
All right, Grandpa, let's get to the
truck.
point. Did somebody see a body out there when they went by? I mean, let's get to the point here.
And as far as
Come on, John, help me out
that,
here.
Then International, would that be, how much would it be, taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
You definitely have 30 minutes before court is closed for the day, and you better get these boring ass witnesses out of there. We're done listening to this bullshit. This was a waste of the day with all this dumb stuff.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Come on, Yannetti. Jesus, you've been sitting on the sidelines too. Let's see something. Earn your freaking paycheck here. Ask this old man some tough questions.
Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew,
It's fairly big news at the time,
yes.
correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes,
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
No,
We may have
Turtle
discussed
Boy
who was on
interviewed
that
him,
route
and the feds
and
interviewed
who
him, but not
plowed,
Michael Proctor.
but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone.
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th.
Give me
Is that
your
fair to say?
name of who did it.
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Bobby
There's
Yard.
also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right.
Lisa,
And you're
this
well
guy is in
familiar
charge of all
that
the plow drivers.
Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory.
Lisa's asking who this
Do you have
guy,
a memory one
who this
way
guy
or the
testifying
other
right now.
as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you are asking me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Mike.
What do you?
Speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
No.
Do you deny telling Paul Makowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
The Highway Department supervisor?
Yes.
We call
Did the
him
name
Billy.
Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back in on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Michael Proctor disagrees with what I'm saying right here.
I ain't trying to put no words in Mr.
Is it
Proctor's
fair
mouth.
to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes.
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks,
Ain't
correct?
nobody call
No, I
my
do
trucks no Frankenstein.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Objection. It makes me look guilty as shit. Objection. Objection.
Let me just have a moment, please.
So this guy was interviewed, and what he said, he hasn't testified in court. They refused to bring him up there, but he said he plowed the streets. He's seen the car that Brian Albert says is his car, this Ford Edge. He's seen it in front of the flagpole at like 3 a.m, and there was no body out there. That's what the plow driver said. That's why they do not want this plow driver up there
The
at
witness
all.
or the sidebar?
The witness.
Yes.
Sorry.
They just call the supervisor and they're like, "That's good. I don't want to get the actual plow driver up
Looks
there."
like they might have pointed out something on this plow plan that may be significant.
Oh yeah, this whole plow driver, he's throwing a wrench in the spokes. They don't want him up there.
Well, I have, yes. But
You're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell
Well,
the
Lisa,
jury if
the
it's
state's not going to
in
call a
the
guy that says he didn't see a body and saw a car that nobody spoke of on the roadside. I bet the defense will call this individual.
I think she was saying why they called this supervisor.
They established the roads got plowed that night.
Yeah. I just want to say there was a snowbank and it didn't magically appear with the Jeep Wrangler. I did it, one of my guys in Frankenstein.
In Frankenstein, we plowed the roads. Otherwise, how the cars going to drive with the snow
It
on the
appears
road?
to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes. All right,
What
Mr.
the hell is
Charter,
that
you are
about?
all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Mr. Jutras.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have that plow truck driver on there because what he said, it makes him look like they're putting it together.
The defense bringing in?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be fireworks when the defense starts talking.
Now, Lisa was asking about an objection. I don't think they took an I don't think there was an objection on that, Lisa. I think they just took a pause to review the plow plan, and like there was going to be another question, but then they rested.
I think the whole reason that they had that plan in his hand was because when they bring up the actual plow driver, they want to say this other guy confirmed that that's the list and that's the plow driver that was there. I wonder what this dude is. What's he doing?
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
Otherwise known as the cleanup messes.
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of informational services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
Is there a
Do you essentially
GPS on the
supervise the other
snow
people as
plow?
well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
But I'd
So
already
you
deleted that
received
to make sure
an
that it
initial
wouldn't be seen.
notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for.
Well, he told me he want the video
And at
without
some point
the
shortly after
time
that,
between
did you
this time
receive
and
any
that
sort of-
time.
did
Everything
anybody from
but
the state
that.
police reach you?
Yes, Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation, and we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequaside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequaside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farms?
Yep, Pequaside, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad they did that. I would have never got
Sir,
that.
Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequaside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm
Now,
a little concerned about
as
that
far as
smile he
the-
has on it.
That was the initial request, was in regard to Pequaside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform, or does it vary from location to location, or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Not all of Washington Street. Let's understand that.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about, as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
Why
far
did
as
you
the,
delete the footage
your
of Karen's
review of-
car
of
coming by? Right.
Those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far
Yeah,
as
Anna,
the
we had us a
timestamp or anything
malfunction,
like
a
that?
malfunction of the camera. It's
Yes,
common.
we usually have it
happens, you
in
know?
one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
A
And when you
tail
were
light
able
was
to
broken.
pull the
It
video that the
triggered
troopers
a
were
malfunction.
The date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from? Right.
The system is linked to
The date
a
and timestamp
time
varies.
server,
That's where they come
which
from. The
is
varies,
remote
put them on there.
and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within the 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process of how you got that video and how you delivered that to the troopers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question. And he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
So it gets to the point. You
I'm showing you
deleted
this.
the
This has to-
footage where Karen drove by, right?
As far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry. So, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. May we approach?
I ain't never seen this before, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that might be auto-rated.
I don't know what you're trying to pull here, but I ain't never seen this. Don't put this name on me.
I have never had sexual relations with that woman. I don't know, man. From what I hear, they try to get the library because when you say Kingdom hates for play, straight to the action. I know. I hate foreplay. That's what you're talking about. Okay, I'm with you. Get to the point. No shit. Get to the point, because what I think happened here is what it was. Turtle Boy was saying is the only subpoenaed cameras that would prove that she did a 3-point turn. Anything that would suggest she made a 3-point turn is the only cameras that they try to prove. And the library shows her going by without a broken taillight, but they have this out of all these fucking 30 days worth of camera, the 2 minutes of camera time where Karen Reed drives by the library, for some reason, that part's missing. And so I think they're bringing him up here, just trying to say like, well, sometimes there's a malfunction with the camera. But you did the best of your ability. I think it's something like that going on.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Well, Your Honor, this you have that with the electronics sometimes. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Sorry. All right. So the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
A little tug and tickle. I do like that. A little foreplay. Thanks, Vet.
It must be some Idaho vernacular. Tug and tickle.
Hold on. Yeah, Mark.
The old tug and tickle maneuver.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Well, he is turning the lights out, Vet, so that is a little set in the mood, if you will.
Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it.
Kingdom, it looks like the city of Canton
Yes,
could use some of your help on some Christmas decorations. The lights do not look professionally installed.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longer street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
So they do have video of the car coming
Yes,
by,
sir.
allegedly.
Apparently, they do.
And I only see one red light at the back of the car. I don't see two, so therefore it must not be there.
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 29th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take it.
Range Minded is giving a new definition to riding a donkey.
Yes. Yeah, my fear is that's going to go a little deeper there, and we're going to get banned from X, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
On bestiality violations.
Yeah. What donkeys do in Mexico tonight at 9.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6.
Correct. I did not.
Yana, I don't have time to be watching
At
no
the time
videos.
that
I'm a
you
busy man.
provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No, because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
And excuse me, can you wipe that fucking smile off your face
The state
before I
police with the
smack
raw
you?
footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30. Yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in
Allegedly.
February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically what conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. You would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
He asked me to delete it.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, the footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Not the first. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Why would they sustain that objection? That he can.
I do not, Your Honor. No.
He can actually answer that question
Maybe
whether he
approach
knows
this
or
one.
not.
Yeah, it's like there was footage deleted from the file that you gave the police. Can you let us know that you gave them everything and there was nothing deleted when you gave it to them? And now there's something deleted. So obviously there's, we can go to step 2. Objection. Makes them look guilty. John, you still with us, buddy? He looks like the kid that starts to fight and gets away with it, for sure. He's smiling ear to ear. That's like, why are you smiling, dude? What's so damn funny? What you got, Lanu, on this guy? Does he look trustworthy? Is he trustworthy to you?
Yeah, I don't think he's telling the truth. He pulled the video, sent it to the troopers, and he doesn't really know what it really contains. He didn't review it. He wasn't part of the investigation. He just pulled data.
Why do you think he's smiling? Because he told his family, look, I'm going to be on TV tomorrow. Yeah, look. Yeah, I mean, why do you think he's smiling? Thinks that something's funny?
He's happy to be there.
Oh, he's just a happy-go-lucky guy?
Well, maybe. Could be smiling out of nervousness. I don't put anything into his smile.
So you are unmuted.
You are
In fairness,
unmuted.
I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today, and I understand this sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses; they get called away. So
Why do people in
that's it for
Massachusetts
today.
put an R
Now,
behind every
next
W?
week, I would
R.
like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here, the full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period of time. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent
Well, that looks
research
like
or
it's going to be the end of the day
investigation
here
into this
for
case. If you happen
in
to see,
Massachusetts.
hear, or
Sounds like it might be the
anything
end of the
about this
week.
case, please
They're talking about what they're going to do
disregard
next
a few
week.
days off. Just disregard
No,
this
they're not talking
case.
about
Don't
this week?
think about it.
No, they
Wednesday
said
and Thursday?
next week.
Here.
No,
Have a
next
great
week.
few days. We'll
Next
see you
week.
next week.
This is it for this
All
week?
rise for the cause, please.
Boy, I guess they have a different idea of speedy trial in Massachusetts. But, why don't don't we just turn that down while they're heading out?
That was it. What'd you think, boys? What are we thinking here, John?
I don't know. I still say this is a bigger cover up, like to the point of involving public works.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay, let's look at that. What did the public works cover up? What indication do you have, John?
Retract that because I was away from that part. I'll retract that.
Are you just saying something?
Yeah, I'm just saying something.
Okay. He turned over the video, but there's a part of the video that where she drove by, that part's missing, that shows the taillight. It shows it all the way up to the point where you can maybe see the other taillight, and that part that shows that the other taillight was working is missing. And, you know, did he cover that up? Did he cut that out? Why would he? Why would he?
So
He
that
gave
would-
it to the police, so obviously the police did it, you know.
But are we to think that he did not review that video before he turned it over?
No, I
Nah.
believe that. I've had video pulled from video cameras from IT guys, and they'll give the beginning and start date, pull that out and hand it to you. They don't even know what they're looking for.
Yeah, nor do they care. I mean, it
They
might
don't
be
care,
like,
yeah.
wonder what they're looking for. You might, you know, even if you're watching it, you won't know what. I mean, there was 8 cars that drove by. There's nothing suspicious about the 8 cars that drove by. They wouldn't even know what they're even looking for, really.
Now, it did seem like the state or even the witness was trying to lay some foundation for these are stop or motion cameras, indicating that you could be jumping. In other words, you'll see some motion, it'll come on for so long, motion stops, and then the camera times out and shuts off again. I don't know if they're going to try to say that it was some sort of a motion glitch that just as that tail light would have come into view, the camera turns off.
They're coming up with an excuse of why there's no video there. They're just trying to grab a straw and say the camera automatically turns off and turns on. And sometimes there's a malfunction, but we look at it, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to set some reasonable doubt of why the shit's deleted right at the exact moment where you can see the other taillight's not broken out.
So who saw the video that the tail light was not broken?
There is no video that has been out there, just like the video that's inside the Sallyport at the Canton Police Department is not there either. It's gone. They deleted it because that part is incriminating to the police department that they covered it up. So that part has deliberately been removed and deleted and cannot be recovered because it's been longer than 30 days.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody say that there was video of her passing by the library and it did not show that the tail light was cracked.
Shows the car, but did not show the car when it passed far enough to see the back tail. Like when someone's passing, you can't see the back tail light until they pass you. It gets to the side part, but then it cuts and never goes any further, so you can see the actual the right tail light. Because when she backed out of the driveway into John O'Keefe's O'Keefe stuff car. He was actually driving a Chevy Traverse. When he backed in there and she clicked the passenger side taillight, that's when they pass by, you can see the driver's side taillight, but the camera stops before you can see the passenger side taillight, which is the taillight in question.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now.
Yeah. Now you caught up to speed, man. What have you been doing?
Yeah, it could be exculpatory evidence, but it appears one could argue that the evidence, the exculpatory part's been tampered with. So it doesn't give you definitive proof that her taillight was intact when she left the Albert House. But, I found something on the internet that some of the testimony today reminded me of. So let's take a look.
Let's look.
One lap of a distance of about 4 blocks. The yard is about, I say 4 blocks.
Maximize.
Then I made another lap, and then I made another one. And then on my way back, I spot Joe Beck.
Joe Beck.
I could have spotted Mike Capola. I could have spotted any one of these guys. Wouldn't have made any difference.
No difference it would have made.
Well, it happened to be near a construction. And as soon as I saw him, I don't know what I thought I found.
Where were you on your way to at the time?
I was plowing the snow, Your Honor.
I thought I saw a booty tag.
Found him in Burner.
in front of me, yeah.
And who was behind you?
Well, he was walking with another guy. See? And right away, I saw the pipe. I grabbed the pipe and I went to work on Joe Beck.
Went to work
At
on
least
him.
That's what I thought it was.
You saw a man you thought was Joe Beck.
Right,
Right in front of you.
right.
One of these that you understood were
So anyway, that's what the testimony reminds me of today. We should see some more of that.
Well, we need to confirm this one because from what I just heard, they were acting like today's the last day, and starting Monday that they're going to have this a longer schedule. When Tuesday they're not going to have court because Turtle Boy will be back in there Tuesday. On another hearing about he violated his restraining order because he was in the courtroom when someone else was in the courtroom. So just for that, he was less than 100 feet away from someone there was a restraining order against. So he'll be in there Tuesday. So there's no court on Tuesday. Wednesday's a half a day and no court on Friday. So she was talking about the schedule for next week, but it didn't sound like there was anything else for the rest of the week. I might be wrong, but we need to double check that one. Will there be court tomorrow, or are they done for the week? Why the hell would you come back just one day after Memorial Day?
Yeah, I'm reading it now. It said today was the only day for this week.
So this is it. There's no more shows until no more court until next week. My wife is going to love this.
That's horrible.
I know.
So yeah, I guess the defense won't take up the end of this week. They may go another 2 weeks just because of the court schedule. They probably have got another hour's worth of testimony left to finish the state's case, but it'll take them 3 weeks to do it.
And it also explains why Alan Jackson didn't fly back from LA just for this one little court date here. It's like, you can handle that.
It's like, who you got? You got the tow truck, you got the plower, and the IT guy? Yeah, no. Yeah,
the boring ass experts, the freaking doctor that we're not allowed to ask any questions, the pathologist is going to put me to sleep, the guy that works at the crime lab that he really looks a bit, there's no really questions to ask him. I mean, what are you guys getting paid for? Why don't y'all do something? I'm sitting at the beach with my family on a vacation. I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, Tuesday is the only day in court for this week. There was no testimony Monday due to Memorial Day, and Judge Beverly, however you pronounce her last name, said there will be not be any court for the remainder of this week. So
all right. Well, I guess that's it, fellas. Range Minded, I'm surprised you didn't come on and hang out with us and talk with us live.
He's cutting trim.
Yeah, I think he's probably actually doing some real work today. You know what? We do have our boy Cash Loren put out a fresh show today. I've got that loaded up. We can go out with that.
Sounds like an oxymoron, but let's do it. What's up, Cash? Cool, man. I enjoyed it, guys. I was hoping, me personally, I was hoping for a more exciting day. I was hoping for Brian Higgins to be on there, kind of when Alan Jackson was interviewing, or excuse me, they were doing the testimony of Brian Higgins, and you were hanging on to every word, and it was very exciting and intriguing. Today was not like a typical day in this courtroom. So if today's the first day that you're listening to this court case, this is not a normal day of what we've been hearing. Most of the days have been very exciting. This one, I'll agree, has not, but stay tuned. The next time that they have a court day, I will also be here with you. We'll look forward to catching up with you and sharing some commentary of the Karen Reed murder trial.
Yeah, no, folks, it looks like they're going to delay it and push it out for us a little bit, but the best of this is still yet to come, and that's going to be the defense. The defense is, I think it's going to be epic to watch, but we'll keep you in the loop. Any news that's popping, I think Turtle Boy is going to be in court either this week or next week. We'll try to cover some of that because that's also attached and goes along with this whole Karen Reed thing. But quite honestly, everything I've heard this far it spouts filth and dirty and cover up and corruption in Canton, Massachusetts, and maybe even some in the Boston PD.
The Massachusetts State Police. The Norfolk DA attorneys, the district, the Norfolk County DA's office.
Hey, we do have a question from Lisa before we go. She's asking, are the jurors taking notes? Lisa, we do not know. They do not show the jurors, and we've seen no reports as to whether they're taking notes or not.
So
I
I
would
do.
say historically, jurors do take notes.
Yeah, the jurors are not on the actual camera. You're just looking at the family and the victims or whatever on that one side that's near Karen Reed. However, the other side does have the jurors. When you see someone that's on the witness stand, they're looking to their left towards the camera. They're looking towards the jury. Now, Turtle Boy has been sitting in the jury many times, and then when he wasn't, he would have someone who actually is attending that are looking at the reactions of the jurors. Now, there are someone, the females are actually taking notes and things, but she says that there's a guy that's on the jury that's just looking out the window, completely disengaged, but he's a very nicely dressed man that carries himself. He looks like he's very intelligent, so they don't know why he's not taking this seriously when he looks like he's smart enough to know that this is very serious, but they just drawn the conclusion that he's has made up his mind on Karen Reed's innocent, and now he's just sitting in here from obligation. But there's like 4 women that are definitely taking notes. There's a guy that here and there does take notes. He was taking notes when they were talking about the timeline of how long to die in cold. But there's about half of the jury members are taking notes, and then there's about 3 or 4 other ones that take notes from time to time, and then the rest of them aren't. So that was a eyewitness account of someone who was in a witness of the courtroom that was describing what their opinion is of the jury's taking notes. So that answers that question.
I believe the well-dressed daydreamer has already made up his mind. He's thinking, I'm either going to quit, I'm going to hang this bitch, but this ain't going to go no further as soon as they let us out of here and go to the deliberation.
But what was the tagline? If the tail light fits, or what was it?
If the tail light doesn't fit, you must have quit. I believe that's the tagline.
If the tail light doesn't fit, you must have quit. And the Brian Albert, he said when he testified, he said, "My house is a dead zone for phones."
Poor choice of words from Mr. Albert.
It's like you planned out that one. Your house is a dead zone.
Not only for cell phones, for evidently other cops.
Yeah, and he also said some others. He also said some other stuff about. He was talking about Colin Albert. He goes, "No, he left when I came in the house. He left. Oh yeah, he left. Yeah, he wasn't there for the for the remainder of the things that happened that night." It's like he wasn't there for the things that happened. Like, go ahead, you can say it. He wasn't there for the murder. Go ahead.
You see, Your Honor, he wasn't there when the allegedly assault occurred.
If the light don't fit, you must have quit. We have to trademark and slogan that one, man.
Hey, I'm putting some T-shirts together for the night court stuff. I may put that on one.
And the mob doesn't take notes. I like that.
All right, check it out, folks. We're about to go to Cash Loren. He's one of our contributors on We the People Live. His show got preempted for the court today. We apologize for that, but we're going to run it to you live here for you. And also tonight on Night Court, for you Night Court fans, give us a follow if you're not. If you haven't been to a Night Court, we suggest you do. We think you'll love it. It's 9 from 11 Eastern on X. It's a space show that we put on. But tonight we're going to do prepping. Techniques for prepping and why one should prep, and some good tips on it from Untactical Texan, who has a great podcast on YouTube. Suggest following him as well. But thanks for joining us, and we're going to go out with some Cash Loren, the Cash Loren Show.
Yeah, and if you're prepping, make sure you have a gun, because if you have a gun, you can get the rest of the stuff, right?
You're absolutely correct. That's a form of prepping.
If you haven't, take a moment to subscribe so you never miss a moment of content. We start off today with Robert De Niro, who is most famous for being a tough guy on TV for films like
Hey, Kingdom, can you drop that banner?
And other films where he just plays this rough, tough, scruff guy. But in reality, he has turned out to be a beta male, just a real chicken. And he sits there and he whines and cries, all because Donald Trump could be president again. And for the left, this is absolutely terrifying, because they thought that they finally had power, that they finally had control. That Donald Trump was the bad guy, and they had got rid of him, and they had finally finished him off. that no one would ever represent you again. But it didn't work. In fact, he is more popular now than he has ever been in the past. And the left is losing their minds. And as we get closer and closer to election, they become more and more desperate. They tried this with impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. They tried this with Russia for years. They tried with the Steele dossier. All this goes on. Donald Trump leaves office, and they still will not leave him alone. Now they're trying all these fake cases. They tried to wait till an election year and then stack them up all at once. However, it is not working. The only case that's going to get resolved before the election is the one that's happening in New York in the hush money case, which is probably one of the weakest out of all of them because it's so pathetic that their top witness, that the man that's supposed to take down Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, is a known liar. He has lied to everybody. He has lied to his wife. He has lied to the courts. He has lied under oath. He has been disbarred. And he has lied to Congress. And yet, right now, they have in New York, they're expecting a jury to put Donald Trump in prison based on his testimony. That is how desperate the Democrats are getting. And now even they are starting to worry that this is not going to work. And so they march out Robert De Niro, the beta male in real life, but tough guy on TV, to try to talk some sense into people. And what makes this even more pathetic and more funny is that he starts walking up and he's wearing an N95 mask still. No one is around him, yet he is wearing one, but he happens to take one off and right before he gets on stage. And look at just how absurd that is. Weren't we done with this back in 2020 and 2021? Haven't people finally realized how silly this is? I mean, even I gotta admit that every once in a while, I'll still see someone driving down the road by themselves with a mask on. It's insanity that people still buy into this garbage. And I don't know why Robert De Niro is wearing the mask, other than he's trying to show how of a loyal subject he is to the leftist ideologues. Or what good is it doing him if he's going to take it off as soon as he gets on stage, if he actually believes it does something to protect him. But either way, he has to get up there, and he's partnered with the Biden and Harris campaign because they're going to get Trump this time. They're really going to do it. You see, the Democrats are absolutely desperate. They are so desperate now because they see the polls. They see how bad Joe Biden is doing. And it's weird because the thing about the polls is every time we talk about them, I always say to take them with a grain of salt because they're always off to some level. How many percentage points are they off? That's debatable from poll to poll. Who are they polling? How big of a poll they're polling? All those things. But they're typically off at some point. But the strange thing about this is they're typically in the favor of Democrats, and they underestimate Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is winning right now. In the Democrats' own polls, he has 300 plus electoral votes. He has 280 in the bag. And these are Democrats. And they see this, and now they are panicking because everything they are doing is not working. And so they have one less Hail Mary left, one less opportunity to try to affect this election. At the same time, when they're saying that they're not trying to affect the election. And that is to put Donald Trump in prison. Because they think that if they throw Donald Trump behind bars, that this could swing votes for Joe Biden. Anyone that thinks this election is not, that these persecutions are not about election interference, I just don't know how you can come to those conclusions at this point. When everything they're saying, everything they're doing is all to try to get Trump in an election year. And make no mistake about this. When Robert De Niro, that clip we're going to play in a moment, when he goes in front of this audience and he starts talking, he's not talking to me or you. He's not talking to the internet. He's trying to threaten the jury. He's trying to paint a picture of how bad things can be if they don't lock Trump up. See, they think they have it. They think they have this leftist DA or this leftist judge whose daughter is getting millions of dollars that Donald Trump isn't allowed to talk about because this gag order is taking away his First Amendment right, but we can talk about it. And then they have this Soros-backed DA and this deep blue Democrat jury pool that they think that is enough to put Trump behind bars. And make no mistake about it, that when he is talking to the public here, Robert De Niro, he is talking to the jury pool. So we're going to play a clip from his 9-minute speech right now.
Over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave. What does that mean? Is that the country we want to live in? Do we want him running this country and saying, I'm not leaving, I'm dictator for life? I hope this new ad campaign reaches outside the bubble to remind supporters of what a danger he is to our lives. This is not a threat. This is a reality. And that's why I've joined the Biden-Harris campaign, because the only way to preserve our freedoms and hold on to our humanity is to vote for Joe Biden for president. Really. We don't have a choice. On January 6th, while Republican lawmakers despicably tried to keep the loser Trump,
Wow. The TDS is strong with that one. Hey, you believe this? He thinks that this is going to be the end of democracy. Why is it that Democrats, they always say if they lose power, that is a threat to democracy? So democracy doesn't mean what the left tries to tell you it means. The democracy means that you get a voice, that you get a vote. But they keep trying to tell you and switch it to where it say democracy is that they have power over you, that they rule you. They are the elites. They're up in their high, lofty towers, and they are better than you. They are smarter than you. They have Ivy League degrees. And they get to tell you how to live and who to vote for. And if you don't listen to them, then you must be a racist, homophobe, transphobe, bigot, white nationalist, anything that they can think of to smear you into submission and silence. And that's exactly why these polls, they tend to overestimate Democrats and underestimate Republicans. And more than that, Donald Trump. There's not that many shy Biden voters out there. I mean, just look at Robert De Niro. He's openly calling for you have to vote for Joe Biden or else. But Trump was already president. This is the problem the Democrats are going to keep running into, is that Trump was already in office and he already left. He peacefully transferred the political power on January 20th. And the Democrats then took over in Joe Biden. And back when they ran in 2020, it was the Trump administration. They were able to blame Trump for everything. It didn't matter if it was true. It didn't matter if it was right. Everything was Trump's fault that was bad. And we had to put the adults back in the room. Do you remember that? The adults need to be back in charge. The Democrats kept saying that over and over again. Well, how is it for you now that the adults are back in charge? How are your grocery prices now that the adults are back in charge? How are your gas prices now that the adults are back in charge? What are your mortgage rates like now that the adults are back in charge? Are you able to go out and enjoy life as much now that everything costs more and that everybody has less spending money than they did just a few years ago? This is a big problem for the Democrats that they have no answer for. And that is why they have to keep talking about Donald Trump over and over again. And they have to keep trying to vilify Donald Trump just like they did in 2020, because they can't run on Joe Biden's accomplishments. Joe Biden can't even walk on stage. He can't stop tripping over electrical wires. He can't even walk upstairs without tripping. He can barely speak a sentence. And then he's going to sit there and pretend that he's tough. I'll debate Trump anytime, pal. Right, Biden. How many cuts did that take just for him to say that single sentence? Do you think Joe Biden would ever go into a red state, into a red crowd, like Donald Trump did for blue, where he went into deep New York? Or he goes into the Bronx? Or he goes to the Libertarian Party convention and speaks to people that don't necessarily agree with him? You can't ever see Joe Biden doing that. Because Joe Biden can barely answer softballs. What is he going to answer when he has to explain inflation and gas prices and all the wars that we're facing right now? And then illegal immigration that is now the number 2 issue in all of the country. We're them pouring across our borders. And we're going to talk a lot more about that in a later segment when we talk about all the support that Donald Trump is getting and what Byron Daniels said online, because he has been a big supporter for Trump, and the left, including the racists like Joey Reid, are absolutely losing their minds. He talks about, the jobs. There's no worry. I don't even know what he's talking about there. I have absolutely no idea what he's saying about. He's talking about Donald Trump. He says that Donald Trump will become a dictator if he becomes president. And this is all what they do, is that they try to lie about what Donald Trump said. So what Donald Trump actually said is that he would be a dictator for one day, and he would sign executive orders to remove illegal aliens from this country, which a vast amount of people agree with. However, what the fake news networks did is they cut it after Donald Trump says, I will be a dictator. Boom, cut. Without any explanation of what he actually said or any context. And that gets played over and over and over and over again. This is why the fake news is dying. This is why the propagandists over at MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post, they are all Team Democrat. Every single one of them are in the bag for the DNC. And they're more than happy to be propagandists. They're more than happy to lie to you. And then they wonder why their ratings are tanking, why no one takes them serious anymore. It wasn't that long ago when these fake news networks, they could destroy a politician's life. They could run a couple hit pieces and that politician was done. People were absolutely terrified of the fake news 10 years ago, like they are of the intelligence agencies right now. But they have destroyed all credibility. The fake news networks, they are the boy that called wolf too many times. He goes on to say that we don't have a choice but to vote for Joe Biden, because that is, to save democracy, we have to end democracy, right? To protect you, we have to take away your right to choose as a leader. But that's the exact opposite of what we have. We have a constitutional republic, and that they run for office, and then you, the voter, decide with your vote, with as much information as you can possibly have, on who you want to vote for. I mean, at this point, everybody knows Trump. There is no surprise to Trump anymore. He has been in the headlines for years now. Everyone knows who he is. Whether you like him or you hate him, or you're somewhere in the middle, we all have a very good idea of who Donald Trump is. But now, we also have a very good idea of who Joe Biden is. And that's a big problem for the Democrats, because everything that's happened now that's hurting us has happened under Joe Biden's watch. He goes on to try to fearmonger about January 6th. And these are the same people that give the Summer of Love a pass. I remember that. Now, anyone on January 6th who attacked a police officer or broke law should be in prison. You're not disputing that. But a vast majority of people there were peaceful and patriotic. And some of them, in my opinion, they were entrapped because the doors were open for them. They just walked in and they walked out. There was no violence. For most people, again, the ones that actually committed violence, I think should be in prison. But the ones that didn't, absolutely not. And you got the same people who are trying to make January 6th such a big deal, making excuses for the summer of love in 2020. Everyone remembers that, right? When the BLM and the Antifa, the actual domestic terrorists, when they terrorized cities and states and they destroyed property and they burned buildings, and the fake news is right there to say it was fiery and mostly peaceful. Remember that one? When CNN is sitting there trying to explain that it's fiery and mostly peaceful, and there's literally a building on fire in the background. You can't make this stuff up. But there was murders, there was rapes, there was assaults. Police died all in the summer, and they left because this is on their side of the political aisle. They're trying to pretend that this is okay. But now we have reports of Secret Service that they're preparing for Trump might go to jail. And in a sane world, Trump would never go to jail over this. These charges should have never been brought. They should have immediately been thrown out because this case is terrible. But we're in deep blue New York, and we got a judge that's trying to do everything he can to help the Democrats, along with the Soros-backed DA and a deep blue New York jury. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. Do I think they're going to be convicted? I don't know. I read these articles, and some days I think if they look at the facts, there's just no way. There's no way an honest jury would put him in prison. But if someone's an activist, is there 12 activists on that jury? The only place that would be worse for Trump to be on trial would be Washington, D.C. That's the only place that'd be more deep blue than New York. So I think they could. My instinct is that there's going to be a hung jury. I don't think they'll be able to convince 12 people to convict Trump for doing nothing wrong. But I don't know. Let me know what your thoughts are. You can let me know in the comments live or in the comments after. What do you think is going to happen this next week or two with Donald Trump? Do you think he will be thrown in prison? Do you think they'll actually be able to convict him on this? Do you think he'll be acquitted? Or do you think that maybe something in the middle, like I think will happen, is they'll end up with a hung jury? Let me know your comments in below. And at this point, does anyone doubt that Joe Biden is the one that's trying to put his opponent behind bars? Robert De Niro, out of all things, he quoted Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, a Republican. That it was Abraham Lincoln and the Republicans who stood up to the Democrats to free slaves and to bring back our constitutional republic. It was the Democrats who were insurrectionists in that story of the Civil War. It's absolutely insane how much Democrats have decided that they are going to change the history. Like, people don't know these simple facts. So De Niro and the Democrats, their whole goal is to try to scare you into submission, either with slander or with threats, like to our democracy. But more than any of that, De Niro was there to talk to the jury. Do not doubt me for 1 second on that the Democrats are absolutely desperate because they know they are losing, and their only shot at any of this is to try to put Trump in jail. And if they aren't able to do that, that Trump will very likely be the next president of the United States of America. And with that, we're running up to the clock. I have to take a greedy profit break. We'll be right back. Your host, Cash Lauren, and God bless the USA. Country in the world. You can also support us. It means a lot. Greetings, independent thinkers, truth seekers, conversationalists, the deplorables, and extreme MAGA Republicans. I'm your host, Cash Lauren, and the mainstream media has dominated the way that people gain information for decades. And it hasn't been until recent years, with the rise of independent journalism and social media networks, that we can finally expose them for the frauds that they are. You have the fake news networks like MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post. They're all in the bag for Democrats. But now you have another option. You can choose to be free by listening to shows like mine, The Cash Lawrence Show, and other independent journalists throughout the country and the world. You can also support us. It means a lot. The easiest way is the free way by liking, commenting, but most importantly, sharing an American First message with your friends and family, doing things like hitting the repost button. Beyond that, if you want to do monetary support, which you're grateful for, hit the Patreon link for a monthly or use the Cash App for a single donation. These help tremendously and help these shows grow as you can begin to hire more staff and more support and better technical equipment, all for your benefit, also that you can receive fair and independent information without the mask of the fake news networks. We live in the greatest country this world has ever known, the United States of America. There has never been a better time to be alive than right now. A person can start with nothing and build vast amounts of wealth in a single generation. You can start with absolutely nothing and pick a career, pick your wildest dream, and make it become a reality. It's not easy. It takes years of hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. But you are the secret sauce. You are the best opportunity for your life because you will make the choices that matter the most, not some bureaucrat in Washington. So make the choice now. Help independent journalists like myself stay independent, and people like you who watch these shows, we thank you gratefully, continue to get a different point of view from a conservative perspective. I'm your host, Cash Lauren, and please consider supporting, and we'll be right back to the show. Welcome back, everybody, independent thinkers, truth seekers, conversationalists, deplorables, and extreme MAGA Republicans. If you haven't, take a moment to subscribe to the show, turn on notifications, but most importantly, share a conservative message with your friends and family. Well, now we move on to the devout racist Joy Reid, who on every day on MSNBC, part of the fake news networks, you have MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post, and New York Times. They're all in the bag for Democrats. And they're all trying to push this progressive ideology while they continue to die and lose support. And in the Democrats' mind, in their belief system, they believe everyone who is not white, who they try to label as people of color. So the devout racists on the left are trying to separate everybody by the race, the color of their skin. And when someone steps out of line of that, when someone who goes on TV and speaks differently than what the left wants them to say, they immediately attack them because the lefts are racist. And one of those people who are openly outspoken against the left and supporting Trump is Byron Donalds. And Joy Reid calls Byron Donalds the one black guy that the Republicans love to roll around as fake proof that black people support Trump. Well, that's not racist at all. The Joy Reid calls Byron Donalds the one black guy that Republicans love to roll out as fake proof that black people support Trump. Do you believe how openly racist they are? Imagine if a Republican said that. Imagine if someone on the right was so openly racist like that. They would all be losing their minds right now. But they think that their racism is justified. They think that they can make statements like that and that nobody will see an issue with what they're saying because in their minds, you can't be racist against anybody who is white or anybody who does not agree with them. See, they have the moral high ground. They are the elite. They are your betters. They are high above you in their ivory towers. They are smarter than you. they have their Ivy League degrees, and that if you dare to disagree with any of them, well, then that must be because you're an idiot, or you're a racist, or you're a bigot, or you're a homophobe, or you're a transphobe, or anything they can think of to silence you into submission. Because they are the oppressed, and you are the oppressors. And so, therefore, as the oppressed, anything they do or say is justified, is morally right against the oppressors. And that's exactly how Joy Reid looks at Byron Donalds. Do not doubt me on this. We're going to go through an article and then have a reaction from Byron to Joy Reid's statements, which is absolutely priceless because he nails it. You're not going to miss that conversation. We're going to get in this article. So, MSNBC's Joy Reid marked former Donald Trump for boasting about the alleged groundswell of support he enjoyed from residents in the Bronx. She also took a shot at Representative Byron Daniels, a representative from Florida, who spoke at the rally for Trump in New York on Thursday. And as we just talked about, the left thinks that everybody whose skin is not white must automatically support them. It doesn't matter what they do or what they say, or if they actually help you or don't help you, or if they keep their campaign process, or even if your life's any better. It doesn't matter how much your groceries cost. It doesn't matter how much your gas costs. It doesn't matter how much mortgage rates are. It doesn't matter that they're allowing millions of illegal immigrants to enter this country. It doesn't matter they're trying to take parental rights away. None of that should matter to you. All the things that directly affect you in your life shouldn't matter. You should just vote for Democrats because they tell you that they are for you, even when they do absolutely nothing to help your life but to make it worse. And now they're in a deep hole because Joe Biden has done such a terrible job. Even when Barack Obama said all those years ago, never underestimate Joe Biden's ability to F things up, the Democrats did exactly that. And now they don't know how to get their way out. So they go to what they always go to, racism and slander. And what's happening in real time now is that Trump is gaining support. And Trump is gaining more and more popularity. The more that Democrats go after him, the more popular he gets. And all the polls are showing it. And when the polls tend to underestimate Republican support, and they're showing that Donald Trump is winning the presidency in the landslide, they are freaking out. And he's gaining stronger because he's gaining more and more ground with everybody across all spectrums. Whether it be your race or your class, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, we are all Americans. And at the end of the day, we want to raise our families. We want there to be law and order. We want to have good jobs. And we want everything to cost less. But Joe Biden is causing everything for everyone's life to get worse. And now that they're seeing openly that Hispanics and Black people that traditionally the Democrats think that should always vote for them no matter what, voting for Donald Trump and openly praising him and showing up to his rallies, they are all losing their minds right now. It's just going to continue to get worse as we get closer and closer to the election. And the article goes on Friday's edition of Readout, Reid dismissed the idea that Trump had any meaningful support in the Bronx, because that is exactly what the Democrats think. They think you owe them. New York is deep blue New York, and that everybody there should just vote for him. If the Black community, they voted roughly 50-50 like the rest of the communities did, there would be no more Democrat Party. They would be gone. They would be obsolete. And that's why they expect, just like this, like they say, that when Joe Biden won here, he had 83.5% to Donald Trump's 16%. That is what the Democrats rely on. And don't forget that the New York governor, she only won her election by 5%. So Trump doesn't need much to flip New York. And people think I'm crazy for saying this, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Trump very well could flip New York red. Do not doubt me on that for 1 second. It's very possible. And the more the Democrats go after him, the more popular he's going to get, because he looks more and more like a victim of political persecution, because that is exactly what it is. And the Democrats, they just can't stop, because all they care about is power. And them trying to throw Trump in jail has greatly backfired. And now they don't know what to do. The article goes on, if Trump has so many supporters in New York, why aren't they showing up to droves to support him at the trial? Well, the court is literally just a subway right away. Well, they have the courthouse blocked off for one. And then for two, even if they were there, the mainstream media is not going to show it. They're going to pretend it's not happening. Donald Trump has, 30,000 people show up, and they're not going to show you the crowds. Just like in every Trump rally they have, when has the mainstream media ever shown you how many people are actually there? And then the article goes on, Reid noted that Donald is one of several Republicans who insinuated the FBI sought to use lethal force against Trump during the bureau's execution of a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago in 2022, when Trump was not at the home at the time. And this is another thing that the Democrats got caught in, because they had lethal force authorized in the search warrant against a former president of the United States of America. And what were they going to do if Trump had shown up and the Secret Service showed up? Were they going to pull guns on Donald Trump? They went room by room with lockpicks, and they raided his entire house, heavily armed, and there's FBI agents there wearing regular clothing who weren't even marked. And now, in hindsight and backwards, the Democrats are trying to pretend that this is no big deal, that this was just standard operating procedure. And we know that's not true. We know that's absolutely ridiculous. They didn't do that to Joe Biden, and they didn't do that to Hillary Clinton. Imagine if Donald Trump was president and he sent the DOJ over to Barack Obama's house pre-dawn in an armed raid. How do you think all these liars on the mainstream media would be reacting to that right now? They would all be calling for his head. They would all be calling for Donald Trump to be impeached. They'd all be calling for Donald Trump to be removed from office. They'd be calling for the 25th Amendment. They'd be calling for anything they could to undermine and derail Trump. But when Biden does it to Trump, all of a sudden, hey, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing to see here. This is just normal. This is everyday stuff. If Trump was actually innocent, then there's no big deal, right? Ignore his Fourth Amendment rights. Ignore his First Amendment rights. None of that matters. But they got caught. And the polls are showing that Donald Trump has a massive lead. And after Joy Reid's very racist statements, Byron Daniels decided to respond. So here's his clip.
To be nothing more than crabs in a barrel. Just because I have a different viewpoint, different way of looking at the world, different politics, now all of a sudden I'm being used. You can make an argument that MSNBC is using her, but I'm going to move on. The rally in the Bronx was amazing. You had a very diverse crowd, people from the Bronx, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, black people, white people, all there supporting President Trump because they've seen the disaster that is New York City. They've seen the disaster that has come to the United States of America because of the master of disaster, Joe Biden himself, and they want Donald Trump back. I heard what my colleague said in a previous segment. This is going to be a decision. It's going to be a decision for the American people between two presidents who did the better job. And it is without question Donald Trump was a significantly better president on every metric. That's why he has support in the Bronx. That's why when the president went to Minnesota, he had support in Minnesota. And there's more support in a lot of blue areas that is for President Trump coming back. So we're looking at expanding the political map, not shrinking it based upon race or anything else, because that's what Joy Reid and Joe Biden and the rest of them want to do. They want to shrink the political map based upon previous dogma and racial lines. That is not what President Trump's focus is. His focus is on all of America.
Yes. Byron Daniels is 100% right there. That they are trying to shrink the map for Donald Trump and then expand it for the Democrats by grouping everybody who is not white into one box that has to vote Democrat because they so say so. But as Joy Reid is a devout racist, and anyone that she thinks is not voting the way that she thinks should vote, all of a sudden they are the racist, homophobe, bigphobe, bigot, transphobe, white nationalist, anything she can think of to slander somebody. I mean, she would call Byron and Uncle Tom just because he disagrees with her opinion. But why can't he? Is this not the United States of America? Aren't we supposed to be individuals? Don't we have a First Amendment right to speak our minds? Why do the Democrats think that we have to have groups think? Why do the Democrats think that everybody has to agree with them? And what makes Democrats think that they have the high moral ground up in their lofty ivory towers with their elite ivory degrees? What makes them so right? And why do they think that they can sit there and they can call someone a racist when they are the ones being a racist? Trump is appealing to everybody across all different political aisles now. Some that never would have voted for a Republican before and never would have been voted for Donald Trump before, that the left keeps telling you that they're supposed to hate. We played an article we played a video from MSNBC on a previous show where they were in the crowd live and they were trying to find people to talk to, and they were shocked and amazed as they were finding out that over and over again that these people that they thought would vote Democrat have in the past. Some of them voted for Barack Obama twice. Some of them voted for Joe Biden. But in this election, they were going to vote for Donald Trump. And MSNBC's mind was absolutely blown. They couldn't understand it because they live in their bubbles. They only sit there and they only talk to each other. They all hate Trump, so they think everybody should hate Trump. They all think that the Republicans are the racists, and so when they talk to each other and they say all this racist stuff, they don't see anything wrong with it. Because there is no opinion in their little bubble that's opposite of theirs because they have submitted to groupthink. But most people don't think that way. Most people are in the middle somewhere. Most people aren't that political. And most people pay a small attention to what's happening. There's someone on the right, there's someone on the left. I think when you talk to most people on the street, that they would kind of be on the right on some subjects and kind of on the left on other subjects, but they would be somewhere in the middle. But what's happening now is the left is pushed so far left that the people that would have found themselves in the middle, they're finding themselves abandoned. And they're starting to agree with the right more and more. Now, Elon Musk, he posted a great meme about this effect that we're seeing in this country right now. Because Elon Musk would be one where you consider kind of a leftist. I mean, he's the guy that makes electric cars. Some of the left was praising until he bought Twitter and now want to destroy his life because he no longer agrees with them. But he posted this meme where he was kind of lined down the middle and the left and the right, and then Elon Musk was just on the left side of the line. And then the left started pushing more and more and more left and more left. And all of a sudden, he found himself abandoned. He's looking, and he's on the right side now, just by default. You even have people like Bill Maher, who is a leftist and certainly no Trump fan. I mean, he's going to be a liberal. Do not doubt me on what I'm saying here. But he is a traditional liberal. He is not a woke leftist ideologue. And even he's starting to say that, hey, you guys have pushed too far. You're starting to push way too far that people are going to start banning the Democrat Party. And that's caused the Democrats to absolutely panic and freak out because they no longer have the control on the narrative. And they no longer can manipulate people with the fake news networks, and that the government has cried wolf so many times with these indictments that it's no longer working. And people are just ignoring them now. And they think somehow everybody that is not white owes them. And they put all these grievance groups together in a block to try to combat white nationalism. So you'd have the communists, and you'd have the fascists, and you'd have the Marxists, and then you have all the isms. You'd have the feminists, the Nazi feminists, and you'd have the climate communists, and then you have the LGBTQAA plus tilde sign, whoever knows what else now, that you have the alphabet soup mafia, that they're all supposed to be in the bag for Democrats, and they're all supposed to go again to vote in an election as a mob. No, people just don't think that way. And more people are starting to find themselves in the middle, and they're looking for a home. And Donald Trump is resonating with these people. Donald Trump is resonating with the middle, who have been abandoned by the Democrats and these woke leftist ideologues. And this is causing Biden to tank. This is causing his administration to fail. I think Biden is worse than Jimmy Carter. I think the epic failure that we're going to see in November is going to be one more than the Reagan Revolution. That Donald Trump has completely revolutionized politics and something that's going to be talked about for a generation. He is not only destroying the Democrats, but he is ending the Rhino Uniparty. The shiny shoe Republicans are also losing power when they would all just simply agree with Democrats at all times. And so when this comes up in November, you need to ask yourself, who is doing a better job? Whose life were you better under? Is your life better under Donald Trump, or is your life better under Joe Biden? Back in 2020, no one had seen a Joe Biden administration. And he had been vice president, but this was all Barack Hussein Obama's administration. And Joe Biden was just the guy that was there. But now everything is on Joe Biden's administration. And he was warned when he printed trillions of dollars what would happen. Massive amounts of inflation. Your grocery prices have gone through the roof. Gas prices have gone through the roof. Mortgage rates have more than doubled. He has allowed in millions of illegal immigrants that are causing harm to you and your neighborhoods. We now on the brink of World War III because of Joe Biden. And this was all preventable. Russia waited till Biden was president to invade Ukraine. Hamas attacked Israel under Biden's watch. And when Biden whispered, just don't do it, to Iran, Iran gave him the virtual finger and sent drones and missiles at Israel. And with that, we're going to play another quick clip of the Democrats over on MSNBC thinking that you owe them your vote if you are not white. Take a listen.
Right. So first of all, what Trump is appealing to is what, Frederick Douglass talked about in July 5th of 1852. He said there's a horrible reptile in the bosom of the nation. And that reptile for him was slavery. It was a certain set of assumptions, not just simply about black people, but about the superiority of white people to own black people.
Right. Again, openly racist on TV. And there's absolutely no pushback from the MSNBC anchor because this is what they want. They're perfectly okay with racism if it pushes a leftist ideologue. And this is the same party that owned slaves. This is the same party that Republicans rise up, Abraham Lincoln helped create, and they fought a civil war. It was the Democrats who were the insurrectionists. It was the Republicans who saved our democracy, who saved our constitutional republic. It was the Democrats that fought against the civil rights back in the 60s. And they try to take credit for it with Lyndon B. Johnson. But I would argue, if we had more time, that Lyndon B. Johnson, what he did to the black community was far worse than what happened during slavery. In fact, the black community was better off. And now that the government has subsidized single motherhood, the damage that has caused over an entire generation is outstanding. It's horrible. And hopefully enough people have finally woken up to what is happening and woken up to how much damage the Democrats are doing to society and doing to our community. Because you have a choice. You have a vote. Despite everything that the Democrats are trying to do, they're trying to take away democracy in order to save democracy somehow. You still live in the greatest country this world has ever known. You can still vote for whoever you like. And the Democrats are scared to death because they think that you're going to vote for Donald Trump and they don't know how to stop it. I realize I'm up against the clock. We're going to have to take a real quick break for greedy profit, and then we'll be right back. You're not going to miss it. It's the Cash Lawrence Show. Greetings, independent thinkers, truth seekers, conversationalists, the deplorables, and extreme MAGA Republicans. I'm your host, Cash Lawrence, and the mainstream media has dominated the way that people gain information for decades. And it hasn't been until recent years, with the rise of independent journalism and social media networks, that we can finally expose them for the frauds that they are. You have the fake news networks like MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post. They're all in the bag for Democrats. But now you have another option. You can choose to be free by listening to shows like mine, The Cash Lawrence Show, and other independent journalists throughout the country and the world. You can also support us. It means a lot. The easiest way is the free way, by liking, commenting, but most importantly, sharing an American First message with your friends and family, doing things like hitting the repost button. Beyond that, if you want to do monetary support, which you're grateful for, hit the Patreon link for a monthly or use the Cash App for a single donation. These help tremendously and help these shows grow as you can begin to hire more staff and more support and better technical equipment, all for your benefit, also that you can receive fair and independent information without the mask of the fake news networks. We live in the greatest country this world has ever known, the United States of America. There has never been a better time to be alive than right now. A person can start with nothing and build vast amounts of wealth in a single generation. You can start with absolutely nothing and pick a career, pick your wildest dream, and make it become a reality. It's not easy. It takes years of hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. But you are the secret sauce. You are the best opportunity for your life because you will make the choices that matter the most, not some bureaucrat in Washington. So make the choice now. Help independent journalists like myself stay independent, and people like you who watch these shows, we thank you gratefully, continue to get a different point of view from a conservative perspective. I'm your host, Cash Lawrence, and please consider supporting, and we'll be right back to the show. Well, welcome back, independent thinkers, truth seekers, conversationalists, deplorables, and extreme MAGA Republicans. Take a moment to hit that subscribe button and never miss a moment of content. Next up, we have Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush, who embarrassed themselves on Memorial Day, and they were rightfully called out and blasted for their tweets, which was described as right on brand. But what did they tweet? They confused Memorial Day with Veterans Day. And so Ilhan Omar, she posted, on Memorial Day, we honor the heroic men and women who serve our country. We owe them more than our gratitude. They have more than earned access to quality mental health services, job opportunities, housing assistance, and benefits that they were promised. And Congressman Cori Bush, she posted on there, we must invest in universal health care, affordable housing, comprehensive mental health services and education and economic opportunities for our veterans as we work to build a world free of war and violence. Huh. Well, there's just one problem with that. For Memorial Day, we celebrate those who died. See, freedom is not free. Our rights are paid for by the blood of the patriots who served this great country of United States of America, the one that's greatest the world has ever known, where we believe in American exceptionalism and putting America first. And these brave patriots, they paid the ultimate price for our rights. For people like me to sit here and talk to you and for you to listen to shows like this. That cost can never be repaid. And it's too bad they get a day when the LGBTQ gets an entire month for what I don't know. But to all of them, to all the families who've lost loved ones to serve in this country, we greatly thank their service. But these DEI, these grossly incompetent people that somehow get elected into Congress, it's just not Ilhan Omar or Cori Bush. You also have people like AOC, who I say is the dumbest person in Congress. And then people like Jasmine Crockett. They spew this stuff constantly. How do people think that this is a good idea to vote them into Congress? I don't know, but they completely embarrass themselves and they end up having to delete their tweets. We have an article here, and it goes on. 2 members of the squad lost points on Monday with social media posts that they were criticized for missing the point of a memorial holiday, which is, again, is not Veterans Day, but they don't know the difference because, they are stunning and brave. That representation matters. That their color of their skin is the right color, and that they are women. Even when the left doesn't even know what a woman is, they sit there and they pretend, we don't know what a woman is. We're not a biologist. But for them, they are people of color and they are proud. Instead of just saying that they're the best qualified for the job, that it doesn't matter what your skin color is. It doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. What matters is working hard. What matters is sacrifice. What matters is having a goal and working to achieving those goals over and over and over again. If the American dream was easy, then everyone would do it. But the reality here is that America is the greatest country this world has ever known. And that's why people come here all the time, legally or illegally. You don't see Americans leaving this country and going to Venezuela because socialism sucks and communism sucks. Capitalism is the great opportunity creator. And our constitutional republic protects that right. And that the men and women who died for that are the greatest heroes that we know. We would have none of this without them. So again, I just want to thank them because we just had Memorial Day. And unfortunately, we have people elected in Congress who don't know the difference. And they get absolutely roasted. We have End Wokeness posted, haha, holy. Representative Ilhan Omar and Representative Cori Bush just deleted their Memorial Day tweets after revealing they had no clue what it is. And then it shows both their tweets have been deleted. But unfortunately for them, the internet is forever. Unfortunately for them, people take screenshots. And now we can just repost this stuff. It's never going away. And they're never going to be able to live this down. And then there's a TikTok post on, Cori Bush just deleted this tweet where she confused Memorial Day with Veterans Day. And then Ilhan Omar also deleted her tweet where she confused Veterans Day with Memorial Day. I guess she realized that you can't give jobs and housing to dead service members who gave their lives for this country. Ilhan Omar later goes on, she posted a new tweet where she corrected herself after the internet corrected her. On Memorial Day, let's say thank you to the brave men and women who selflessly sacrificed their lives in service of our country. Thank you to their families who have also sacrificed and have dedicated their time to ensuring their loved ones are remembered. Well, that would sound good if she actually knew what Memorial Day was in the first place. And to go on with these socialists who hate this country, when they talk about remembering Memorial Day, even if they had mentioned the right thing, what they talk about, of course, because the Democrats are socialist, Marxist, communists, and they tell you with their own words, they say things like we owe them our gratuity by the government providing housing, job opportunities, benefits. And ask any veteran, since they're confusing Veteran Day with Memorial Day, so we're going to move on to our veterans who are alive. How's the VA doing for you? Is the VA this great bastion? Do you have the best medical care possible? Or would you rather have private care where you just go see any doctor you want? Now, don't get me wrong on any of this, because we should absolutely support our veterans. And we absolutely should have services in place to help our veterans. But the government is the problem. The government is not the solution. And you give a great example of this. This money to support veterans that they say they want to do has always been there. But these socialist communists on the left, they've ignored the veterans forever. And now we have all these illegal immigrants coming over. All of a sudden, they're providing tax-paid housing for them. They're providing tax-paid food for them. They're trying to put these illegal immigrants on Obamacare, and they're trying to get them driver's license, cell phones, and providing them with government jobs. See, that's how Joe Biden's getting his numbers up, is that he's creating these part-time jobs working for the government and then somehow employing illegal aliens into these jobs. And they could have done all this for veterans at any given moment, but they chose not to. These Democrats are hypocrites. They're absolutely hypocrites. And ultimately, we believe in the American dream. We believe in exceptionalism. We believe that it's up to the individual to make the good choices that are going to improve their lives. That the government should stay out of it as much as possible. But people do go through hard times. And I believe that we should have a hand, but not a hammock. And that we should focus on our veterans because they serve this country. And we need to reward that service by getting them off the streets and back into the workforce where they can work, and getting them the mental help and the physical help that they need to survive, not to illegal immigrants. And with that, we're going to be running out of time. Let me know your thoughts on people like Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush, and how do you think that we can best help our veterans, since they're confusing Veterans Day with Memorial Day. We went on that tangent. And anyone who has lost a family member serving this country, I just want to say God bless you, and we're really sorry for your loss, and we're very grateful because our conservative way of life is not free. With that, we're going to hit the clock and run out of time. The rest will have to go back in the stack and talk about it tomorrow. I'm your host, Cash Lauren. Make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications, but most importantly, share a conservative message with your friends and your family. And God bless the USA.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanu here.
And I just want to close by this,
SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your
which is
support for our
urging my
friend Dexter
colleagues
Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
All right, welcome back to the Range Minded Podcast. It's me, usually, you know who I am. This is Steve with the Range Minded Podcast. And we have Nick Hoffer back. No, he's not dead. He didn't vanish. We didn't lose him in the Himalayas. He's been really, really busy. And so
here's the thing. I've wanted to come back on here for months. Steve just didn't invite me. It's the first time Steve invited me. I'm back. So,
well, I don't know how, and that might be slightly accurate, but not completely inaccurate either. Did that make any sense? Maybe that didn't make any sense at all. I don't know. It is Memorial Day, so like we're both kind of relaxing and chilling. You can see Nick tipping back a cold one back there. I haven't opened my ginger beer yet, but I do have it. It's right here.
yeah, so I'm at the studio Meridian, so I'm trying to finish off this stuff that's been in the fridge for I guess got to be like 6 months now.
It's like expired IPA.
I don't know, does IPA expire? I thought alcohol gets better with age.
I'm not sure if IPA does. I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic. I don't drink alcohol. You're not an alcoholic either, so I have no idea. I don't know, dude.
I'm not sure. Anyways, it's great to be back. It's great to be on here. Memorial Day. Had a good weekend. Had a good day. Hopefully, you guys took a little bit of time to remember a couple of veterans. And now that you're back to your barbecue, we can get started on an episode of Range Minded. I don't even know how these work anymore. I've been listening to a lot of great solo episodes with Steve, so I'll have to have him guide me through this.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. It's he's basically like the first time he's ever been on the show. It's kind of like the same thing from whatever it was 5 years ago or whatever it was.
5 years ago.
But yeah, it's good. And if you guys don't know Nick, I've got picked up quite a few actually new people. So maybe some of these guys don't know who you are, Nick. Maybe just kind of share who you are and why you are where you're at, real quick. Just catch us up to date.
One thing I'm going to say from not being on here in a while, Steve does not make any sense when he talks now. So good for him. I'm glad he's more comfortable on the microphone.
I probably don't.
You just made like who you are, why you are. I don't know what that means, but anyways, okay. I'm Nick Hoffer.
I'm excited, dude. I'm excited.
Nick Hoffer or Nicholas Hoffer on the internet. I own Hoftac Industries, the holster company in Meridian, Idaho, now Nampa, Idaho, now that we moved the warehouse. But I'm the creator of the Omni Carry, the holster that holds 300 guns. You've probably heard about that from Steve. If you haven't, you're definitely going to hear about it more on the show, either today or in the future. And yeah, that's me. You can find me on the internet, nickhoffer.com, Instagram, Nicholas Hoffer, and Hoftac Industries.
I'll slow down so I make more sense.
Oh, and I've been on like 30 to 50 episodes of Range Minded.
Yeah, Nick was a constant co-host for a while, and I'm not even sure what happened, honestly. I think you were like working on holster stuff and got really busy. I can't remember what I happened to hear. And
so last year I kind of shifted gears going into the Omni Carry project, and I got really focused on the manufacturing side. I wasn't doing a lot of content. I wasn't doing a lot of interviews and things like that. And I wasn't doing a lot of podcasts. So you were kind of figuring some stuff out, and I was like, hey, let's pick this back up. And then when you were ready to pick it back up, I was kind of in the middle of that transition. So I didn't really have a lot of time to keep going. So now I'm making priority for content, interviews, shows. Hopefully I'll be on here quite a bit more stuff to talk about. I mean, we got a lot of things going on, a lot of things to talk about, a lot of great work that I've been working on and that I've seen you working on. So I got some patches. You were just talking to me about some hats and some shirts and growing the show. What is this, like episode like 240 or something?
We're at 243.
243. Like so Steve's done almost 30 episodes since the last one I've been on. So there you go.
I'm trying to keep it going.
I will say crazy. As inconsistent as the show has been, you've been consistent you've done 240 episodes. How many podcasts can say they've done 240 episodes? I think the average is people quit after 5.
Well, I heard somewhere, if I can remember right, if you record more than one episode, you're like in the top 40% of podcasts. which is crazy to me.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
Well, I mean,
so
yeah,
I'm
you've
above
done
average.
240 of these. I've been on like 40 or 50 of these. I did 100 alternative podcast episodes. So dude, we're in the
and a
top tier
butt ton of
apparently.
lives. You did
Well,
a
so-
lot of lives too.
Yeah, but I counted all those as podcast episodes because we cut those down, and I still need to upload them all. But yeah, there's 140 of them. But
And they were all good.
Yeah, they were all set up based around kind of what we did here with interviews and whatnot. So I'm gonna try and get some of those guys to circle back and come into the studio and actually do a show with me. I got some studio time scheduled in Salt Lake, and I'm gonna do 4 or 5 interviews while I'm down there.
That's just the thing, is you're not just a holster guy. Like you try to improve all the time. You're not stagnant.
Yeah, but it's all in one common goal, and that's to sell holsters. So,
and improve. Come on.
Well,
you're working on improvement. I know you.
So realistically, it's not even about selling holsters. It's about helping the most amount of people carry a firearm as possible, and part of that is education and training, and then comes the holster sales. So part of what I'm working on is a series of like people's journey in concealed carry and how they've been affected by the process. And so that's kind of what we've been working on. Also, I'm working on doing some like 60-second like skills drills with instructors to go over like different things that we can add to the purchase of a holster. It comes with a whole catalog of training, which is something I've had in the back of my mind for a long time. I'm sure people have heard me talk about it before.
That's super rad. So you're saying like when they buy the holster, is it like an online link or something, or how does that work?
Yeah. So the goal would be this: one, we'll give away we'll do a lot of it for free online, but we'll also create a community, which I'm trying to do outside of Facebook, of where when you purchase the holster either online or in stores, there'll be like this one comes with a card on the inside of it. So there'll be like a link on the card where you can join the community. And once you get inside of there, you can be linked up with either instructors that are local to you, or you can go into the library and you can just pick like, hey, I want to learn dry fire. And essentially, if you've been in the USCCA app, that's how I'm trying to partner with them in getting that type of content inside of our community.
Yeah, that'd be rad.
So that way everybody can learn. So I always tell people, we're not tactical operators. I'm not freaking cops. We're just normal people trying to protect ourselves, and we don't have to take it to that extreme level. Obviously, a lot of people enjoy doing that, but I don't. Like, I've done all of the types of training, and I really love to play golf. I love to drink beer, and I like to just hang out at home. I am not trying to like go kick indoors and like get in a gunfight.
I do not want to get in a gunfight either.
Yeah, so
I'm a terrible golfer, so I don't know how much I sympathize with you there.
Well, you have to get out. You just have to do it more. It's like shooting. The more you do it, the better you get.
Well, the more I swear, the more I golf is what happens.
Oh, see, and I'm working on swearing less, so I just got to get better at golf.
So you're saying that there's a way to get better at one thing or both things by doing them at the same time, or not doing? Well, I'm confused.
Okay, here's something. So I just said I'm working on swearing less. I was driving my truck last Sunday, and we were in McCall picking up our daughter from. They had like a rugby, like they stayed at someone's cabin after their rugby game. So I went up to pick her up because she had to work that Sunday afternoon, and we went to the wrong address. I'm backing out of the driveway, and I backed into a tree that was in the driveway. Not in the back of my truck, in the driver's side door. How that happened, I have no idea. I looked out the mirrors, I looked left, I looked right, I'm watching the passenger side mirror. Boom. Look left, and there's a tree like almost through my window. I didn't say one thing. I just went, that sucks. and just kind of bit my lip. So
yeah, I would have swore.
it's a big move for me because
I'm proud of you.
I had everything in my head, and I was like, I'm not gonna give the 4 people in this truck the benefit of seeing me lose it.
Well, they say like a real man can control his temper, right? It's weakness to get angry, which I don't disagree with, but I'm a pretty weak man.
I'm not gonna lie.
I say a lot of things.
I'm only working on it because it's been pointed out to me a lot that I use pretty foul language.
I used to be really tight with my language. Like I used to be very disciplined. I didn't cuss too much, and then I don't know what happened. I think I got back in the construction world and like my soul died.
So since I've been off of the show, we talked a little bit about the stuff I had going on, but who's been on the show that I missed? Have you had any interviews, or they all been solo episodes?
Oh no, we had let's see, who did I have? I'll have to look back. I know I've had interviews. I've had a guy named John Cox from 2A Talking Tactical. He approached me actually on Twitter. I had a Twitter, set up the Twitter account, and he approached me about it, which was cool. So we kind of did a joint show. Oh man, I'd have to look back. I can't remember. I know I've done more than just his interview. So I've been on a couple as well. So that's been fun.
Very cool.
Whiskey and Windage. That was interesting. Those guys are pretty fun, and they're fairly new. And man, they're killing it with their podcast. Absolutely killing it. They gave away a freaking Q rifle the other day.
Well, if you want to buy one, I'll give it away for you.
It was donated by the owner of Q. I was like, damn guys, way to go.
Very cool.
So
I'll see what I can do, but you should see about getting Mike from Agency Arms to do the show. He was just in our warehouse the other day. I was just talking to him the other day.
Yeah, that'd be freaking dope, honestly.
Yeah, you need.
I need to branch out a lot more. Like I've reached out to a few dudes, just not very aggressively.
Well, I think the more that you reach out, the more you'll recognize that these guys, especially doing it remote, will be happy to jump on here and do an interview with you. So speaking of interviews, did you see that Ryan was on the News Talk Radio here?
No.
Yeah,
So if you guys don't know, we're talking about Ryan from Fieldworks.
Yeah, Ryan Atkins. He was just on the Sports Talk Radio on Friday.
That's awesome. How'd that go?
It was actually pretty interesting. So they're branching out outside of sports. They kind of talked about how he was a defensive lineman and how he got into celebrity protection type stuff. But yeah, I didn't get to see the entire end of it, but it was interesting to see. It was live in studio, and yeah, I think it was that Prater, and I can't remember the other guy's name who's on that local show.
I have no idea.
Yeah, you have to check it out. He posted it on his story, and I watched most of it the other night.
So the thing I love about Ryan is he is not who you assume he is. Like you look at that guy, you think, oh, this guy's inked up. He's gonna be real dick. Nah, Ryan's cool. He's super chill. I don't want to ever piss him off, but he's super chill.
That sounds like most of the people that talk to me about him. It's funny because he doesn't like to drive. So yeah. I'm always like, what do you mean you don't drive? You do executive. He's like, no, I don't drive cars. So when he shows up to work, he'll show up to work. He gets dropped off.
That's funny.
Or we pick him up.
He's a funny dude.
Yeah, he's a great dude.
So like when I took that Cerebrus class, whatever it was, 3 months ago. So that was the 3-headed dog episode. If anybody's curious about learning more about that class, that was pretty damn awesome. But yeah, Ryan is a good solid dude. I would definitely keep him on a team if I could.
Anyways, so catch me up. Not to cut you off about Ryan, but I think we're gonna probably bring him back on here to talk some more. I talked to him.
Yeah, we need to. The episode we had with him,
the audio was jacked up. I was so disappointed.
And I found out why later.
Messed up. Why? What
I found
happened?
out later. It was the drivers. The online driver for the board needed to be updated.
I was gonna say because we had a couple episodes where the audio sucked with those microphones, and it's not, guys. It's not like we didn't have like professional audio either. Like Steve's got like 6 microphones over there and a like whatever that
So an
board's
actual
called.
board.
Yeah, and
like it's not garbage.
and it sounded like we were talking on an iPhone from 10 feet away. I was really disappointed.
Yeah, I still publish the episode. It actually is one of the most listened to episodes. Weirdly enough, somebody made it through it, but yeah, we need to get him back on.
Nice. So yeah, I actually talked to him about doing that. He said he's down anytime. So it would be cool if we could do it when if you came to town, and maybe we can schedule like 4 or 5 people to do shows, maybe over like a Friday, Saturday, and have you come down into the studio and do that.
Yeah, I need to make my way over there. But I used to be able to come over once a month, twice a month.
Yeah, but now you don't work.
That sounds like that milk cow dried up. I don't know why they don't call me anymore. So that's fine. Whatever.
Well, maybe we can get
So
you to
now
come over. Maybe I can get you to come over once a month and teach a pistol class or something.
Hell yeah, I'd be absolutely down with that.
So catch me up on what's been going on in the world as far as the Second Amendment goes, because you know that I rely on guys like you for all of my 2A news. I saw some stuff about maybe suppressors. I saw some stuff on pistol braces. I saw a couple of Trump speeches. Like what's been going on in the world that I've had my head down and haven't seen.
That's what I love about Nick is he is so driven with work that the world means nothing to him. He just he focuses on his family and work, which is probably more healthy than what I do. So yeah, there's been a lot. So suppressors, when it comes to suppressors in Texas, kind of like Idaho tried to do, Texas said, hey, as long as suppressors are made in the state, it's not under interstate commerce. They don't need to be NFA items. So obviously the ATF was a little upset about that. So it went to court, back and forth. I'm not quite sure where it sits right now, but I think it's going to go to the Supreme Court actually. But there's at least 4 gun bills sitting at the Supreme Court's feet right now that will change the course of the 2A of the Second Amendment completely here by the end of this session of the Supreme Court. So I can't remember if that's one of them. I know Cargill's one of them. The bump stock thing is one of them. I'm really confident.
We're still talking about bump stocks?
Yeah. Well, because now it's finally made it to the Supreme Court. It takes years to go from district court to Supreme Court. Years. So I am not terribly confident.
Unpopular opinion, but I never gave a damn about bump stocks from the start.
Well,
I always thought they were stupid. Yeah. Like
and I've said that openly. That they're the dumbest thing ever. They're uncontrollable. They're lame. They're just a waste of money. But I don't think the government should tell people they can't have them either. So
I just think of it this way. Out of all of the stuff that's relevant and useful that we could be like fighting for and legislating for and putting
like national reciprocity, maybe
millions of dollars behind, we have bump stocks. And I know when we win that's gonna set a precedent on other things.
Yeah, like accessories. That's the big deal right there.
But it's just
and rate of fire.
It's just a weird thing to be like hitching our horses to. And it's funny because they've talked about bump stocks so much. You watch Congress, anytime they talk about rate of fire or they talk about like pistol braces or any type of stock, it automatically is a bump stock.
Yeah. Yeah, like that when they were talking about pistol braces was like last year now.
Yeah.
When the one, I can't remember who the idiot was, like this thing makes the rate of fire increase. It's essentially a bump stock. And then Thomas Massey's like, you're going to get educated by the internet this week. Yeah.
Yeah.
None of the politicians know what's going on.
I said this on an Instagram story a while back, and I was like, it is mind blowing to me that people can stand up in Congress and they can talk about firearms as if they have an opinion that's relevant and have no idea of the terms that they just came out of their mouth. But you can't say anything about anything else without getting scrutinized to the moon.
Oh, yeah.
But they can say anything and everything about firearms that's wrong and act like it's a cold, hard fact.
I mean, like an AR-15 is as heavy as 10 moving boxes, and you can't carry it, and shooting them is tremendous.
And it's the deadliest round in the world.
Yeah,
it's the most dangerous. What was the bullet that they said blew up your insides or something when it hit you?
yeah. Well, they also said the 9mm will suck your lungs out of your body when you get shot with it.
That's what it was. Where do I find those?
It is pretty baffling, right? Like, you're right. These people that are leaders, they don't know jack. And if they don't know anything about guns, think about actually running a country. Do they really even understand that?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, so if they have, that's something that they're adamantly against. It's something they're fighting to remove from society, which would mean it's something that they're pretty focused on, probably more focused on than me. Like, they're probably spending more time being focused on trying to get rid of those things than I'm spending, and I'm in the industry, and they know zero. So they're people who are feeding their ear of what to say. They still know nothing about what they're talking about. It's so weird to me. Like, the people that are in those seats are just, and lack of a better term, they're just so dumb that they don't make sense when they talk.
Well, it's true. They are stupid. That's like, well, what was the guy that said Guam, if we put too many troops on there, the island's going to tip over? You remember that guy?
I remember
I can't remember his name.
I feel like I feel like that's true, though. I might have learned that in school somewhere.
Maybe Guam is just this. That is the Pacific garbage island that they've been talking about.
Yeah, maybe it's not attached to the ocean floor.
Wow, that's amazing. It just happens to stay in the same spot. They must have good anchors, I guess. I don't know.
It's a laser beam holds it in place. It's actually it's an illusion. It's not even a real island.
Yeah, it's like that's where all the birds are made. So anyway, that just tells you like how intelligent, right? You're 100% correct. That the people that are trying to govern you and me are so, and maybe they're doing it on purpose. Maybe they really aren't that stupid. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That just makes them deliberately mischievous, right?
No,
that makes it even worse.
I used to say that, but I don't believe it. I believe that they give so little of a shit about the American people and what they're talking about. They're told that they need to talk about something, and their secretary or their assistant says, "Oh, this is the talking point," and then they just fill in the blanks. No research, no understanding. It's fill in the blank. They have this thing behind them on this. Like, what's hilarious is they have like paper cards behind them that they're having someone move. I'm like, this is 2024. Like, you don't have like a screen that shit can be on. No, we print these 4-foot like postcards and we're flipping them on the thing behind them.
Which probably would have cost as much as the laptop.
Yeah. So it's just they're just filling in the blanks, and they don't know what they're looking at, but they know that they have to say these certain things. And I think that's it. I think it's, and even the people who are on our side aren't always like, they're doing the same thing on other facts. And so the problem, I believe, is that we're going to have to find real world people to fill those spots, which means we're going to have to get term limits, which unfortunately means we're going to have to do some sort of an amendment to the Constitution, which is going to put everything else in jeopardy.
Maybe. I think there's a way to do it without term limits. I think we as citizens just need to pay attention and call our Congress people, our representation, and say, no, don't do that. Instead of being apathetic and just saying, oh, that would never happen here. Idaho's a red state. Will never
Yeah,
happen
but
here.
I'm of the thought now that, like, I don't know that the representatives really care what you think.
I think they would if you made a noise. Because
think
nobody
that,
calls them. So they're just going to do whatever they think people want.
I think that they're doing whatever they're told by the people with the money that they helped fund their campaigns tells them to do.
Perhaps.
And it doesn't really
Perhaps.
matter what me and you tell them we want. I mean, yes, if there's overwhelming outreach, they can't deny it. And that's the only way that we've gotten away with like stopping some things is overwhelming outreach. But to truly believe that even the Idaho representation really cares what me and you, Nick and Steve think, I don't think that's true. I think that they have an idea and they have an agenda when they run, and that's just the way that they're going to vote. Now they might be red, they might be blue, they might be in the middle, but eventually they dig themselves into a hole that they can't get out of. And if that's insider trading or deals that they've made or trades for I'll vote this way if you vote this way, they eventually, after 12 to 14 years of making deals, they're beholden to the deal makers.
Well, I can also only assume, right? My opinion.
Yeah, it's all. And
They
that's the same with me.
They get invited to these parties or something. They get compromising photographs where they get leverage to do something, or this might get out in the news type of thing. And yeah, I hope it doesn't happen on the state level or the city level, but I think it absolutely happens at the national level. Absolutely. I don't think there's any well, there's very, very few clean people in Washington. It's just a matter of time before they step in the cesspool of Congress and get compromised in one way or another.
Since we're on the politics train, so one thing that I've really been looking at and thinking, I'm like, I want to see so we saw Vivek step up and run for president. We've seen some people in the past kind of step up and run for things that were not politicians. Obviously, Donald Trump stepped up and ran for president and won, and is probably going to win again. We can only hope. But some of these other people that are outspoken on what's going on, much smarter than me, much bigger influence than me, it's going to take some of them stepping up and doing some of these jobs, even though have said they're not wanting to do it. Like I listen to, and I know many people who are going to hear this listen to Andy Frisella, and he will go off on how corrupt and fucked the government is and the country and the people. But is he going to step up eventually and take on one of those roles? Is Patrick Bet-David going to step up and take on a legislative role to try and save the country if they believe that's what it's going to take to save the country? Or are they going to sit back and talk about it? And I can say that knowing that if I can get myself into a position to do that, I would do it. Even though I'm not as smart as those guys and I'm not as successful as some of those people, but like if you have the knowledge and you have
I can make a couple phone calls, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Make a couple phone calls.
I know you can. I've been trying to push Steve to run locally, so and he has the opportunity. But same with you. Same with you. Like when you had the opportunity, there's excuses why you say no, and there's good reason to say no. But at the same time, if we really want to make it, it's like if I get called to jury duty. I had this conversation a couple weeks ago. That's why it's the top of my head. You get called to jury duty and you do everything you can to get out of it. No, like that's your duty.
It's your civic obligation.
The bare minimum that you can do for this country. And it's funny because we're talking about this on Memorial Day. Like the bare minimum you can do for this country is go to jury duty. Like the idea that you're going to try and get out of it because you're going to lose $50 at work.
Yeah.
Like if I am going to court, I want to know that there's people who want to be on, who are doing their civic duty to be on that jury, and it's not stacked against me, or that the people that might have had my side pussed out because they wanted to go make hamburgers today instead of do that. Like that's a big part of what I think is going on is they don't want to do their duty. So no term limits, cool. People will be in Congress for 40 years. We'll have Joe Biden's career politicians who are just trying to check the box on I was a lawyer, I was a DA, I was a commissioner, I was I was in the local Congress, I was in the Senate. I just need to get that. I was the vice president. I got to get that president mark. I got to get that second term chip. Like,
yeah, get the T-shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's accurate, right? Like we bitch about our leadership. I hate that term because it's not true. Our representation, but then we don't step up and make the difference. I mean, there are some people making it, like Brandon Herrera, like him or not. At least he's running against Tony Gonzalez, who's a piece of crap. And and maybe Brandon will suck. I don't know. I don't know him personally, but he's not part of the establishment, and I think that's why he's getting some traction.
So I really think that, and I've said this about the firearms industry for years. One, we're behind in every type of technology as far as every other industry. Two, the mindset in this industry is behind every other industry. Now that we've started to become a little more mainstream, we're getting more and more people, but yet we have no representation. So you mentioned Brandon. Yeah, that's great. Like, we need that. But as people who consider themselves patriots from our community, we need those people stepping up into those roles. We need those veterans who have their 4 and 6 and 12-year runs in the military to step into a representation role in the government. Like, that's what we need.
There are a few really good dudes on the national level. You got like Clay Higgins, like him or not. He's from Louisiana. He's a no bullshit sheriff. Like, he tells people how it is. He's very constitutionally minded. You got Chip Roy and Thomas Massey.
Did you see
there's some pretty solid dudes.
The Arizona sheriff is running for Congress?
Which one?
Rapaio? No, the dude with the
that guy was
TV
from
show.
a while ago.
The guy with the TV show.
The white guy, the tall white guy.
Yeah, the cowboy hat.
I can't remember his name. I think I did see one of his political campaign ads.
Yeah, he's running for Congress.
Well, good on him. I don't know. Maybe he'll suck. I don't know.
I don't know either. But that's one of those like no bullshit type of dudes who actually has common sense. As far as I can tell, I had lunch with him once at SHOT Show. Like, he was sitting at the table next to us. He scooted over, talked to us for a while. He had hinted that he was leaving. This was not this last SHOT Show, but the SHOT Show before, and he kind of hinted that he was not gonna run for sheriff again. And I assume this was why. But he seems like a common sense, no bullshit kind of dude. I mean, everybody's seen his TV show. Like, so I don't know. I think that guys like that would be great for the job. But I mean, obviously you have to have a balance of people who are like that and people who are normal corporate people, and
yeah,
like, and just represent everyone. But I do feel like we've definitely been underrepresented.
Well, and I think it's because we've been browbeaten so much, right? We're always on the defensive. So it's hard to, like, if you think about a football game, it's hard to make any forward progression if we're always on the defense getting pushed back. And so until we actually get a good breakaway, right? We get some good people in Congress, like you're saying, some great people on the state level, because that's really where we see the change on our state level, our local level. That's where it really, really matters.
Yeah, if we could.
And once we fix our state, then we can fix stuff nationally. But
if we could get a new,
we just got to get ahead of the game.
Yeah, if we could get a new governor,
that'd be nice.
that would help us. If people get out and vote, we had 30% voter turnout in Idaho. That's awesome.
Yeah. The guy I would have ran against, I probably would have lost this guy this round. He won by like 100 votes. Like, it was so close. And like I said, I probably would have lost to him this year.
Well, I will say this
But I
locally
guess-
in the state of Idaho, we are definitely putting ourselves in a bad position because
Yeah, we're getting compromised quickly.
we definitely have the mentality of, oh, we'll always be red. We're importing thousands and thousands of people a month. On top of that, I mean, Oregon is pretty serious about fighting to become part of Idaho. That's gonna add several million people and space. I don't know that it's gonna happen anytime soon, but that's
I
a
don't think it'll
fear.
happen. We'll have to get 52% of the country to agree.
No, you
don't
only
think
you
it'll
only need you only need the 2 states to agree to move the border.
No, it's got to be ratified, I thought.
Well, once the 2 states Congress agree on it, then it goes to Congress. But by that time, you would think at that point the decision was already made on a state level.
And I'm not even quite sure exactly how I feel about Greater Idaho or whatever it's going to be called. Like I'm still not 100%.
I don't either.
I'm
I
not
think
against it.
They should have
but
just
I'm
they
not-
should
I
just
don't know if
split
I'm
off.
for it.
They should just do exactly what California needs to do, and they should split into 2 states, and they should have New Oregon, just like they should have North and South California.
It'd be nice because I'm sure the Northern Californians would be happy.
Well, that's what I
to
mean.
shed
Imagine
that cancer.
the difference between Northern California and Southern California. It's 2 different states.
Oh boy.
Like it's completely 2 different states.
Well, and as Idaho is, like from eastern Idaho to western Idaho, like if you go to Idaho Falls to Boise, I like Boise a lot. Like I dig the city of Boise, but it's turning pretty soft. Like it's it's turning into little California. And so with that you get a lot of you get a lot of left-leaning ideas in town there, which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah. Yep. So
All the more reason to fight.
Getting back to where we started this, so I have a little bit of a vested interest in a project I'm working on with pistol braces. So tell me what's going on with pistol braces. Is that officially dead?
No, not yet. It's going to be heard this session of the Supreme Court. So I have a lot more faith in the pistol brace rule than I do on the bump stock thing. Honestly, with the pistol brace, that in my opinion has a chance to really upset the apple cart with the NFA a lot. So if we can get past the SBR thing, the pistol brace makes it an SBR. If they can look at it through the eyes of Caetano and Heller and realize that these things are in common use. I mean, there's probably 20 million pistol braces out there right now. That's common use. And in Caetano, I don't know if you're familiar with the Caetano case that was a few years ago. They were talking about stun guns, and what makes the number of common use was 200,000. Anything above 200,000 would be considered common use. Like I said, pistol braces are probably somewhere in 20 million-ish. I think there's actually more than that. But that's either way, that's pretty damn common use. So that has a chance, in my opinion, to upset the NFA and take the SBRs and the SBSs out of the NFA.
We'll put this out there. 200,000 pistol braces are now on SBRs that are registered.
Well, it was only 100,000, wasn't it? The people.
I thought it was
said,
200. I thought it was 200,000 that registered them as SBRs.
I thought it was somewhere around 100. That was like 0.02%.
I was hoping it was 200,000. That way that would have been enough for the common use numbers.
But it doesn't matter though, because there's millions in public hands right now. It's not illegal to own a pistol brace right now, so we're still good. There's a stay on that nationally, so we can still have them. It's not like it's a big deal. But if they can crack the NFA open and take off SBRs and SBSs, that opens it up to suppressors, because just last year there was like 5 million Form 1s done for suppressors, or Form 4s. So I mean, that's common use too. The NFA is pointless in reality. It's stupid.
So the only reason
Thomas Massey, I know, has been a proponent of taking it out of there.
So the only reason machine guns aren't common use is because we can't buy them.
Yeah, thanks to 1986, right? Thanks to Ronald Reagan, who was a staunch Republican, by the way.
Yeah. Otherwise, machine guns would be common use because there would be 300 million of them in civilian hands.
I mean, think about all the Thompsons that they had to cut in half.
Well, I'm going to
because
say
of
this
the
right now.
stupid
I'm
rule.
pretty sure that I've seen 200,000 full auto Glocks on TikTok.
By the way, Glock's being sued by Chicago. So
Why? Because they're in too many rap
Yeah.
songs?
no, because they're saying Glock is providing unregistered machine guns to minors. They have sure, Glock. In fact, I haven't seen a publicly accessible 18 since we had the Glock guy show up at one of the ranges. Like, it's just not, and that's not even publicly accessible, right? That's a demo, a police demo. So so stupid.
We had a Glock 18 at a place that I worked for like 4 years before it came and got picked up.
Nice.
Yeah, the rep.
I know that first range I worked at here in Idaho Falls, we had. Well, it was converted, I guess.
Yeah, this one was from the Glock rep. He left it there for a few years and then he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna need that back."
But that'd be rad. And the thing that's funny is like anybody that shot a full auto Glock realizes that you're not putting all 30 rounds or whatever on the bullseye.
No,
unless you really know what's going on. If you really know how to run that gun.
You know what? I would justify that they are more dangerous than a machine gun.
because they're just so hard to keep a hold of.
Oh man, if you start aiming here, you're like finishing up here.
There at Independence, there may or may not be some scars on the shielding in the 100-yard bay from when somebody may have taken out the full auto Glock and just screwing around one afternoon. I'm not going to confirm or deny it, but
no, I think
I've shot it a lot, right?
I think it was
they're hard to control.
I think it was that guy that when you go into the range, he's on the TV telling you that you have to get a permit to draw from a holster. That guy. And
no double wielding either.
Yeah.
That guy's hot, by the way. So he's sexy.
There should be a rule in indoor ranges, and I don't know why indoor ranges allow this. You should not have Smith & Wesson 500 pistols for rent.
I don't mind doing it if you have one round at a time.
Yeah, or they should only be allowed to shoot 3 rounds total. I can't tell you the amount of times. I've been trying to help people. Like, been at the range, trying to help someone that's with me, and to the left of me is boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh, they got to be done. You start to get them, the person you're helping lined up. They start to get on target. Boom! That and 30-06 rifles in the pistol range.
Yeah. I know people really hate that. I don't mind rifles in the range, but there are some people that, man, get so bitter. And I get it. It's loud inside a range. I totally understand that. But it's also a range. So, you understood the possibility of loud noises when you rented a lane.
I probably just need better hearing protection.
Always.
I can tell you I'm getting old, though, because I started wearing earplugs inside of my earmuffs.
Double them up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting old.
Especially like my digital earmuffs. Yeah, I started putting earplugs inside of it.
There's, I don't know. I like the sound. I can't help it. It's not good.
I did too until now. I lay in bed at night trying to go to sleep with my ears ringing so loud that I can't sleep. So I'm sure that's not a good sign.
Yeah, it's probably not. I mean, the little hairs that grow inside your ears, they're kind of necessary, and once they start deteriorating, that's no bueno.
All right, so you had brought up to me before that there was a Trump speech. Didn't go so well.
Oh, the NRA Trump speech?
Yeah.
I did talk about this. It might have been last week, but I'm happy to talk about this again. So Trump, you know how Trump speaks. I guess the summer camera, I get it. Right. That's the normal Trump stuff that you want to hear, right? And that's what I expected at the NRA. Now, what kind of people do you think go to NRA banquets?
Probably
Just like if you were to generalize who's there, what would you imagine?
probably older gentlemen.
Okay.
And a term that I won't use on here. Yeah, probably like older, like NRA
Boomers.
members. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And what do you think these older NRA members, do you think they like to talk about guns?
Well, probably they're at the NRA convention.
Yeah. So you would imagine a Trump speech at an NRA convention. He would talk about what?
Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment, right? Yeah. Let's just go down this rabbit hole. He probably spent 30 seconds talking about firearms and the Second Amendment. The rest of his hour and a half speech was talking about, it was just like an election campaign speech, which I get, right? He's trying to get support. But if you're wanting to talk about support for the Second Amendment community, you should probably bring up the Second Amendment and what you're going to do to protect it. But he didn't. He didn't talk about this. He did say, which is sadly accurate, it's like 25% of firearms owners vote. 25%.
What?
Yeah. So he's like, I would have run the election if you guys would have voted for me. So that's a sad reality. That actually is a true statistic. Firearms owners are lazy. They're apathetic is what it is. And so, especially the old dogs that are like, oh, this would never happen in the country. I fought in Vietnam. I fought in Korea, whatever, which is great. I appreciate their service, but they still have to vote. They still have to get out and teach their kids and grandkids how important it is to do their civic duty.
Unfortunately, your service doesn't get you a automatic
It's not a free
vote.
pass.
Like, it doesn't get you a reoccurring vote for the candidate that you want. You have to show up and vote still. So
yeah.
I will say this though. I'm impressed that there's a candidate running for president in 2024, and because both of them are pretty old, that can stand up on stage and give an hour and a half long speech.
Yeah. And he
I'm
didn't
guessing
stumble.
I'm guessing you understood 3/4 of it.
Yeah, all of it was understandable. He may have used a teleprompter. He probably did, honestly. That's a long time to speak just to memorize
I was like,
stuff.
I think I would need a teleprompter to speak and be on topic for an hour and a half. Like I probably should have put notes on my phone for this speech.
The worst thing about, and it is, like I said, that's the worst Trump speech I've ever seen him give, ever. The last probably 15 minutes, like they played this patriarchal, it's not even patriarchal music, patriotic.
Patriotic?
Yeah, that's the word. Oh my gosh.
You're like going after like patriarchy or something, but it's patriotic.
The music was not patriotic. It was like this somber, melancholy.
Did he do his
weird
dance?
No, that was the other speech he gave, I think. Or that was the Bronx one, I think. Anyway, and he was talking like, obviously he's trying to key in on emotion, right? And motivate by emotion, but it was really bad. It was awful. Like it was so bad. You'd have to go back and watch it. Like I did a live stream actually of the speech, and it was, oh bro, it was terrible.
Well, they can't all be 10s, but I will say
he gave a speech later that was better.
Yeah, and he knocked he did pretty good with his Bronx rally. I saw the
I've only seen bits and pieces of that.
I didn't even. Here's the thing. I don't need to hear Trump speak, right? Like I have a good idea of what he's running on and what he's going to do when he gets into office. Like I've already seen him in office once, right? And if he's in again, he's probably going to do an elevated version of what he did the first time. And I'm fine with that. Like,
and I think I think the left and the right are scared to death of that possibility.
Yeah, I hope he goes in
because
there and just fires everybody.
You're fired. Like he's just going to get rid of these people, which needs to happen. they don't know how to handle this guy because he's been a business dude for so long. He knows how to fire people, right? Just like we were saying. He doesn't pussyfoot around. It's just, I don't like you, get the hell out, and that's it. And that's what we've needed for years. Now, I'm a little concerned about his firearms perspective because he wasn't very good his first term, but he also just took cues from like the NRA and just did what he thought people wanted because it came from the NRA.
So here's where I
And
have
so
here's why I
hopefully
have
that
faith.
changes.
This is why I have faith in Donald Trump as president when it comes to the Second Amendment. I've met his son. I've met both of his sons, actually, Eric and Junior. They both are pretty adamant about what we stand for on the Second Amendment, especially Junior. So
Well, he should have been more upfront.
So
with
I
it, though.
so I don't think, unless something happens, that there's anything to worry about with Trump as president, at least in the way that I would worry about it with a Democrat or a George Bush. Like, I don't think that there's anything that I'm worried about there because I think the benefits will outweigh his softness on the Second Amendment. Because I don't think he's trying to ban anything, but I don't think that he's on a mission to do us any favors at the moment. But I think that some of the things that he will do in government will make it better for us the next time around.
I mean, he gave us solid Supreme Court justices and a lot of district judges.
And look at what they're doing for us right now.
Yeah, they're doing a lot more than he could do, honestly, as president. But what scares me is
he did agree with getting rid of bump stocks.
Yeah, well, that was the NRA too.
But I think that was a
compromise.
Yeah, I think that was a compromise. That's the word.
But this is what makes me worried. Okay, so we had the left and the right hate this guy so bad. I think they're willing to do or let a lot of things happen under his watch to make him look like a bad president. We saw that before between COVID and the vaccine and bump stocks. I mean, we had the Las Vegas shooting under Trump. That was 7 years ago, by the way. Can you believe that's 7 years ago? So I would not put it past conspiracy time. I wouldn't put it past people making another big event to make it very difficult for gun owners. I obviously I don't know what that would be. Hopefully it's nothing. But the left never lets a crisis go to waste, ever. So whether it be a public shooting or a school shooting, they're gonna dramatize it way high under his candidate or his presidency.
So in a naive statement from me, why is it so important to come after guns? They already got every kid in the country trying to cut their penises off. Like.
Because an armed society is hard to govern. I mean, we've seen that in history.
Yeah, but we're just gonna. We're gonna have a society of transformed women, so they're not even gonna want guns. They don't even want to drive. Like, the gun battle is not even as scary for me. And I'll take a lot of hate for this. Like, the gun battle is not as scary for me as the battle on like our kids. And ruining our society. Like, first of all, they don't want to drive, so they sure as hell aren't going to want to own guns. They don't want to live by themselves. They don't want to get jobs. So, cool. Guess what? You're winning on a different front. Like, why do we gotta have school shootings still? And
you need to listen to the podcast more.
And hear me out. It's never people from our side of the aisle doing school shootings. Ever.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh?
Or any type of shootings. And thank God for that, because we would be a lot more lethal if it was people who were actually gun owners.
Yeah.
Like, that's what concerns me. Like, the big push of why guns should be banned is because of mass shootings. But the mass shooters are never actually gun enthusiasts.
well, and a lot of them put in their manifestos. Like the last, I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't the last like publicly one, but he said straight up, "I'm doing this because I want gun control." Like that was in his manifesto. That was the point.
So you want gun control, so you're going to create gun violence. Like,
yeah.
So you
yeah,
want
the point
gun
is to stir it up.
So you want gun control to stop events like you want to do.
Well, I think he considers, like, that guy considered his victims martyrs in the cause then at that point, right? He's being godlike and offering mercy to these people.
Well, he can enjoy himself in hell because that's where he'll be.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like, I'll jump on the gun violence archive, which is far left, right? It's like Mom's Demand and the Giffords, like all those people get their numbers from the gun violence archive. The mistake that the gun violence archive does is they publish the police reports, so you can actually read what these mass shootings were or school shootings. And it's like, oh, this took place at a school parking lot at 2 a.m. on a Sunday. Between, it was a gang violence thing, but it's a school shooting because it took place on school property.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's how they're categorizing these school shootings. A lot of them. I mean, some of them are like actually happen in a school, but which is sad, right? I had a daughter that dealt with that in her school.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I know how it feels. But the vast majority, like the overwhelming amount, is not what is being sold to the public. If they only did their homework.
So to tap into what you said about your daughter's school, that it was a girl that was the shooter in that, right?
Yeah, she was transitioning actually.
And she wasn't from like a gun enthusiast family either, right?
No, they were more left.
Yeah.
They had guns in the home, but yeah, her family, from what I understand, was not Republican voters.
So that's what interests me. So those of us that are advocates and enthusiasts of firearms and stand for like the right to bear arms and self-protection and things, when we teach our kids about guns, we teach them the responsibility of it, and then we create like stable human beings as much as possible. And then when you get the people who think that everyone shouldn't have guns, they're irresponsible. They raise irresponsible kids. They preach irresponsible teachings to them, and then they take guns when they get upset about something and overreact and cause gun violence. Yep. More and more, every time I see one of these, I go, oh, I can't wait to see what the backstory is going to be on who and what this person was and where they came from. Because it never comes from, oh, my dad owns 400 guns and is a firearms instructor and fought in World War II. It comes from, oh, there's a handgun in the house and I come from a domestic violence family and I just was upset that I got bullied. Not to say that like it's okay for people to pick on other kids, but at the same time, like there's a level of response, right? Like I don't just get to pull out a gun and shoot you because you like stepped in front of me at the drink line. Like me and you understand that.
And that's what you see. Like you probably saw that dude that was, I don't know if he was a TikToker or whatever, dicking around with his gun and shot himself in the head, like a live stream. Didn't mean to commit suicide, but he was like pointing his gun. He's like, oh, boom.
I just saw that
on
like a couple days ago. Yeah, I just saw the video of that a couple days ago.
I don't think he meant to do that, but obviously he doesn't understand the 4 fundamental firearm safety rules.
Well,
here's never taught.
Dude, I tell people this all the time. We get videos taken down and pulled from Instagram and TikTok. And then I started posting on YouTube Shorts. And then I start getting I'm like, oh my God, you want to see why like stuff should be like regulated on social media? Go watch YouTube Shorts and watch these like inner city kids playing with guns.
Dude, or
it's
Instagram. Like
scary. And then I go on there and I get my
Yeah.
stuff pulled down because it's like a flat photo of a gun in a holster. I'm like, man, I don't know. But then I watched YouTube Shorts and started posting over there, and I was like, okay, now I understand why they pull down my videos, because these people are going to get killed.
Well, I got ghosted on my TikTok account, on the Range Minded TikTok account. I just made a promo, like nothing, like I didn't handle any guns or nothing. It was all news media that, like, I just pulled stuff from the news, and it got flagged. I'm like, bro, like this is not me. I just quoted content, like I didn't do anything wrong, and it got ghosted. It's like, I don't understand you guys.
Yeah, I just finally got a warning banner on my TikTok account that I run my TikTok shop on, which is totally sterile. No pictures of guns on anything, just the holster. It's basically like only ads. And then I have my second account where I just post anything that I want and backlink it. Well, I posted a video, and like 40 seconds into it, there was like a flash in the video that had a pistol in a holster that I didn't realize was there. Boom, got pulled down. And then a week later, I posted it was like a bunch of photos in a reel format that was like bouncing around, and there was a firearm in one of those in the picture, but they were all like stock image type stuff. I didn't even realize I posted it to that account, and I was like, shit. Soon as I posted it, community guidelines violation, and then got all of my videos have warnings posted to them now.
Well, there's a couple of people I follow on TikTok that, like, they're in competitions, right? And they're shooting in competition. You see them draw the gun, and they're boom, 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 hitting steel. I have a picture of me at Parma shooting the Barrett standing up. At Parma, I've got my Ear Pro on, my Eye Pro on, standing shooting a Barrett. That I got taken. I got a strike from that video saying that I was promoting unsafe activities. And in the description, I'm a firearms instructor. This is in a safe environment.
Yeah,
This
but
is a
here's the
controlled
deal.
range.
They know you should never shoot a Barrett standing up.
I just proved that I could, is all.
That's unsafe. You deserve that strike.
They probably thought it was an AR-15.
Just for the record, a Barrett standing up? No. Have you seen that guy on TikTok? I think it's Black Rambo shooting the pistol gripped Barrett. One-handed.
That guy drives me nuts. I'm not gonna lie.
So yeah, I don't know. I just think that like there's a big disconnect in where these things happen and why they happen. And
well, I think the media is complicit on this too. Like they want the disparity between responsible firearms ownership and people that are unstable. They need that to feed their audience, right?
And I won't lie,
they have to make everybody sound crazy.
When I was really paying attention to all of that stuff, and it was happening quite a bit for a while. It feels like we haven't had a major incident in a little bit, but it makes you almost want to give up. Like you see it so much, and you get so much like pushback, and when you're strong in your stance like we are, and you're like, dude, at a certain point, you're like, what? Why keep defending it? And I know why, but like in the back of your mind, you're like, dude, is this worth like having this argument every single conversation? Like,
Well, I think,
is it worth
that's
watching?
The point, right? They want to wear it down.
That's exactly it. And it's like, is it worth watching these people on the news just tell you what a worthless person you are because you defend that over and over?
That just pisses me off more. So I get more and more loud.
You and me both. But I do have every once in a while have that thought where I'm like, dude, is it even worth it? And then you remember, yes, it is. But so
yeah, it is always worth it. It's freedom, baby. It's freedom.
Right, I have 7 more minutes before I gotta get out of here. So what else is going on?
GunCon. That's coming up in the end of June.
Oh yeah, I forgot Range Minded has a booth there. That's at Brownells, right?
Yeah, Brownells in Grinnell, Iowa, right in the tornado country. I'm actually kind of concerned. It's been a heavy tornado year this year, could get really exciting.
It might be really good for your TikTok.
That's true. I could get some storm chasing in. It should
Yeah,
be a
because you're
good time. I'm
driving,
gonna
aren't
take my
you?
son with me. Yeah, I'm gonna drive.
You're gonna drive the 4Runner?
Yeah, it should be awesome. I still kind of want to rent a car. I'd rather rent like a Mustang and ruin somebody else's car, and not mine. So
I think you should just like overland out the 4Runner, rooftop tent, sleep on the side of the road, drive straight through.
coming back, we are gonna have to drive straight through.
55
It's
gallons
only
of
17
gas,
hours.
and the gas can't. Well, you have that place that makes the gas tanks, so you could get like an external gas tank for your 4Runner. You could cannonball run it.
I should, huh?
You come
It's
over
illegal
here.
to put those Titan tanks. It's illegal to put those in gasoline running vehicles in the United States. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Seriously?
It's okay. Yeah, because the EPA says, well, the plastic breaks down, but in every other country, like the Titan tanks, their second biggest clientele base is in Australia for all the overlanders that
So-
run them on gasoline motors.
So wait, the plastic that I run in my F-150 stock tank is different than the plastic.
No,
for...
it's exactly the same.
Okay.
That's what's silly. It's the same damn thing, but the EPA is like, oh no, you can't do that. You can't put a 100-gallon tank in your pickup.
But I can put a 100-gallon tank in my diesel pickup?
Yeah, because it's okay. It makes no sense.
Well, because I can't afford to fill it up. That's why. Because it's.
But anyway,
$5
Brownell
a
should be.
gallon.
That should be a good time. Should be a good time. You should show up. You just come with us.
I am against driving across the country. If I do go, it will be in an airplane.
I'll pick you up in Des Moines.
Okay. That might
Because that's
be
the
a
closest
possibility.
airport.
Yeah, that might be a possibility. What else is
I already
going
got
on?
the hotels paid for. We talked about patches. I think you guys saw these. I know I posted them on a couple videos. I'll show them off again. I'll just take them out of the package.
I'm like,
'cause
you
that
don't have
looks
any that are
stupid on
out
there.
of the package?
They're way behind me in the chair. I don't want to walk back there. Plus, this makes for way better content. The anticipation.
What is that? ASMR?
I don't know if you can read it. It says dangerous and unusual. This camera's there it goes.
There you go.
I just have to. It's just Perry. I can't say his whole name. I don't think. Copyright issues, you know. But this one I can say the whole name because it's the official patch.
So last time I was on the podcast, did not have a logo.
Really?
That's how long it's been.
Well, and the logo looks good, right? Better
Yeah.
than not to dog on Mark, but better than what Mark did for us back in the day.
But just the podcast,
Just a picture of their
right?
guns on the wall.
Yeah. No, that's great.
Yeah, I'm excited. You can kind of, and you see the flag back there. Ooh, kind of.
Yeah, see the way you had the lights and you said flag, I could see the American flag, and I was like, yeah, I can see it. And I thought that was a LED light back there.
Oh, that'd be rad in a big old LED light. I might have to try that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, things are going good for the show. Other than that, I want to make 24 like the year of the podcast. So been spending way too much time on Twitter, which has been kind of good actually.
I heard that you're streaming the show like multiple days a week on Twitter.
Yeah. So a bunch of us on Twitter create it's almost like a network channel now. It's called We the People Live. So the show airs 5 days a week, 6 days a week at the same time slot. It's like I think for us it's like 5 to 6 p.m. So that's gonna be kind of cool. Hopefully it goes well.
I'm gonna have to figure out my password for X so I can log back in and check it out.
I've had a lot of fun on X. It seems to be a little bit more open to conversation than some of the other platforms, so it's been kind of fun. Had to kick a few people off. Do you know what Spaces is?
Yeah.
It's where you can get on as a community and people all over the place. I had to kick some people off one of my Spaces yesterday. It was awesome. Or Saturday. Some racist dude from Australia. It was a good time.
He didn't like white people?
He hated black people. Like he He went off on black people and Jews. I was like, okay, we're done. Goodbye.
Well,
so
all
you,
right.
you get some fun people.
Well, that's awesome. I'm sorry that you had that, but anyways, so Memorial Day, I got to jump off here. I've got to pick a winner for the hat giveaway over on Instagram. So we got these.
Oh, look at that!
These hats that I'm giving
that
away
trucker
on
hat.
Instagram.
I kind of like.
This one is pretty cool. This was my favorite, but I can't have white hats. They always get dirty. So
yeah.
Giving those away today on Instagram. By the time you guys hear this, it'll be too late. It's already gone. But check out the next one. Hoftac Industries on Instagram and all the socials. And what else do I have going on? I think that's about it. And then I promise you the next time I come on the show, we'll have a little bit more structure and I'll have something to talk to you guys about a little more in depth.
Hey, it's all good. It's kind of fun just to shoot the shit too, though.
So, well, awesome. I appreciate you having me on. I will say in the next month or so, we should do a episode and just have you interview me because I want to cut up some clips for the internet. So that might be a good episode just to do live and just have you interview me like you've never met me before.
I need to get over to Boise because there's actually a couple people over there. There's a guy in Caldwell that wants to meet up and do some stuff. And then actually, I think there's 2 guys in Caldwell. Nothing gross, just 2A content. So
sounds good. I'm going to leave that one alone. With that, I've got to go and barbecue some hot dogs.
Yeah, sounds
nothing
good, man.
gross.
Appreciate you. Thanks for coming to hang out.
Actual hot dogs.
Yeah, hot dogs. Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you guys. Have a good, safe Memorial Day. I know it's after this is when you're going to hear that, but hopefully you had a safe Memorial Day after you watch this. Anyways, thanks, guys. Peace out.
Welcome to a Legal Bites presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the
Night Court with Joe Lanou live on X.